Do your own research and due diligence before investing in any company. The information I provide is in no way or manner a professional suggestion to purchase shares in any publicly traded company. I am not licensed to provide financial advice, and this should be considered entertainment. These stock profiles are intended to be trading ideas, a starting point for research. Any individual who chooses to invest in any securities should do so with caution. Investing in securities is speculative and carries a high degree of risk. You may lose some or all the money that is invested. Always research your own investments and consider consulting with a registered investment advisor or a licensed stockbroker before investing.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, never risk more than you can afford to lose. It's your boy Salman, episode 143. I'm back in the building. Ladies and gentlemen. Is my mic on now? You guys made me go the whole damn episode yesterday. My mic wasn't even on. How could you guys hear me talking? That shit was horrible. I went back to listen to the replay. That shit was horrible. I was like, what the? I had 170 people last night? I sounded horrible. Let me make sure in here. Hold on. I had 100 Okay, yeah, that's better. All right. So, yeah, my mic is on. Damn, yeah, if my mic is fucked up, please somebody tell me. Hey, you sound far away. It sounds like there's a crap load of air behind you. Shout out to everybody in the chat room already. Nisi Shay. What's going on, beautiful? Billionaire soon. Bruce Cole. Henry Ramos. Okay, yeah, Henry's in the building early today. Bam Lit. Trader Marv. Need a life soon. John Krelko. Jeff Thayer, Dom Will, Henry M407, Donzel Essex, Bad Scientist. Shout out to all the people already in the chat room. Linux, what's going on? Adam Willis, Drake, Tristan, Dom Willis. Hey, Tristan, your AUPH is still kicking, man. Nevermore, Rodney Nurse. Shout out to all the people in the building. We've made it to another beautiful Friday. Thank you for joining me again. This is episode 143. Thank you for joining me today. The stock that I thought was going to be the hot stock because it was hot pre-market was THLD. I got that on the screen right now, and that's where I made my money this morning because when the news dropped that it was the merger, I knew it was going to run. You could have got in pre-market at around 60. It started really getting hot anywhere between like 60 to like 70, 60 to 75. 60 to 75. So I was able to get in, and then I played the rush. And got out within I think it was 3.5 minutes. It was really quick. Really quick. I played THLD. And for the most part, I kind of looked for other ways to set up the rest of the week, meaning next week, because I just couldn't see anything else. All right, I was a little bit slow today. I couldn't really see anything else. Watching the games, hoping to God UNC would lose. Unfortunately, they didn't. I can't stand USC. All right, I can't stand those North Carolina basketball teams. They're there every year. It's just like, God damn, can we have something different? Shit. Yeah, POTN was hot today. All right, Tristan, THLD was your first play last year. That's what's up, man. Yeah, that's a stock that runs here and there. But when it runs, you got to dump it real fast because it's not one to hold, as you can see what happened today in the stock. But again, man, shout out to everybody who was in POTN. You know, for those of you guys who are bold enough to keep holding, I don't know how far this could keep going. Here's the POTN chart for the day. All right, strong morning action, no crazy gap up. I mean, this is real buying. This is the 10-minute chart, real buying. All right, of course, you had some profit taking at the very top. All right, selling into the close, but sure enough, last, hour of the day had a nice little pop there. All right, so POTN, we started advertising it at 0.0110. So now we're at 0.0490 within a span of less than 14 days. Less than 14 days. All right. So you're well up over 300% in the stock. And congratulations to everybody who was in that. But as I said, I had got out a day and a half ago. And I don't know how far this could keep going. I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes it does that, But the gist of the game is to get profits and keep it moving into another opportunity. And that's exactly what I did. And we're still on the look of what could be next. We're still on the look of what can be next. Honestly, I think it's going to be another marijuana play. I'm looking at hemp. I'm looking at hemp as I've been tweeting about that a lot. HEMP. I'm looking at hemp. I'm really looking at hemp as that is possibly turning around here. Let me see here on the daily chart. All right, because I got the candlestick that I actually wanted to get more of a solid doji, but it's okay. I think we got what's called a gravestone doji, which means that although buyers were in control, sellers were still around, and when the warriors came back from battle, many of them were slayed. So unfortunately, that's kind of the description of it. All right. Shippers were beyond disappointing. I saw the open in shippers, and we took a look at where they were pre-market, and I honestly wasn't happy with it. I didn't see the pre-market energy you needed in the shipping stocks to really say it was going to rally. It just wasn't there. It wasn't there. MJNA is one I'm continuing to watch. As you see, I got all my trend lines here on it. Let me just get rid of them. I can definitely do them again. Drawings. There it goes. And MJNA, as you guys know, we this is the daily chart. March, beginning of March, late February was very tough for MJ stocks. Very, very tough for MJ stocks. But, you got some really nice candlesticks here lately. And so far, MJNA is doing really well, rebounding really well. Okay, rebounding really well. I think next week we're gonna really determine whether or not we really do have a 420 move here. I think next week we're really going to be able to determine that. JNUG, is JNUG hot? I remember JNUG being hot for the Fed move, but other than that, I mean, since the Fed move, JNUG has been pretty tough, man. It's been pretty tough. As you can see here now, 2 days in a row of losses. You had the huge candlestick there on that Fed increase day, Fed rate increase. But for the most part, man, JNUG is giving away those gains. If you're playing the options, I'm seeing guys making a killing on the options on JNUG on the put side. Soundbox says 420 is real. I hope so. Because I'm looking to make some money there on hemp as well as MCOA. Both of those I think are nice, relatively low float for penny stocks that could really move under a good catalyst. EARS, 91 cents a share. Somebody's bringing that up in the chat room. All right, that's crossed over the 4 and 8 as well as sitting well above the 20-day moving average here on the daily chart. So you got 2 nice days in ears. Decent volume there. We'll see what happens with that. Yeah, DTII. I don't know what's going on with DTII. If you guys remember, it shitted on itself a couple of days ago after that huge run up, and then now 2 successive days where it actually broke through the previous high it set, and now looking to retest. Actually was at 4 cents, came all the way back down. But DTII is insane, man. DTII is insane. That's another one that, again, it's unfortunate because you couldn't really see it coming. You know what I mean? You couldn't really see it coming. And that's the only frustrating thing about stocks like that. Because, of course, you buy the pullback, but when a stock just runs out of nowhere and it doesn't have a recent history of running, you don't know if that pullback is really an opportunity for it to retest the high, or it's just dead and, you're going to be ending up holding a bag. So I just couldn't tell. I couldn't tell. But if you made some money on it, congrats. You know, but when a stock doesn't have a recent history of running, it's tough to decide. All right. HIMX. Let's pull that up. What do we got here? Oh yeah, that's a beautiful buy and hold, and it looks like it has been for several days now. All right, definitely not the cheapest stock in the world. Not a penny stock. You can see here it does have $1 billion valuation, but under $10 a share. I mean, if it's something that it makes sense for you. If it's something that it makes sense for you. All right. MNKD 7%. Yeah, Mankind is a previous runner as well. Mankind definitely can do some things. I think if we go back to early January, right? I think we go back to, actually late December, early January. Mankind had, several successive days of incredible gains from 241 all the way to 430, 440. So Mankind, if you do on the daily chart here, looking really nice here. All right. Looks like it's starting up a new, secondary trend here. The primary is still bearish. As you can see here, we're still below the 200-day moving average, still well below the 50-day moving average here on the daily chart. But still, I mean, this secondary trend here within the primary one is setting up real nicely. So let's see if we can get above this 20-day, which is that blue line, and possibly retouch the 50. So it's setting up nice, man. It's setting up nice if you're in it. Decent volume too recently. Decent volume here too recently, hitting multiple 2, 3, 4 million shares being traded where you didn't see that on the selling off. All right. OPMZ. Let me see OPMZ. Let's see what we're doing here on OPMZ. OPMZ. Yeah, this is another stock that really doesn't have a recent history of doing anything. Incredible volume coming into the stock. This is another stock, again, double zeros, wasn't doing anything. Now it's got incredible amount of volume, and people are playing the trade, and it's very liquid right now. So if you're willing to take the risk, let me see what the 10-minute looks like. Yeah, if you're willing to take the risk, here's been the last couple of days on the 10-minute, and it's not bad here. Okay, you can see here it's using the 200. I do have VWAP in there. Do have VWAP, which is that dark blue line. Okay. So yeah, the stock is doing some things here. So, wow, that's actually a really nice support on that pullback right there. And then you had really nice on OPMZ. Let's see if we can maintain this volume. Obviously, as it goes higher, you're going to see a slight decline. But what you do want to continue to see is good buying pressure as the stock goes higher. All right, DCTH. Earnings coming out on Monday. Chris Henry, is that Monday morning or Monday night? For DCTH. Delcap Systems to present at Roth Capital Partners. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, 7 million shares. Relatively liquid for a 10-cent stock. All right. Let's see. You're under 50 on the RSI here on the 10-minute. All right. So obviously the trend has been bearish for some time. All right. DCTH, Soundbox says don't do it. Soundbox says don't do it. That's not the move to make. I'm guessing you've been burned with it before, or do you know something we should know? DCTH, 10 cents a share. I'm not sure where they are in terms of compliance with, that dollar requirement for NASDAQ. I'm looking through the news, and typically on a stock this cheap, you will see a recent maybe agreement or something they've had with NASDAQ, letting them know, hey, you have so much time left to get your stock above $1. I'm not seeing a recent article about that. And when I look at the 6 month, we've been now under $1 for how long? We got under $1 since December. Okay, so it hasn't actually been that long. All right, it hasn't been that long, but they definitely going to need to get their shit together soon. Yeah, Desert Edge, definitely. I'll definitely do that sound box. Yeah, THLD is done. THLD is done. THLD is typically a 1 day thing. If you go back through the history of THLD, it's kind of a one and done type of deal. I mean, the company that stock just cannot find any support when it runs. If you guys remember MCOA, I'm still looking for that rebound. I set this line up yesterday. I'm saying that 0507, that's support for MCOA. And here's the 2 hour chart. In fact, let's go back to the daily and see how it draws that out. And here on the daily, still waiting for it. That's my goal. The idea is that we're going to get a strong, hopefully, a bullish engulfing pattern either Monday or Tuesday, going to retest 0.0618, or at least getting to that 13 EMA. We'll see. I don't know. CRU, let's see here. See a lot of guys bringing up CRU. Yeah, CRU, multiple day winner here. CRU, multiple day winner here. And let me see here. CRU. All right, so CRU was on our list. No wonder nobody brought it up. I wonder why is it not on our list yesterday. He had a down day yesterday, but I see it was on our list on Wednesday. Stocks we discussed, but it was down yesterday, so didn't come back to our attention. But sure enough, CRU putting on some gains again today. Not bad. Not bad for CRU. Almost 10%. You actually got up to 10% before cooling off there. You actually were at 10% before cooling off. All right. MCOA should go to 8 cents. Yeah, I'm feeling MCOA as well as hemp. All right. OPTT. Breakout hammer on the weekly. Strong candlestick today. Yeah, I do see that. That's a very nice candlestick on the daily chart as well. Breaking the 4 and 8. Also above the 13-day EMA, hunting for that 20. Damn near center of the Bollinger Band. You're still you're still below 50 on the RSI on the daily chart as well. All right, OPTT is also a runner. It's also one of the stocks listed at lowfloat.com. Low float stock can definitely run. This is a renewable power stock. If I'm correct, this is the company that has where they put some like drone type shit out in the ocean, and the device somehow uses the ocean waves to generate electricity. So actual product, because they've actually sold several of their devices to foreign countries. In fact, that was a catalyst of a run that was recently too, if I remember. Yeah, going back to this summer. There it is. Going back to this summer, you had a couple spikes based on those sales. Yeah, OPTT looking good too. Looking good. Yeah, DTII is insane, man. That's penny stocks. That's penny stocks. We've seen it here now. We've had several stocks over the last 2.5 weeks. Incredible returns. Incredible returns. You just can't be beat. Can't be beat when it comes to percentage returns in that and any other venue. OTC markets is aware of that. All right, a lot of risk, but incredible reward. Hey, Coralie. Beautiful Coralie in here. What else we got in here? IMMU. All right, I'm going to write that OPTT down myself. I want to write down that OPTT one to look at. Because we had a decent list going into this morning, but when I looked at pre-market, seeing what was running, it was like, man, here go the shippers letting us down again. And sure enough, many of them popped, but just couldn't hold. IMMU still setting up nice here on the daily chart. All right, still well above that 8 exponential. You pulled back for a couple of days, and it has recovered. You're really hot, though. The stock is pretty hot, so it is due for a strong pullback. But you are up now almost $3 a share. Actually, about $2.25 in the span of 30 days. And unless there's a real catalyst for it, look for a pullback in that soon. But right now, things are going very well. Things are going very well. Using that 20-day moving average, it pulls back to it, finds support, and keeps it doing its thing. In fact, does that multiple times. You can see here throughout the chart, multiple times where it's just hugging the 20-day moving average. I hope you guys got that moving average PDF that I put out in the Discord room. A really, really good little book, very short, explaining why moving averages are so important and how many stocks use them and many traders use them as justifications for their moves. Hey, Izzy. RGSE. Let me see here. Real Good Solar. Okay, all right, hold on. This is one of those that has the funny looking charts sometimes they make here. All right, let's go. Let me see. Real Good Solar. This is one of those that, let me see here. All right, so lower than usual volume in Real Good Solar. Here's another stock again that's been very bearish for a long period of time. So the primary trend is very bearish. You've broken that here on a secondary above the 20-day moving average now. And doing well here since for the last day and a half. Since the last day and a half, you're up 20 cents. You're up 20 cents on it. So keep watching it. Kind of scary though, but keep watching it. Keep watching it. ICLD. I mean, here's we just kind of talked about a stock like this. How you have the huge run up, you have a pullback, right? And I'm looking at ICLD, and there are a couple times here where you can say, okay, I'm getting this at a deal. I'm getting this at a deal. For instance, this 50-day moving average here, that bright yellow line, you could have bought there, and sure enough, some investors played into it. But again, no buyers, even at 0.053, what was that, 0534, no buyers. All right. So you got guys lowering their ask, and unfortunately, there are no takers right now for the stock in ICLD. No takers right now. And sure enough, today, you had, unfortunately, not the best day. You actually got a lot lower at 0.0325. 0.0325. So, ICLD looking kind of rough here, man. Looking kind of rough here. Unfortunately, not the best candlesticks developing in ICLD. Appreciate that, Izzy. AWGI, isn't that water company? I'm not a big fan of it, man, because you got like 7 trillion shares out there. Yeah, here's that ambient water or whatever. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, man. That thing ain't going anywhere anytime soon. In fact, you guys remember we had a guy who had $2,500 in AWGI. He can't get out. He can't get out. Appreciate that, Cristiano. I had a message from a guy today from some quote-unquote private Facebook group. He's like, yeah, we're a private Facebook group. We got like 40 people. And we're all into this stock, and you need to jump in and tell your people about it, man. You could make so and like, dude, like, man, if only you guys knew how many times these scammers come to me. BTX, Biotime, never heard of it. BTX, Biotime, Amex Play. I'm not a big fan of the Amex stuff because the volume typically isn't there, but it's had a good rally today. And that's quite a bar for one day. You can see here a lot of range, but a lot of buying through the range. Barely a little bit of a wick at the top. You're at the very top of the Bollinger Band there. Unusual volume for the last 2 weeks, as you can see here. So BTX, what was the news that developed that? Earnings? Okay, so earnings looks like drove that higher. So we'll see if it builds on that, BTX. Based on what the chart looks like, I think it's got a bit of a pullback coming next week on BTX. Yeah, oh man, there ton of guys that, hey, I can do this, you should do that. And that's not what this is about, man. It's not, we're just seeing what's hot and what's not. Can't make anybody do what you want them to do with their money. All right. PULM, what's going on? PULM. Who's bringing that up? DJ Don Paco. You was shorting it on every spike, which had a big drop, $1 and missed it. On PULM. Yeah, this is a stock that I can see here. I played several times on PULM. And during that run up. And PULM is a runner, man. It can definitely move. It can definitely move. So today's run in PULM is definitely one to take notice of because it can turn into a multiple day thing. Although it's let us down a couple times. I remember, here in February where PULM came back on our list after that incredible late January, early February action. But it never seemed to, it started acting like dries on us. And sure enough, that's what it's been doing for the last, several days and weeks now. Acting like dries. And I think based on technicals here, you had that run. $3 might be support for PULM. Okay, we'll see if it can build up on it. You're at 309 now. TK Turd. Yeah, we started talking about hemp on the show, and I mentioned that as one to watch. CASI, Cassie Pharmaceuticals, almost 10% gain today. All right, very good to see the stock close at the high, $1.50. That's a nice, beautiful candlestick there, beautiful Marabutsu or Marabuzo, or whatever you want to pronounce it. Good strong candlestick there. All right. Good strong candlestick there. 10% gain on that stock. I don't know what the float is on that. Let me know who brought that up. Michael B. What's the float on that? All right. Especially when you get to these under $2 stocks, NASDAQ. They are low floaters, man. Sometimes they start off this little. Next thing you know, you got $2, $3 in them. MYDX, no, we haven't talked about that. So for sure, couldn't even hit 360. All right, DJ. MYDX. Okay, definitely not probably what you're talking about. What was that? OTC play MYDX. Let's see here. What are you looking at? MYDX. All right. Okay, MYDX. What's got this moving then? Looking at the 30-minute, what's got this moving? I see you're pretty hot on the charts here. All right, again, this is another stock hugging that 50. Hugging the 50. Took off, what was that, March 10th. Stock pulled back using the 50. Bounced off the 50, exactly as it did the first time. Now you're a bit high. All right, you're a big high. Although the stock, let me see here, you're a bit high. Had some selling into the close, but solid day overall. Here's today's action. Solid day overall, selling into the close, but for the most part, you're still, well up there. You're still well up there. Said NASDAQ is the best exchange. Oh, by far, by far. You don't want to talk about safety, security, moderate risk. You can still get incredible reward as similar or close to an OTC stock, of course. Great volume. Yeah, everybody hit that like button. I appreciate it. Hit that like button. Thank you, Q de Mayo. 920, you are on the air. 920, you there?
Hello?
Yes, 920. Can you hear me? All right. I don't think he can't hear me for whatever reason. I don't know if he can't hear me or whatnot. 920. I see my Skype is set up right, so you should have been able to hear me. Call me back. 36.26 million. Okay, that's pretty good, Michael B. That's pretty good. I mean, float under 40 million isn't too bad. That's good for a NASDAQ. 35, 36 million float. It can still run. It can still run. SPIC. Is that what you're writing? Yeah, I can still run SPIC. SIPC. Is that SIPC? SIPS Industry or SIP Industries? 26%. 920, you on the air?
Hey, what's going on, sir? Jay Bino.
Hey, Jay Bino 85, what's up, man?
What's going on, man? Hey, so I want to talk to you about the MYDX, that ticker that I have put out there. So there, it's a medical, marijuana play, and they make handheld devices, I guess, to test the quality of the marijuana, to test the levels of the THC and the effects of the marijuana. That's kind of one of the main things they're doing, but they have different type of handheld devices, to test the purity of the water and stuff like that, tap water, and other devices. But that's kind of what's got it running. I guess it's a marijuana play and stuff like that. But they specialize in making handheld devices. Okay.
All right. Now, you said to test water. Is that right?
Yeah. They also have another one. It's called a Aqua DX. They have a Canna DX, and then there's an Aqua DX that it tests the levels of the tap water to check for any type of lead poisoning and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you for the call, JB. No
problem at all, sir.
All right. So I'm trying to think, because this might be the same stock that when that Flint water crisis was going crazy. I don't remember when that was. But if I'm right, this was that time. What was that? Flint? No, that Flint water was, I think, like earlier last year somehow, right? It was I think this was one of the stocks that I was running at that time too, when that Flint water bullshit took off. All right. What's going on, Miami King? URRE. That's the lithium play. URRE is kind of one of those stocks where, let me see here. Right now, you're sitting on, this is the daily chart. Depends on where you are, man. If you're trying to get into this, you might be finding a support here soon, which looks like it almost has, which I think is this 200, which is using. So if you're looking to go long in URRE, this might be your entry. Probably 2 days ago was actually your entry at 180. 180 looks like that was a good entry for you at a lowest price you'd seen since January 9th. That 180. You had a Dragonfly Doji today, which is it could be looked at different ways. I mean, it could be a bad thing, could be a good thing. But when I look at URRE, you might be a bit early. I mean, it depends on how soon you're looking to get your money back. All right, depends on how soon you're looking to get your money back. But if you're willing to be patient, this is your entry right now in URRE, because you got support here in the 180s. Clearly, as you look at the daily chart. Since March 1st, you've pretty much been in that trend. All right, and we do know consolidation tends to be always tends to be a very good opportunity for you to get some big gains in an aggressive move that we hope is going to develop. PTAM, potash. I think PTAM is also it's an MJ play, right? It's one of those kind of obscure MJ plays. Kind of one of those obscure, kind of like POTN, kind of one of those MJ plays that's kind of out there, not really a pure weed. Potash, PTOM up 400%. But again, here's one that just hasn't proven itself. And you just got to be really leery on that. As you can see here, the volume bars are very suspect. Very suspect. Looks like a pump here. All right. And again, I don't mind pumps. I've said that many times. We don't mind pumps. I just don't like to be the guy who, goes in the very next day. I like to get a discount or at least find out if the momentum's legit and it's going to last a little bit. Let me see. What else you guys got here? MYDX, bad reviews on that device. Was going to purchase MYDX and was told not to. Well, again, Drake, don't necessarily believe in the story of the company. I mean, it's all about whether or not, people love the stock. We could care less what they're actually really doing. It's good to know. But I could care less how the device works and whether or not it works. But if people feel that the company is going to be doing some amazing things and the value of their equity is going up, I want a piece of that too. Mergers, how do you play that? Well, mergers are huge because, they're two companies coming together. All right, typically a much stronger company buying a weaker, undercapitalized company. And with that being said, if you're buying the weaker company, that's the one that typically has the huge run. You're buying the momentum. You're buying, a future that's a lot brighter now for a company that's got, now multiple millions, maybe even billions of capital to work with. That's why mergers are such a big deal. Especially if you get a good merger in, let's say, the biotech space, man, those are huge. When you get a Pfizer coming and picking up one of these, no-name NASDAQ stuff, those can run for days. 267, you're on the air. What's up?
Oh, sorry. I keep calling, and I think I keep calling at the wrong time.
No, go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I don't really have a question per se. Are you live right now?
Yes, you are live on the air.
Exactly. I wasn't trying to do that. I had sent you an email and a message as well, but I'm trying to get into penny stocks and everything, and I've done the paper trading for a couple of weeks. And to be honest with you, my the ambition, wanting to do it, the motivation is not there because I know I don't have 200,000. That's not what I'm trying to do. So I just need I guess some tips or some hints on what I can do. I just want to start off small. I've seen a few videos where people just use a couple $100 and I'm not trying to get rich from it. I'm just trying to understand it.
Oh yeah,
understand it.
You're at the right place. What's your name?
My name is Regina.
Okay, Regina, is that right?
Gina with an A.
Gina, okay. I'm trying to think if I remember because I get tons of emails. So email me again or just resend that to me because I'm pretty good about it. But sometimes I do get busy. But yes,
right.
I started with as little as $100. So you don't need thousands of dollars for this, to get started. Especially if you're looking to just dabble in it. That's probably even good enough if you're just really looking just to dabble and just see how things work.
Right.
A couple $100 is just fine. There are guys in the chat room who started with $500, $1,000, $1,500. is just enough. So obviously you understand the risk and reward aspect of it. Email me.
Right.
I'll send you the link to the Discord room. You can join us in there. There are tons of guys who
I'm there.
Oh, you already in the Discord
Listen,
room?
I already have the Discord room, so
Okay.
and I see, I have it like the notifications, so they pop up all the time.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what I need. I just need that push, I guess, to fund my account. Everything has been approved and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Hold on.
And just get started.
Oh, Gina, are you just scared?
Yes.
Are you scared to lose money?
No.
Okay.
Not to lose money. I'm scared to not do the first step right, or not know what to do right the first time.
Okay.
It's not even about the money part of it, because if I didn't have the money to waste like that, because I wouldn't do it. 'Cause we have a family and whatnot. But it's something I want to try, because it seems like it's another one of those systematic type of things where if you follow rules and a formula, you get the same result, just like with math. So
Did you get the Tim Sykes videos? Did you get the Tim Sykes videos the guy showed? Okay. Oh, wow. So
I've looked at.
You got it all then.
Yeah,
so what's stopping you? I don't understand. I mean, you're way ahead than most people.
I need like some type of coaching, I think, because I just feel like my knowledge is all over the place. There is no formula for me right now. So, like, even though I know how to pull up all the tickers and stocks, and I really don't understand exactly what I'm looking for. But if you tell me, like, when you use your terminology on your shows and your videos, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't know how to implement it to work for me. I don't know how to pull up certain filters that'll work for me. Because I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to get rich from it. It's just something I want to try.
Yeah, you're at the point where you just got to jump. Oh, Gina, I think you're at the point where you just have to jump. I really feel that way, because you got everything. I mean, you're way ahead than most people. I mean, you're watching the show, you're in the Discord room, you got the Tim Sykes videos, you got the PDFs and stuff. So I know you know what's going on. I can tell you know what's going on, but you just need that, that push.
I don't know. I don't know how to pick the certain company to. I don't know how to choose the right company still. I feel like, because I might want to have one or two that's long term, or I think that's how you say it, you span long. But I want to do just some quick things. There's the pump and dumps. That's what I'm trying to think of. I want to do those. Okay. Because I'm not trying to make this like. I don't want to be stuck with a company forever. Just a week, couple weeks at the most. Okay. But I don't know what companies to pick. Sure. Because I did the ISLD. I did the ones that you guys have been posting. I've done that with the paper trading. Okay. But I don't really understand. It's not doing what I thought it was going to do. I'm more interested in those pump and dump type. Yeah. In and out. Okay. So how do I find those? All right. So so I have a video about that, but I'm just going to break it down real quick. What I did at the beginning is you set up an email address that you don't mind it being bombarded, right? So just a regular Gmail account or whatever email service you like. Just go to Google. Yes, sir, I did that. All right. So type in free penny stock alerts, sign up to a shitload of them, as many as you can, and then you start tracking the guys who perform relatively well. Start figuring out ones that are reliable, ones that just are duds, and figuring out how you want to play them, and how you can paper trade them, pen and paper sometimes, but also again doing what you're doing right now, watching the show, figuring out what's hot, what's not. But I mean, at the end of the day, you're just gonna have to take that risk and put that money on the line. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that's the holdup, because like I've done that. I saw your video, so I did that. I created the account. I do get bombarded with them. Yeah. And a lot of them say things like the penny picks one or whatever. They'll say things like 34 out of the last 36. Yeah, they're a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah. And it's like, but how do I narrow down what I'm looking for out of those 34 to 36? Because I don't necessarily really want to pick through each one of the filings. Yeah. And then I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for sometimes. Like, okay, how about this? Just real quick, because I don't want to keep you on the line forever, but what type of stocks do you obviously want to play pump and dumps. Do you care what do you care? Stock?
Yeah, but do you care what industry they're in? Like, do you have a favorite, like maybe marijuana stocks, or you really don't have a care even on the industry?
I see that, and that's where I'm not privy to that. Like, I don't know, I'm an IT professional, like, that's what I do, but I don't know if that would roll over into the stock market. Like, if that's
Right.
what I don't have a preference like that, I guess. It's just whatever is really hot right now.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's oil or concrete.
Okay.
However it goes.
Gee, I want
So
you
I'm
to
just more into like investing. Yeah.
Because I want you to email me because I think I can follow up with you offline. There are also some other guys I know in the chat room who I don't think would mind having a conversation with you, who are really good with the pennies as well. Because I think you got the most part. You got the gist of what's going on here, and I can tell you do. You just kind of need to jump, and I really feel that way, about what's going on in your situation. But I appreciate the call, okay?
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Thank you. All right, that's all Gina from 267. And look, that's what's up, man. And the women callers, they really want to understand what's going on. And they tend to hesitate at the beginning, but they're very, very good traders for the most part. Once they get the hang of it, women are very good because they will come up with a trading plan and they will stick by it as well. Whereas men, sometimes we will, actually try to go against our own trading plans. And that's why women in stocks, they tend to they do very, very well over the long term. Okay? So she can get it. And I think she just needs to jump and, win one. I think when she gets her first, 50% gainer, she'll be good. When she gets her first profit, she'll be good. She'll be good. She said she's paper trading already. So she knows what's going on. Yeah. I have an average team. Penny promoters could be assigned. Yeah, but I mean, Michael, it's just to be hard to keep them together. And unfortunately, many penny stock promoters lie about their track records. Many of them aren't as public as I am about. You can tell what I've done and what I haven't done by just my videos. Many guys, they'll just throw a ticker and say, hey, this went up 700%. You have no idea that whether or not they called it or not. You have no idea. 919, Bad Scientist, you're on the air. What's up, man?
Hey, Sal, nice call from Agina.
Yeah.
Really, really appreciated that. Just to remind us all that we started from somewhere, and I'm willing to help her. She can hit me on Twitter or wherever. Mm-hmm. But yeah, speaking about starting from the beginning, just one tip to people who don't want to using moving averages or technicals, just use the old school support and resistance. Yeah. That's what I use today for threshold. Mm-hmm. And you were speaking earlier about mergers and acquisitions. Mm-hmm. Threshold merged with, I think, a company today. It opened at 81 cents, went as high as $1.07, and then ended up closing at 68 cents. Mm-hmm. So, those who want to chase the stock in the beginning, you could have done that, but I think if you look at the 5-minute chart, you would have actually only had 15 to 20 minutes to get into that stock to get anything. Mm-hmm. Because after that, it was a bull trap all the way. It just, bled through until the end of the day. So what I did with this one is, instead of rushing in, I just waited till about midday. And you'll notice with stocks, there's a time when the stock just doesn't move. It's stagnant. Mm-hmm. And that's basically people, either there's no traffic flow or people are like, okay, who's gonna push the price, the bears or the bulls? Mm-hmm. So what I did is I switched from my 5 minutes, I switched to the hourly chart to see any points of resistance support. Mm. And I don't have my charts up now because I'm just going off of memory. But you will see, I think it was March the 13th, on the hourly chart, you'll see that a high of about 68 was made, and that was resistance for that time period. So it made sense as to why the stock was stalling in the 68 range where it actually eventually closed. So just using support and resistance for myself, I mean, I want to swing trade this into next week, maybe a couple of days. Had the traffic been, moving in my favor at the end of the day, I would have sold it off, for a 5-10% gain.
Mm-hmm.
But it's simple trading resistance and support. So right now it's at support at 68 cents. Had you gone in at 81 cents or even worse, bought it at $1, right now you'd be holding the stock. You'd be a whole 32 cents down. Mm. So often, especially with these stocks that move quickly, in fact, I love the bull traps because these stocks gap up, like you're always talking about them gapping up and then trickling down. Wait for it to come all the way down. And right now it's only up, I think, 11% from yesterday.
Right.
Being that it merged with another company, there's still movement on this stock. So all I'm saying is that people don't necessarily have to rush into the stock and buy it. When a bull trap develops, instead of like getting in early and then literally being trapped in that position, wait for it to even out. I mean, you could have even waited till the last hour of the day where it kind of leveled out, and it was now at 68 cents, which was actually a whole, 13 cents lower than where it opened. And if you put it on the hour chart, you would see, like I said, you would see that 68 cent level was actually the resistance some 3 or 4 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes you don't need, any fancy moving averages. And for Gina who called earlier on, I think that's the best place to start. There's always, reading candlestick charts and so on, but just developing the ability to spot resistance and support. Mm. That's, I think, any basic trader or even a swing trader, day trader, investor is just establish where your support and resistance are. Case in point, remember companies like Netflix and Apple where support used to be at about $100, and literally these stocks would come to $100 or just slightly under $100 and then shoot back to 120, 130. So it's just knowing the heartbeat of your stock and establishing, okay, where is the support, where is the resistance? You can do it on any timeline, a 5-minute, a 1 minute, a daily chart, monthly, weekly. And that, I think, as a basis, like for someone starting is the best, is just testing yourself and looking for, the support and the resistance and just trading on that alone. Forget about the moving averages, forget about any of the other technicals like, RSI and so on, and just do that as a start. So that's what I've done with Threshold. I got it at a good price. It did go to a low of 66.
Yeah.
I got it at 68. I'm literally 4 cents, 4%, or 2 cents above the absolute low. So I'm pretty happy. I think Tyson Batts got it as well at about 69 cents. Mm-hmm. And then you just hold it because with this news, there's no way it's going to stay. I mean, I can almost be certain there's no way it's going to stay at 68 cents. And it's literally, what did it close at yesterday? 61 cents.
Yeah.
So it's only up 11% end of day today from yesterday's close. So it's a very good price to get in. You don't have to rush and try and chase a stock wait till the end of the day and get in. I did the same thing with coin. Coin was at 41 cents. It trickled down to 36, 37 cents. I got in at about 37.50, and I'm waiting to just trade it when it goes through 41, 42 cents and make my money. So there's no, I mean, even for day traders, I know there's stock guard out there. He's pretty scared of, holding on to a stock. But if you catch a stock at support and there's no reason for it to fall through support and break down, then you're at a good price and you have that confirmation because you've seen multiple times where it's hit that support. So that's what I'll do. I'll hopefully trade threshold Monday. If not, it's still going to come back. There's no freaking way at 11% higher with a news of a merger like this, where it went up to a whole $1.07, that it's going to start tumbling down. Yes, it could be a pump and dump, but a pump and dump with a merger, I don't really believe that. So just trade support resistance, and that's all I have for the group today. As simple as that. Forget about the 4 and 8 exponential moving averages. Find your support and resistance. I know Clay Trader discusses that a lot he always does the 30-minute time frame, but you can choose any time frame you're comfortable with. And I appreciate, Agina calling in. It's always refreshing to hear new callers, especially female callers, because, like you said, I mean, women are better with money. And when a woman gets something, especially when it comes to trading like this, they often, most of the time, they make excellent traders. So, I appreciate her call, and if she wants to contact me, I'm available. I have people calling my cell phone and spend hours talking to them at no cost, no charge, because I just believe in helping people. So, that's all I have for the group, and happy Friday, Sal, and I hope your bracket hasn't been busted yet.
Yes, no, has not yet. I mean, I wanted UNC to win, but it is what it is, man. Appreciate it. I mean, I wanted Texas Southern. Texas Southern.
Didn't win?
I wanted Texas Southern to win tonight.
Whoa.
I wanted Texas Southern to win.
Scared me there.
But I still had UNC taking the W, but it is what it is. It's all good.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, Sal. Have a good Friday. Have a good weekend.
All right.
Take care, everyone.
Appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. So, Gina, you got a lot of people here willing to help. I mean, there are a lot of guys I know in the chat room who if I sent a quick email to, they'd be more than happy to help. The only thing I didn't agree with Batch is talking about how women are better with money. I don't, not all women now. I don't want to give them all that credit, but women, when they realize what's going on and how to make money, those women, yes, are very good at managing money in their trades. All right. But not just because they're women, you know what I mean? I've seen some credit scores from women that, man, I just, how the hell do you get a credit score that low? I mean, that's just, whew. When I worked at T-Mobile, dude, there'd be some women coming in, hot girls, man, hot, beautiful women. You run their credit and it's like, good God. I mean, all I can do is give you, the pay a month phone, like, per month phones. I couldn't even give you a contract phone. That's how bad their credit was. 703, you're on the phone. What's up?
What's up? So it's me, Fisher. How are you?
All right, doing good. What you got for us today, man?
Hey, I just want to say thank you for Giggles. You gave me hope, and it did what you told me it did today.
There it is, man. There it is. I forgot. What was that ticker again? Would you say that again?
Giggles and Hugs, GIGL.
GIGL, yes. GIGL. Okay. Well, the one that signed up, with the woman. Yeah, so GIGL, yeah. I want, good. I'm glad you held onto this one because, again, they signed up with
25%.
Yeah, they signed up with what's her name and Jillian Michaels, and I think, like I said, there are going to be some good things that are going to come out of this. So we'll see what happens. But right now, it's a good rebound today. Absolutely good rebound today. Here, I'm seeing here. What's this is the hourly chart? Let me go to the 5 minutes. See how that played out.
Did you get my Twitter message this morning?
About what?
dries. Did you hear the
Oh
news?
yeah. Oh well, I didn't see the news, but I saw the chart, and it didn't respond anywhere near what we thought it was going to be. I did see they had the completion of what was that the equity funding,
They
but
trying to no, they was trying to buy out Tops
okay.
like a merger. Like I saw like I'm Seeking Alpha, and I think it was Sheepwolf who posted it on Twitter. I was like, oh shit.
Let me see here.
Maybe that's why Tops was going crazy for like 2 days because Dryers is trying to buy them out. They're from the same country.
Okay, I'm not seeing that. But I'll look for that. But I do see here again when they talked about how they were done with the offering and raised almost $200 million. But I don't see that one. But I'll definitely keep looking for that. But yeah, man, when it comes back to that GIGL, I think you're sitting pretty in it now.
Yeah.
You know, at 15 cents a share. So we'll see what happens with GIGL moving forward.
Hey, for me, my favorite indicator is the RSI. But that shit will tell you perfectly how the volume is going. Especially when you combine the RSI and the volume.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
beautiful.
Oh, absolutely. RSI and in accordance with MACD as well. Some guys use it with MACD and also with volume. And yeah, I mean, RSI is a great indicator for most traders use it, whether it be options, day trading, swing trading, all types of different time frames. RSI is incredibly helpful. Incredibly helpful.
Especially if you want to make some quick money, I mean, all day, you can even use that stuff on the Forex.
Oh, yeah.
And the Forex is every day, all day.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can use it on the Forex as well. But, you know, even intraday, you know, trading on the equity side, you know, some guys just play the lows and highs of RSI. I mean, that's basically it. Guys who,
Because,
especially stocks that are incredibly liquid, the more liquid the stock, the more, you know, honest or more reliable the indicator is. So there are guys who just played the oversold, overbought side of RSI. So it's a good deal. Good deal.
Yeah, because it tells you exactly when to buy and when to sell. I mean,
Yeah.
you can do it for like every 30 minutes to an hour.
Right. All
Right.
right. Appreciate it,
Okay.
man. Thanks for the call, man. All right. Yeah. Now, no indicator tells you exactly, you know, when to buy, when to sell, but just because I just heard him say that. But it gives you an indication of where to buy and where to sell. I wish an indicator told you, hey, this is where to buy, this is where to sell. All right, because RSI determines what's overbought and what's oversold. You know, but I can show you many charts that are oversold where you buy and you would be holding a bag for another 4 or 5 days. You know what I mean? So just because it's low on the RSI doesn't necessarily always mean it's you know the right time to buy, because when stocks are in a bearish trend, they hang low on the RSI. All right? Yeah, okay. I got what you're saying, Master 82. Yeah, Trading Jedi, you gotta, hey, you know, because I don't want anybody to come back, well, it's at 30 RSI. You said that's where to buy. You know, get those emails. The Arun indicator, how accurate is the Arun? I mean, I've seen a couple videos talking about the Arun indicator, you know, but I figure if the Arun indicator was that good, wouldn't everybody make money? If the Arun indicator was that accurate? And thanks for the call, Bad Scientist. All right. So let me go back to see here again what was hot on the market today. And NASDAQ again doing relatively well, man. Very, very good plays for NASDAQ today. DIFFN. But again, setting up into next week, you know, the market overall, especially the NASDAQ's been so random. Every single day we've got, you know, another 5 or 6 stocks that you really couldn't have looked at the day before and said they were going to do anything. So, you know, when you talk about going into next week, there's really nothing on the NASDAQ side where you can say, you know, maybe the AUPH, the PUTM, I mean, the OPTT we looked at earlier, PULM, those were stocks. I also saw NAK make a move today, which was really interesting. I saw NAK make a move. Here's NAK on the 5-minute chart, which is a late day move. All right, this is one of, what's his name, Prolix's favorite stocks. So I saw that make an interesting late day move in NAK. That kind of came out of nowhere. All right, that kind of came out of nowhere. NAK was a stock that had been, relatively struggling for the most part after some short sale issues earlier in the month. You had NAK make an interesting move today. All right. But as for next week, I want to see MJ run again. I want to see MJ run next week. March will be going into the second half of March. 420 is next month. I figure I'd love to see MJNA continue to keep doing what it's doing. CBIS run, and many of these other MJs start getting warm up again. All right, I posted up on my Twitter some late buys in some of those MJ plays. Penny Stock Profit sending out 3 emails today. He's a pretty good promoter. I mean, he's got a strong list, and 3 emails about how his pick that's going to come out Monday after hours, and I will share that with you guys here on my show on Monday. The stock is supposed to be released on Monday at 4. I'll have that for you guys that night. Supposedly it's going to be a game changer, and he's pretty good. He delivers some really good stocks that have done very well multiple days. So we'll see what's going on with that. Let me see here. CGIX. Was that your pick? Who brought us CGIX? Cancer Genetics? Cancer Genetics, 18%. Okay, yeah. Here's another one. CGIX, I do see that's on the list as well. Hottest stocks of the day. That's number 10 to be exact, with an 18% gain. CGIX, let's see if that can translate into multiple days here. Going into the daily, where are we on the daily chart here? Okay, wow. So CGIX here's the daily chart. Every candlestick is 1 day. Not bad. So CGIX with 2 days now of really successive gains. You're pretty high now on CGIX. So we'll see. Got a longer candlestick than the last couple successive days. So Monday could be a pullback, but we'll see. Have I ever heard of Foos talk about falling out with Stykes over Profitly? Yeah, I mean San Wolf. I talked a little bit about that on previous shows. You got to remember he was signed up with Tim Sykes with Profitly at the beginning, and he had his own section, his own alerts and shit like that. But supposedly they fell out because Tim Sykes said Foos didn't want to release all his trades, and he was hiding trades, and Foos didn't like the pricing and what he was getting on his cut. And as I said in the video, Who's Cameron Foos, they're both 2 different dudes, man. They're both 2 different dudes. But at the time, by the way, there's the link to download Foos's DVD Part 1. Part 1 is right there. You can go ahead and download that. Make sure you have a torrent downloader, BitTorrent, uTorrent. But again, they're 2 way different dudes, man. Cameron Foos is he's basically like a black dude. I mean, for real, he's just carries himself real differently. Whereas, Tim is not, as much as you see him on the screen, he's not, from what I've heard from other people, not the most social guy outside of the camera. You know what I mean? Whereas Cameron, you always see him, he's got a ton of people around, girls. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a whole different vibe, bro. It's a whole different vibe. Yeah, they're 2 different guys. All right. Say, hey, look at my garage. Yeah, I mean, again, Foos is, he's not a guy who talks about his money. If you notice, Foos doesn't really talk about his money. Like once in a while, he'll say, hey, guys, I get a $10,000 day, but it's not like, hey, look at my trading lifestyle. It's not that like in your face. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. He does. It's a different. I don't know. I think you guys get what I'm trying to say. All right. So getting back, DTII will run to 10 cents. I don't know. We'll see about that. DTII runs to 10. Right now you're at 3. You actually you almost touched 4. You got back to 3. You had some hesitation up there. I think I would agree with maybe 5 cents if you would have closed at that 4.98 where you got at. Or actually, no, that 0.0398, excuse me. You know? Said Foose is a way better trader than Tim. Yeah, I mean, Tim doesn't even really trade like that anymore, man. I mean, if you really look at it that way, you know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, probably not. But Tim is all about promoting his business now, you know. And again, I don't hate on that. Please press like. You know, he's running his business, and I just remember before the gimmicks. That's all. I remember when it was really about, you know, getting people to change their lives. Now it's about like the Ferrari, and now he put out this video where it was like if you pay him the $8,500 for that program where he calls you for 20 minutes every month, then you get a ride in the Ferrari. And I'm like, man, come on, like I don't remember that. You know what I mean? You got to talk about, you know, there are videos of me from 2012 talking about Tim Sykes. I remember, you know, when it was really about just making the trade, man. Just dude was hungry. No Lambos, none of that bullshit. Now it just seems so gimmicky. But again, I'm showing my age there. 703, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, it's me for sure, Ken. Just 2 things. GLLK is a gold stock. That's a penny stock.
You said DLLK?
G.
Oh, GLLK.
G as in gold. Yeah.
Let me see. GLLK. Gold Lakes. All right. 0012. All right. So this looks like it's. All right. So.
Just in case we need something like for the commodity stocks.
All right, so it ran yesterday, as you can see here today. Yeah, you know, he had a sell off today. The stock is now hanging there.
But that usually what happens on Fridays, a lot of sell-offs, right?
Yeah, you got a lot of sell-offs, and plus, I mean, the stock ran yesterday, so you know, you got some people who made some profits and they're taking it, and we'll see what happens with it. Stock's pulled back now. You got some support here, 0012. Here was another stock that was a triple. That was a triple, and it was a triple just as recently as earlier in the week, and you got up to 0019. That's almost 700% right there. So insane run for that.
Oh yeah, did you hear about NVIDIA?
Yeah, NVIDIA is a little higher now. If you remember, NVIDIA got to as low as like 99, but I haven't checked up on NVIDIA. What's going on with NVIDIA?
It's about to join the S&P 500 on Monday.
Okay, all right. That's something. Damn, yeah. NVIDIA was definitely a hot stock today, almost $2 a share. I'd love to see what that did on the options, but yeah, NVIDIA went bearish for some time. And sure enough,
maybe that's why it's going up, because it's got to join one of the big stocks.
Oh, of course. I mean, that's a huge catalyst, but also the fact that it was a stock that was at one time $122. If you remember, there was a website that came out and said NVIDIA was overpriced, and here's why, and blah blah blah, and the stock dropped. I mean, it tanked almost like 5-6% in that one day. I remember it just like yesterday, and sure enough, NVIDIA, shitted on itself. But it's working its way higher. Yeah, it's working its way higher now at 106. Now you got a lot of people saying 110 is in sight. So we'll see what happens on that.
Yeah, because NVIDIA and Intel is like Apple and Samsung. Like, no, hell no. There's no two processors that can compete with. There's no other processor that compete with those two.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the call, bro.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's a good company. NVIDIA, AMD, they're doing their thing. And AMD, by the way, that's one I'm looking at. AMD's going back trying to, in fact, on the daily chart, it looks a lot better, easier to tell. NVIDIA headed back to 110. AMD looks like it's trying to find that 50-day again. NVIDIA tends to use, or AMD tends to use the 50-day as support. All right. But we were just talking about $15 AMD. Now it's pulled back all the way back to $13. So NVIDIA having some hesitation here. But I think if you like options, we'll see what happens next week for AMD. But this is a stock that should, be setting new highs instead of retesting old lows. All right. What happened to Apple? I don't know. I don't follow Apple. And let me see here. I should, because Apple is actually a really good option play from what I hear. I got a lot of guys making a lot of good money in Apple stocks, but I do see here Apple pull back. But Apple's always a good long. A good long. Okay. You said Amari. Yeah, oh yeah. People always do that, Amari. Of course. AEPP. Yep, AEPP. We talked about that yesterday. AEPP. Here's that stock collecting more and more profits. All right. Since, was that the 14th? Doing real well here. Almost 3 days. Actually, 15th. Doing really well. Setting up real nicely, too. You had a good range, but the body's at the higher end of the wick, showing that buyers felt that those lower prices were bargains. When you have a body that has a very long bottom wick but a high body, I guess you would call it a hammer here on that 5 minute to end the day. So solid candlesticks being formed here on AEPP. As you can see here, though, I'd love to see more consistent buying in the day. As you can see here, man, it tends to dry up. Here's the 5 minute. It tends to really dry up. You have big buys here and there. I still want to see more volume that's more consistent. You guys have always said, that the more volume the stock has, the more honest the price is, right? And you don't get those huge swings when people start jumping in and out. And where are we in the volume right now? Just curious. I know we're probably in the M's, but all right, 2.4. All right, so that's above average too. Actually above its 30-day. So okay, it's actually a good thing to see. But would be nice if it divided evenly throughout the day. Because as you can see here, we're looking at certain times where it literally dries up. 11:35, 11:40. It's basically dry. And this is where people get nervous. This is where, when volume dries up like this, people who are holding on to a lot of shares, unless they really know what they're doing, they get nervous and dump. And that's why you'll sometimes see a penny stock that's running, and then you'll just see a huge red bar where people are like, okay, I'm just dumping everything there. Yeah, very sporadic, exactly. But overall, if we go back to the daily chart, pretty good. And again, as the stock gets more and more expensive, you'll see this even out. But again, I'd love to see it more spread out throughout the day and the intraday time frames. OPHT. Let's see what we're talking about. OPHT. NASDAQ. OPHT. Let's see, 45 minutes. Let's see. 45 minutes. Sometimes pretty good for some of these stocks that haven't really done much lately. And as you can see here, OPHT really hasn't done much. March hasn't been the best to this stock. Not much going on here on OPHT. So it's St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, St. Patrick's Day, which is really confusing. I don't know. I've been seeing some people celebrate St. Patrick's Day. They just don't know their history though. What's going on, Big Zini? SFOR. Let's see what's going on with SFOR. Strikeforce Technologies. If I remember correctly, Bat Scientist said this was one of his stocks to look at. One of his stocks to look at. All right. I'm watching, or at least watching the score. Kentucky, Northern Kentucky. All right, 9-7 right now. Kansas or Cincinnati. Cincinnati took down Kansas. All right, let's see what other things you guys got. COHO. Let me see here. Credinology Holdings. And again, please press like on this video. Go ahead and press like on this video if you haven't already. COHO. Get more people to see and participate in this video and eventually in the live shows. COHO 0013. All right, I see where you are with it. It's a stock that's moved up from 009 just recently on COHO. Pulled back today. I see where you're getting with it at. It's broken out of a really interesting trend that it's been in for almost a month now. Actually going back to as far back as January, even December. So yeah, I would watch COHO. You'll see what happens on it here. Low 00, low 00 stock. Yeah, relatively good support. Interesting volume. I do see here they put out news a couple days ago. We'll see. We'll definitely see. Master 82. The stock market should have been green for St. Pat. Yeah, it should have been. I mean, some stocks were. We just look at NVIDIA. We just saw some other stocks that, were pretty green. Africa Emporium, what do you have? ENDO? Let me see here. ENDO. Oh, no, that's probably not what you're talking about. Hold on. TradingView would be giving you tickers from fucking Japan and shit. ENDO, Cosmetics and Perfumes, OTC company. Down 10 cents a share. All right. Don't like that last candlestick here on the daily chart. I'm surprised you don't have XTNT. I do like XTNT. That was, I did a really nice day today. I did see that. XTNT following up on yesterday's gains, by the way. Yesterday was a green day for XTNT. I saw you guys bring up TSSI yesterday, and I explained why I was nervous about what that did yesterday. I was very nervous about it. I wasn't sure, and sure enough, it did exactly what, I've seen that many times, and many of you guys will eventually realize, when you have a stock that just pops out of nowhere like that, very little trading history, and, it'll typically shit on itself the very next day. All right. Not always do you have, the same kind of buying pressure and momentum following, the next day. Because typically it's the same guy promoting it. All right. His list is strong for that first rush, but the next day he sends out another email. It's not as strong. All right. That's why you'll see a sell-off unless the overall market likes that, likes that stock and buys into the situation. But TSSI might not be up. It might not be over yet. That might not be over yet. Okay. We'll see what happens with that. QSIM. Has QSIM bled out all the sellers? Has QSIM bled out all the sellers? Let me see here. Still down almost 4% on the day. Yeah, you got to bleed them out, man. You got to bleed them out. As you can see here, still dancing on the 200 as it did earlier in March, earlier this month, and it ran off that. Let's see if it can do it again. It's attempting. Let me see here. Go back. Let's go to a daily chart. Let's see if it's better. Yeah, it's barely. Yeah, as you can see here, it's bleeding really bad. Yeah, so QSIM's got to bleed them out, man. Got to bleed those sellers out. Bleed those weak hands out. Looks like huge potential. All right, you think Big Zini, you think DTII could be the next ICLD? Yeah, of course I'm glad, man. Of course I'm glad. But again, it's not all trading. You know, I do a lot of online marketing, you know, my doctor credit and all those other things that I digital, you know, a lot of digital stuff that I sell online, eBay, a mix of a whole bunch of things I do to create an avenue for myself. But I'm all into the whole, you know, online at-home income lifestyle, you know. I just feel like that's a better way to go. Let me see here. VGID. Yeah, I mean, for my situation is, you know, if I wanted to go back out and get a job, I'd probably have to go back to school because most people aren't hiring a guy with a business management bachelor's degree. You know, what the fuck is business management? If I could go back in time, I probably would have gone into maybe engineering or whatnot, even though they were hard as hell. A guy who graduates with a 2.4 GPA in electronic engineering can still end up in a decent master's program and make, you know, low six figures. But again, I didn't have that mindset at the time. You know, so I would just have to go back and accumulate more debt. You know, or end up in a retail management job, work at the bank, you know, be a assistant branch manager trying to open up accounts and shit like that. So, I mean, I'm good, man. I'm good on that. I'm good on what I'm doing right now, and I'm happy, you know. DTII. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, I got people I went to school with who are working at TSA now. You know what I mean? Like, you know, these people didn't want to grow up wanting to do that, but you know, you get to a certain age where now it's just about trying to survive, and that's what a lot of them unfortunately are doing. They're just trying to survive and pay their bills and raise their families, you know, and getting jobs with benefits at the end of the day. That's basically what they're trying. That's basically what's the gist of it. ALQA. Aliqua Biomedical. 13% gain. NASDAQ stock done very, very well since last 3 days. As you can see here, here's the last 3 days in the chart since the 15th. 2 days, excuse me. Done very well here. All right. Nice chart. Very nice chart in ALQA. You're up almost 18 cents a share. 18 cents a share. Momentary pullbacks, but for the most part, man, you're doing really well on that. And all the candlesticks say stay into the trade. Stay into the trade. Yeah. Oh, of course. I mean, if you got a good job, man. I mean, you got a good job. You got benefits. Keep your job and use it to finance your trading accounts and do well. But my situation is I didn't have a good job. My job at T-Mobile was not giving me any benefits. I wasn't even full time. I was barely scraping by. Again, you go back to my videos. $400 a month was my rent. So I figured, shit, I could do that, $400 a month, and of course learn how to make money online, doing things here and there, digital marketing, a bunch of other stuff in association with YouTube, affiliate marketing, a bunch, then of realizing, okay, shit, man, I don't know, 7-8 grand is very possible a month. 7,000 to 8,000 a month is, if you really focus on, making money, you can easily do that. A lot of people don't think so, but three, let's say maybe 3 or 4 of that is trading, maybe 3, 4, of that is could be trading. All right. The rest of it's just shit you're buying and selling online. Sometimes you'll blow that out the water where you'll have a $3,000 day, $4,000 day trading, when you'll have an option that just go nuts. You'll have an option that goes nuts, So coming from $10 an hour to 60 days later, 60 days later making $7,000-$8,000, of course, that's what makes you going to run out and buy a Mustang. And that's exactly what I did. If you remember that video where I made that video where I went out and grabbed that Mustang, and I was like, shit, man, it's crazy. I never seen money like that in my life. So I went out and grabbed a Mustang and got a new place and a whole bunch of shit. And then that had me get into the whole business credit thing, where now I've got to trade under a corporation so I can verify my income and pay yourself like an employee and all that stuff. Because people are like, okay, well, how are you making all this money? And I'm printing out like bank statements and I'm printing out checks. And like, no, man. You got to get a corporation. You got to show how this is coming in and out. And I had to learn all that and whatnot. So yeah, it's different strokes for different folks. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'd rather hustle 24/7 than wake up and work for people. I'd rather believe it. That's just me and my personality though, because you're not gonna pay me what I'm worth. You're just not. And then if you cap me, that means okay. So no matter how hard I work or how little I work, I'm only going to get the same thing. So I might as well not work hard at all. You know what I'm saying? And then you had some jobs like T-Mobile say, well, I want you to sell this per month or this many prepaids and this many contracts. And, this, I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck about this job like that. You got me part-time. You won't even pay me any fucking benefits. And you want me to give a fuck about how much I'm selling? And you won't even give me more than 20 hours a week? Are you kidding me? And you're not even giving me an opportunity to maybe go full-time? Fuck this. Yeah. This is a joke. Some of these employers out here are jokes, man. But again, you gotta have the skills too. Looking back on it, I didn't really, for the most part, have any skills. I didn't have any skills. But now, you can go to some of these IT camps, and there was one time I looked at an IT camp where they were giving you, certifications where you can come out possibly earning, 50, 60K. You'd get like the CCNA, a couple Microsoft stuff, and what's that, CompTIA network and all those other bullshit. It was like 10 certifications. You'd come out and you'd be CCNA certified. I don't even know if that's still reputable. People still need CCNA? I don't even know if people still, IT sucks. Yeah, I don't even know if people still get that IT cert or not. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the community college up the street, they got a CCNA program. It's like $1,800. You know, I just got one of my homeboys enrolled into not that program, but another program over there. Yeah, T-Mobile's looking to. I thought T-Mobile was looking to buy Sprint. I did see that on CNBC. If you look at Sprint, supposedly there's talk that T-Mobile. There it is right there. Sprint T-Mobile merger. And there are guys who are setting up option spreads on it. So the idea is that it should happen preferably before July or so. There's talk of it right now. Okay, you use CCNA to get the foot in the door? Okay. Networking, programming, yeah. Coding is lucrative. Learn Java, C++. Yeah, if you guys want a job with some benefits right now, something that you can actually build with, definitely going to IT, coding, whatnot. Go to one of those code camps or boot camps. They're a couple grand, but you can really network and go to a good one, a reputable one that's gotten people hired. Yeah. Those camps are changing people's lives around. They're changing people's lives around. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can get some good things, man. And it's so sad because you see so many guys who, they don't know what they're doing. Or sometimes I'll go to like Best Buy when I need shit for my computer. And, you see people there like, man, what the hell are you, older guys. I mean, guys, some, my father's age or sometimes a little younger, or I'm like, man, you could do better, than what you're doing here. Unless that person's in school, I don't know. But, these dead-end jobs, McDonald's, and so you see really intelligent young people working some of these dead-end jobs. It's just sad. It's sad sometimes. So I go to automation and go to Michigan. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I graduated at Wayne State. I know, if you go into automation and if you know how to handle those machines, they'll pay you very well. What's that? There are a couple good schools up there in Michigan that can teach you electronic and automotive engineering, and you can make good money. You'd be surprised. These companies, they can't find qualified people, man. They cannot find qualified people. You'd be surprised how many of these companies, they want to hire people. It's just people don't have the skills. They don't have the skills. Yeah, Lawrence Technology, that's one of them. Baker, Mark M. Baker is a good one too. There are a couple ones I think out there in Troy. I forgot a couple schools out there too. Troy, Michigan. Oakland University. I'm probably thinking Oakland University. That's a good one too. They teach pretty good jobs out there. Yeah. I mean, these companies are bringing in people from India. They're bringing in people from India because we don't have the talents, And my idea is like, these companies don't complain, train. Train these people how to do the job. I've done, again, going to school in Michigan, I did papers on Henry Ford and all the. One of the things that made those companies so great is that they train their workers. When you got hired at GM, Chrysler, you got hired at Bethlehem Steel and all these companies that made America great, they trained you to do the job. They didn't hire you with the skills. They didn't put in a resume, hey, we need somebody who to do. No, they hired you based on the fact that, you would show up to work on time. They'd pay you a certain wage. And if you didn't, you were fired. But they needed you to do the job they would train you to do. They train people. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I grew up in Mount Pleasant, and I spent some time in Southfield. Eventually went to Wayne State. Yeah. Nah, no drink, man. I'm off the alcohol stuff. I'm actually trying to go on a vegan diet, bro. I'm trying to go on a vegan diet, man. It's hard as hell, bro. It's hard as hell. It's been 7 days now, no meat. I've been eating a lot of rice. And, but I'm feeling so much better, man. I feel better. When I take a shit, it's easier. When I take a when I take a shit now, bro, it doesn't even like smell, bro. Like I can just take a shit. Usually when I used to take a shit, bro, like I'd have to turn the air conditioner on, everything, bro. I'd have to just, I'd have to open up my front door, bro. It was that bad. I was just like, man, call the police. Somebody smells a dead body. I mean, that's how bad it was, bro. Call the health department. But now, when I shit, it smells like roses, I take a dump, it smells like Lysol. The orange blend. Yeah, so I started eating, now I'm eating rice, a little bit more veggies and stuff like that. I kind of got to lay off the rice stuff. I'm jogging now in the mornings. That's when I'm doing the pre-market scans on my phone. So I'll jog in the morning between like 5 and 6. I'm getting up and I'm jogging between 5 and 6. And then coming back in. And that's what I'm doing now. Yeah, I take a vitamin, but I gotta step on the vitamins, but I'm taking like just a Dollar General brand multivitamin from like Dollar General. I feel like vitamins are all the same. I'm going to the vitamin world, and it's like $49.99 for. I don't want to pay $50 for no fucking vitamins, bro. I'm cheap as fuck, man. Again, I work from home. I'm not trying to spend no money. I don't want to spend money on nothing. Even my monitors. My monitors are from the pawn shop, bro. If I can get it at a pawn shop, I'll get it at a pawn shop first before I get anywhere else. I'll get it on eBay or something. I'm very cheap. Very cheap. So, yeah, I got dollar store vitamins. I got, let me see here. I might actually have some nearby here. Hold on. Oh, shit. Hold on here. Let me show you guys. I might have some. Okay, here we go. What is this? Black walnut. I mean, can y'all see this? I don't know if it's gonna. Hopefully, don't fuck up my Zoom. I got this black walnut hulls. I just found this site called Piping Rock. Black walnut hulls. This other one that I guess is supposed to kill parasites. Wormwood. It's supposed to kill parasites in the body. This one for energy. Vitamin B12 for energy. Okay, this is that Dollar General Rexall brand. What else? And then some ginkgo biloba. I'm a big believer in the ginkgo biloba. This is pretty light. It's 120 mgs. But I got some 500s on the way. I don't know, man. When I'm on that ginkgo biloba, the mind is so clear, The mind is so clear when I'm on that ginkgo biloba. It's just popping. Ideas is just flowing. You know? Craig G say you're giving me money to fund used monitors. Oh, shit. No, the money that you guys donate is going to the system. I'm not going to put the money in no bullshit. It's the system. You know what I'm saying? The system's got to be A1. But the monitors ain't got to be A1. You know, the monitor, as long as you see the trade. You know what I'm saying? Fuck what the monitor looks like. It's different brands. This one is a LG. This one is a Dell. See, I don't fuck with my laptop, though. My laptop is an Asus. Let me see. I'm going to grab it. Let me see. Yeah, this laptop is a Asus. Yeah, you see, a laptop is I'm not playing with the laptop. Yeah, I'm not playing when it comes to these 17-inch laptops. You know. Yeah. Hell yeah, man. When it comes to that mobile money, you gotta keep it right with that mobile money. Termetric root? What is termetric root supposed to do? Yeah, man. Oh, I'm relaxed today, man. I'm watching the games and talking to you guys. You know, watching all these plantation slaves walk up and down the court. Look at them making all that money. They ain't getting a dime for it. Acai juice? Acai juice, what is that? Yeah, when it comes to these vitamins, I'm still learning, man. I'm still learning when it comes to these vitamins. And, but I need to get better at them. Turmeric. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting better with these vitamins because I want to lose I think I want to lose 30 pounds. I want to get back to my high school weight. If I can get back to my high school weight, I'm at 2. Oh man, I think I'm 225. If I can get back to 178, that'd be beautiful. I'd love to get back to 178, 175, 170. Oh, if I can get back to 170, that'd be beautiful. When will I visit Michigan again? Possibly, maybe in May. Probably go back. Yeah, I'm at 225, dude. I hate it, bro. Hate it. I had to buy a new belt the other day. I'm like, what the fuck? I had to buy a new belt. I was like, what? This is fucking ridiculous. How the fuck do I have a belly and shit? You know, it's not big. I mean, it's not, I'm not a heavy dude. It's I'm looking at the mirror and I don't look like myself, you know? I'm going through the pictures of myself that, your mom has, and you got the pictures of yourself, and I'm looking at it like, man, that guy's fucking handsome. What happened to that guy? I feel so heavy and shit. You know? Yeah. You said horny goat weed. Horny goat weed? What the fuck is that? Horny goat weed. Let me guess, it makes you horny. Yeah, man, of course. I smoke, not as much as I used to, because after I moved, my weed man is definitely not gonna come out here. He probably think I'll have something planned for him coming out to this neighborhood. But yeah, I mean, nah, I smoke, here and there, Yeah, people taking that horny goat weed. Acai superfood from Brazil. People swear by it for skin controls body's pH. Okay, yeah, I definitely copied it. I tried to, because, Pirate Bay has everything. I did that, what's that brother? You can definitely tell he's moist. You can definitely tell he takes it up the butt. But he's got great workout videos. What's the name of that brother? He's got like a whole different set of video, workout videos now. Then it was dancing, and then it was like a whole bunch of other things. But he's got good workout stuff. I forgot his name. Yeah, Mark, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. We can meet up. Not P90X. Sean T. Yeah, Sean T. Sean T. That's the you can tell the brother is sweet, but he don't play around with that workout though. He does not play around with that workout, man. Homeboy gets it in. Yeah. Sean T is that dude, man. Self-made, man. Completely self-made. I read about him, man. He's self-made. Created his own couple lines and stuff like that. So he had Insanity, and then he had Rock Party or something like that. Sean T Dance Party. I think it was Sean T's Dance Party. Yeah, he's getting his money, man. And now, the T25. Yeah, he's getting his money. Size. Yeah, he had Size. Rockin' Body. Yeah. He's getting his money. Would you ever hire somebody who left carpet cleaning while the machine was smoking, the carpet burned up, and got in the car and drive away? Oh, man, shit. I mean, dude, I've left some jobs, I've left some jobs horribly, bro. I mean, T-Mobile, I quit on the same day on the job. I remember it just got really busy. It got really busy, and at the time I had just started promoting, and I was still working at T-Mobile. This is, oh man, maybe late December-ish 2013. I was still fucking with T-Mobile. I started promoting. I had two really good stocks that performed really well. I got paid like $7,000. I got paid for like $7,000 on the second one. So I'm going to work at this $10 an hour job, and I got at that time maybe like $11,000 in the bank. And when you got some money on you and you still got a bullshit ass job, you don't really care what happens to you. You know what I mean? You don't really give a fuck about the job no more. So it got really busy at the store and whatnot. And, I was just like, you know what, man? Fuck this shit. I'm out of here. And that's kind of exactly what happened, man. I walked out the job and they never saw my ass again. Yeah, I just walked off. They never got a 2-week notice from me, nothing. They was blowing up my phone. Hey, man, are you coming in today? Leaving messages and shit. I'm like, these motherfuckers ain't got the point yet. Nigga ain't been to work in 2 weeks. You still calling my motherfucking phone? Shit. God damn. Yeah. So at that point, it was like I ain't going back to work, man. This promoting shit was too lucrative, too much money being made, and there was no way. Too much money. Yeah. Juicing, yeah. It's so funny you talk about juicing because I got a Ninja blender. Barely used off OfferUp. I got a Ninja blender off OfferUp. It's the powerful one too. It's the Ninja. What the hell is that? It's the Ninja 2000 or some shit like that. It's the big one, not the one with like all you get is one cup. I mean, this got the big one. And I'll be putting fruits like bananas and all that shit. At the beginning, I didn't know you actually had to take the peels off. I was just putting everything in there, and those blades are sharp as hell. I was just chopping everything up. But yeah, man, and I actually started actually using recipes. Because, at the beginning when you get the juicer, you don't really have no recipe. I mean, it comes with a recipe book, but fuck it. I just start throwing fruits together and shit. So I just put a banana in there and a berry and, whatever was in the house. Yeah. Is it easy on the fruit? Too much sugar? Yeah, that's the thing, man. People say it's too much sugar for fruit. Has anybody in here used a laser sauna? I'm thinking about going to a laser sauna place. There's a laser sauna place here around town, and it's like $20. And I think it's for like 30 minutes or something like that. Or you can buy sessions, and they have unlimited sessions for the month. I think it's like $50. So obviously they want you to go with the unlimited sessions. And you go in there, and it's a laser sauna, and it heats up, and supposedly you're supposed to lose anywhere between 600 to 800 calories. All right? So I'm trying to figure out if that sauna thing can help me get to my weight goal. You know, can help me get to my weight goal. MYDX, yeah, MYDX looks like a real company. I saw some news shit about it too. You said cane sugar is a real drug? Yeah. Table sugar not good? Yeah. You said no, do cardio? Yeah, I do wash the fruit. Hell, I wash the rice. Yeah, you got to get that pesticide off the fruit, but you also have to, the rice. When I buy rice, right, I put it in my little rice cooker. I will wash the rice until that shit can't get, that shit is clear, man. You hear me? I wash that rice till that bitch is clear. Yeah. Because you put the rice and then you put water and then you just, I stir it up and I'm like, why the hell is this shit cloudy right now? Yeah, I always use white. I typically eat brown rice. Yeah, I wash it. I wash my rice. Wash it. And it's clear. I get it clear. Yeah, brown rice. I use brown rice. I need to switch to whole wheat bread. I need to switch to whole wheat bread. What's the reason why white bread isn't good? Alkaline water. You know what? I'm still drinking spring water. The alkaline water. I can't find alkaline water in a solid 2 liter, man. I don't want to buy, 25 damn bottles of alkaline water. I want a big ass, a 2 liter, or what was the gallon? Excuse me, a gallon. Oh, it's bleached? Okay. It's bleached bread. Okay. All right. White bread is all sugar. Okay. He said it has yoga mat in it. 703, call back. I just saw it last. Okay, hold on. Here we go. 703, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, Sal, what's up? It's me, Fisher.
What's up, man?
I do work in the gym, so I can help you a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Yeah, I definitely know my way around the gym. It's just been a long time since I've been there. And, the thing about the gym is, man, you get the membership and you get all excited, but staying on track to actually go, man, that's the only thing. That's the only thing. But I know Planet, what is it, Planet Fitness? Yeah, Planet Fitness has done a really good job, being that it's 24 hours.
There is one way to lose weight. It's much easier. You do have to do cardio, but you have to eat multiple times a day. So your metabolism stays up the whole day.
Okay.
Like how those bodybuilders do it, they eat multiple times a day to get big. You just have to eat multiple times a day eating small food.
Okay.
So no matter what, you're burning metabolism all day long.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm trying to get small. I'm trying to get like, I don't even want to get like muscular. I want to get like Bruce Lee. You know what I'm saying? I want to get small, like strong, but thin. That's what I'm trying to look like. I don't even want to be like heavy, starch looking dude like he's full of starch.
Well, that's easy. Then you will have to do like low weight with high repetition. That's the same thing like girls.
Okay. Yeah, I figured that. Yeah, I figured low weight
because high repetition.
Okay.
Because with guys, if they want to get the muscle, they have to do high weights with low repetition. For girls who are trying to get that definition, but don't want to get that muscular, it's low weights, high repetition.
Yeah. Okay.
Plus, you can do HIIT classes.
Yeah.
High interval intensity classes.
Mm-hmm.
Those will help you lose weight faster if you like an hour a day, like burpees, squats, lunges, back and forth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, Fisher.
No problem.
Yeah. I mean, that's where I'm trying to get to, and you know, I never wanted to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger or anything. I never wanted to be, but I've always looked at a guy like Bruce Lee. You know, I always liked his body because it worked good for his frame. You know what I mean? Many of those guys who are bodybuilders, they tend to be shorter guys who are really stocky, and it just never really looked right to me. Never really looked right to me. Yeah, I'm 6'1", but I've always wanted a more of a thinner frame. I've always appreciated a guy with a thinner frame. Those guys live long too. You know, those guys live longer too. There's those stocky guys that end up, croaking at like 63 from a heart attack or some shit like that. What happened to what's his name, Goldust or whatever? And I mean, that's why a lot of these WWE guys are falling off, man. These WWE guys, they can't make it past 70 years old, man. Those guys are too stocky. All that weight, all that, training is hard on the heart. 770, you're on the air. What's up?
What up, sir?
What's up, man? What you got for us?
I wanted to ask a question. I seen you had sent out a tweet early today when you were showing about hemp. Was that today or yesterday?
Yeah, I sent out. Yeah, I sent out one yesterday as well as today. I just think hemp is one to watch. With marijuana slightly turning around here, I think hemp is a stock that's finding a bottom here. So I'm thinking hemp, MCOA, and a couple other few obscure plays are looking to turn around here and probably do something over the next week and a half.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, what where do you get the information as far as like when people are buying large shares like that you displayed? Is that off of a software that you use, or is that what software is that?
Yeah, it's just the pure level 2. I mean, your broker should be able to allow you to see the level 2, the stock action on the ticker. But if you don't, you can go to what's that website where you can see time and sales? I know Investors Hangout has it, where you can look up the company's time. You can look up time and sales during. Let me see here, time and sales data. I know you can. There's a site you can get it for free. Yeah, free real. Let me see here. Just go to Google and type in free real time. Free real time.
Free real time.
Yeah, free real time. In fact, let me see here. HEMP. I'll put the ticker. I can put it in the chat room right now. I'll put it in the chat room right now. Yeah, free real time, and you can pull up. Free real time. You can pull up time and sales data for whatever stock you're looking at. For most of them, anyway.
Okay. Most of them, okay. And then I wanted to get your opinion on the stock I've been watching for about a couple weeks now, and I'm just trying to figure if it's a waste of time. Should I move on, or should I stick with it? I haven't bought any shares in it yet, but I've been really looking at it for the last couple of weeks. Its ticker is FLSR. Have you ever heard of that company?
FLFR?
Yeah, FL, S as in Sam, R as in Romeo.
Okay. Yeah, we have heard. They did didn't they do a run here? Yeah, okay, yeah. So they did a run here recently, I see here back on March 9th. Where are you in at on this stock? Oh,
I'm not in it.
Oh, yeah, okay,
I've been watching it.
You said you've been watching it.
It came up on my scan, I think, last week, and then I didn't really want to buy into it because I really didn't know anything about it, and I've just been watching it. So I'm hoping it'll come down a little bit before, even if I decide to go in it or not. But I just wanted to get your opinion on it to see if that's a credible company, or is that just a waste of time?
Well, I mean, that's it. The question whether or not it's credible or not, that's a tough one always to answer. Many of these aren't credible at all. Whether or not you can make some money on it, though, I can see here it is settling at these prices. You've got some support here at what is that, 0009, 0008. You might be able to get it cheaper if you can get those 0007s that where it tends to hit at. Looks like you do very well for yourself. If you can get some 0007s, I can see here that was the day's range today. If you can snipe some of those up, there's some real, support there. Let me see here on that daily chart. And the stock has relatively decent volume recently. Relatively decent volume recently, but I would try to see if you can snatch up some 0007s on it. And you're willing to hold for a little bit, because I can't tell you when it's going to do that rally again, or when it will rally again, period. But again, when you have a stock like this, you just want to get in as low as possible, being that it's been bleeding off for some time.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed too with these 000, 3s or 5s. When they have found a support line. I've noticed that when I'm looking at these tickers that some of these don't even run really right off rip. Some of these you got to wait, 5-6 months.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe 7.
Right, and that's the risk of playing some of these that are more obscure, honestly, I think there's some better stocks you can look at, but to answer what you wanted to know about this stock, just get it as cheap as you can and just hope for the best. But I think there's some better looking things out there.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've been watching DT. I think IR and RSI. I'm kind of watching those too. So okay. All right. Appreciate your help, man. Thank you, man.
Not a problem. Appreciate it. Thank you for the call. Yeah, man. So anyway, that's my journey. Trying to do my little weight loss thing, getting on my healthy eating, trying to track my weight and all that stuff like that. So we'll see what happens. But I know at the end of the day, it's all about exercise. That's really what it's about. Exercise. And then also when you're looking on the internet and you're seeing people's before and afters, like on Instagram and stuff like that, you're seeing people's before and afters. It's like makes you, like, man, like, damn, I need to get to work. 646, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, Sal, how are you?
Doing good.
One for us.
What you got for us, man?
Hello? Yeah, so I have a question. So I just want to know if you can help me out, clarify something here. So I got into Plug to PLUG this morning. And I looked at the chart, I looked at the weekly, and I looked at the monthly chart, and they look fine to me, I think.
Yeah.
But it does have a big float, I think. But my question to you is, what makes a stock? This thing moved super slow today. It was really slow. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering what produces a stock to move quicker. I mean, it did have a lot of volume today, had more than the average. And so what drives the stock? Even though it's the chart looks nice, it went above the RSI. It's hitting support at 120, but I guess the real question is what makes the stock move quicker? I mean, this one seemed to be having everything going for it, but it was moving really slow.
Yeah, you just answered your question. Yeah, if the float is large, man, it requires even more volume than it is now. Even though I do see here incredible 8 million shares being put into the stock. Where is the float right now? Let me actually see what the
thing is, like 55. No, I'm sorry. I think it's larger than that.
179 million. Yeah, that's pretty big. I mean, that's a lot of shares right now. 179 million. Well, for a NASDAQ, that's probably, it's higher. This definitely on the higher end for a NASDAQ. especially micro cap stock market cap. Well, this only has $220 million market cap. So, and that's just based on the price it has right now. So yeah, that float's pretty large. And you answered your question, man. You need way more than that to really get those aggressive moves. But I mean, again, you had almost a 10% pop today, which is pretty good for a stock like this.
I stayed in the stock today, but I'm now looking at the chart. I did look at it yesterday, but not really paid attention too much. I see that the support, it hit support at resistance at 120.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the support now is at 107. So I'm kind of nervous now because it did not stay. It just stayed above one. It stayed at 120, like between 118 and 120.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe it will drop to its support level, and I'm pretty screwed. I think I bought at 113, but it's above. It closed above the 20 moving average, and I think it's a pretty good thing. I just want to clarify as to why the stock was moving slow versus any other stock. And I guess like you said, I answered my own question.
Yeah,
so that was pretty much it.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
All right, thank you.
All right, and he's had a couple of days of gains here. The stock's had almost 4 days of gains. You're up almost 16 cents in the stock. With these stocks with a lot of float, unfortunately you got to buy them heavier. That makes up for the fact that they don't move as fast, right? So you have to end up buying them at larger sizes because you might only get 10 cents, 20 cents. You may only get 10 cents. I don't know even about 20, maybe just 10 cents on them intraday. So, whereas a low float stock, a stock that doesn't have a lot of shares, you can easily, get as much as shit. This week we had stocks go up $1, go up 60, 70 cents intraday. And you don't have to commit as much capital because they are low float. What's going on, Mylan? But yeah, demand at the end of the day, Trading Jedi is right. So it's all about demand. But yeah, having a low float helps. For example, if Plug was, we looked at, it had 120 million floating, 179 million floating. Imagine it had 8 million shares and only 30 million shares floating. You'd be talking about a $4 or $5 stock today. Easy. On a float that small. Again, check out lowfloat.com for all your low float stocks out there that could move on some huge catalysts. All right. Sometimes I go through lowfloat.com and I will set alerts. On, nearby breakouts or, nearby price levels in the stock. So it comes to my attention because sometimes you don't always catch the news. And sometimes there's not always news. Sometimes it's just natural, buying, selling pressure that can drive a low float stock to a breakout level. And if you're not paying attention and all you're doing is swimming through news, you'll miss it. Yeah, tops. Tops is, definitely tops. Dries, Yeah, those are stocks that, 2-3 million can really send the stock soaring. DTII float is 30 million. Yeah, DTII. Okay, yeah. And especially DTII, if that float is indeed 30 million shares, look how cheap it is too. So you're talking 30 million shares and it's under a nickel? Come on. It's gonna fly. It's gonna fly. Said Dries is 140 million even after that split. Is Dries 140 million? Yahoo Finance is saying 87. All right, I don't know. I'm not sure. I thought even after the reverse, they got a lot thinner. I'm surprised. All right. Yeah. You said it will run now. You're funny. Oh, man. All right, let me see where we are now on these scores. On these NCAA scores here. These West Coast games go by real late. Where are we at now on these March Madness scores? South Carolina still losing. Kentucky up by 14. That's going to be easy for Kentucky. UCLA. What's that UCLA basketball player whose dad said he could beat Jordan or something like that? I forgot that guy's name too. His dad said he can beat Jordan or some shit like that. They were just really shitting on him on TNT. Or was that Sports Center? I think it was Sports Center. Duke defeating Troy tonight. Well, we kind of saw that coming. Again, I hate the North Carolina teams because, again, they're there every year. But don't get me wrong. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. That's what they're supposed to do. Those schools are, schools that unfortunately win all the time or win a lot. But I can't stand those schools, man. Duke, North Carolina, and basketball. I mean, I like their, UNC football team is pretty cool. And Duke football used to be that team like when you would play like NCAA football. I don't know if anybody guys played that video game, but I would play Duke and I'd try to make it like a 5-star school. But Duke was always like a 1-star program, and you'd have to like recruit to make them good. I would usually choose Duke, or I would choose like UCF or USF or some shit like that. I always loved using the 1-star schools. Yeah, GIGL. Yeah, GIGL did move today. Lonzo Ball. Yeah, thank you, Devon. Lonzo Ball, whatever his name is. His dad needs to sit down, man. His son isn't even really that good like that. His son isn't really that good. I mean, he's good. He's good, but, compared to some of the guys that have came out lately, he's not that good. Lonzo Ball. You said TXHD News? Let's see. TXHD News. Lonzo Ball. That's his name. All right. Yep, still watching these slaves run up and down the court. Making all that money. And they ain't getting a dime of it. Dealt $2.2 million. Let me see here. DELT. $1.58, up 12%. Okay, yeah, Delt looking good today, up 18 cents. See, that's what I'm talking about, the power of low float. See how that stock soared 18 cents in one day on 1.1 million shares. That's the power of having low float. Not even a tenth of the amount of volume. This is a more expensive stock. And you see how it soars up almost, you actually got higher than that. You were actually up 15% for the day before cooling off. Billionaire soon, you said you was one of those slaves? Yeah. I mean, every guy that I've talked to who used to play NCAA, sports, they talk a little bit about if you really get to them, you can like, man, like, how much money do you think you made for the program? You know what I'm saying? If you talk to some of these guys who went to like Clemson or Florida, I mean, because you got to man, these schools recruit 4-star, 3-star, 5-star guys. They don't all go to the NFL. They don't all go to the NBA. Some of them, they end up going to school. Many of them don't even graduate. They put them in degree programs like recreation, programs they can't even get a job in, man. That's so fucked up. You that guy can't get a job in that program. Community relations. I mean, just shitty programs. You know? Yeah. Oh, of course. You know. And look, there are many, you know, ways where you can see remnants of the plantation system, but slaves, but sports is one of them. It's so funny because, and again, I'm not going to go too deep into this. That was last Friday's show because I want to get back to finding some stocks for this week. But I do want to note that if you remember, if those of you guys who are into history, there's back in the 1940s, they had what's called the slave narrative. And the slave narrative was basically a program that FDR had got together where they went back and they interviewed all the old people who were like the descendants of actually were in slavery. They were actually slaves, right? But at the time they were old. Many of them were dying off. So they wanted a first-hand account. It was called the slave narrative. And there's one guy really interesting. His name was Fountain Hughes. Fountain Hughes, whose family, by the way, was, he can trace his family back to being owned by Thomas Jefferson. By the time they interviewed him, this guy was like 101 or some crap like that. So anyway, Fountain Hughes, he talks about how when they tried to sell him when he was like 12 or 13, when his master tried to sell him, they would make him do like jumping jacks. They would make him stretch. And they had this thing where they had to run from one tree to the other tree to see how fast he could run from one tree to the other. Because at the time, boys his age were used to send messages from one plantation to the other or to downtown or wherever they needed them to go because they weren't allowed to ride horses. If you go back to the movie Django, one of the deepest things in the movie Django is the fact that they were so surprised that, he was riding a horse because that was absolutely not the thing to do during that time. In fact, Mr. Hughes talks about how he didn't have shoes. They weren't even allowed, like most slaves didn't have shoes until the age of like 15 or 16. You basically went barefoot. So it's so crazy because one of the things about the NFL draft, it goes back to the NFL draft especially, is that a lot of people say that looks like a slave auction. That looks like a slave auction because they're doing a lot of things that they did to male slaves in slavery. Make them do, things like jumping jacks, sprints, touch your toes, do those things. So it's so funny, man. So funny. So funny. But many of those guys will become millionaires, but because many of them are, for the most part, they come from really terrible neighborhoods where they haven't gotten a decent education and financial planning is the last thing on their mind. They, most part, never had a family member who's been to college or knows how to manage money. They get taken advantage of. They get taken advantage of, man. Those guys end up practically penniless. Practically penniless. Practically penniless. Who was that? Oh man, there was a running back that I met. He went to Auburn. This was like 2 years ago. I forgot his name. And he was really good, but he got into some trouble. This was a couple years ago. Man, I forgot his name. But he was highly recruited running back. He went to Auburn. God, this is, I think he was on the 09 squad. Let me see here, 2009. And then I think he got dismissed. Dark-skinned brother. Let me see, dismissed. And I'm thinking like this guy made, let me see here. Was it Eric Smith? Let me see. I don't think it was Eric Smith. Anyway, man, this guy was highly recruited. Let me see. Eric Smith, Auburn. Nah, I don't think it was Eric Smith. Let me see here. Former Auburn running back. No, he doesn't look familiar. It was a dark-skinned dude. I forgot his name. But anyway, man, just these guys who, were killer athletes in school, made millions for the program, and now they're out. They have nothing to do. This guy was working. This was a couple years ago. This guy, where was I at? I was at a what's the buffet called? Old Country Buffet or some shit like that. Old Country Buffet. This guy was working at Old Country Buffet. I recognized him at the time. It wasn't Cadillac. Cadillac, he made some money. Peyton Barber. That name sounds familiar. If I saw his face. No, this guy didn't get. I don't think he got a chance to get into the league. He was a beast at Auburn too for a couple of the 1 year or two he played. I forgot his name, man. I'll keep looking for it. But I don't think this guy made it to the league. But he was highly recruited. I remember that he was a 5-star guy. Auburn running. I'm Auburn running back. Let me look up the 20. I think it was 2009 squad, or was it 2000? I think it was 2009. Auburn roster 2009. Let me see here. But I forgot the guy's name, but Mario Fannin, no. Robert Davis, Ontario. Nope, that's not him. I don't know. I'm not seeing it. I think he may have even been dismissed by then. Probably be thinking 2008. Because I saw him in 2009. So he may have been on the 2018. Let me see here, running backs. But I'm like, this dude's a beast. Tristan. John Douglas, Michael Gibson, Hooper Davis. Nah, man. Brad Lepster, Eric Smith, Ben Tate. I don't know. I can't remember. Yeah, but definitely, go get those Foos DVDs. Yeah, I forgot that. But yeah, all those guys. Unfortunately, not all of them end up doing very well, man. And Alabama, that's slave auction city when it comes to sports, especially football. Tim Sykes just rambles in his DVDs. You got to skip some parts. The only thing I don't like about Tim Sykes' DVDs, like the first DVD, you always have to skip because he spends like half an hour just talking about himself. I turned 12,000 into so-and-so, and I'm like, oh, God, man, you heard the story so many damn times after you've been trading penny stocks for a while. You just can't stand to hear the story anymore. I just skipped that shit. You said take that ginkgo biloba. God damn. I'm like, dude, I've heard the story a million times. 12,000 into $1 million. 12,000. I've got a millionaire student, Tim Grattani, started with $1,500. God damn, nigga. Shit. Yeah. ICLD's got you nervous. Yeah, ICLD down 20%. But again, man, it's rallied after a strong pullback. So we'll see what happens with ICLD. Yeah. Yeah, he's got some good people around him, though. I would agree with that, Tyson Batts. He's got some really good people, like who are part of his little program and his chat rooms and whatnot. What a lot of people do is they start off with him and then they flake out into other things. They end up flaking out into other things. I don't really have a take on Jason Bond. It's just the fact that he started off as a promoter and now he's doing his own thing. I don't really know anything about him. You said if they started, these schools would go into bankruptcy? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Man, if you go back in history and you read about like these HBCU football programs in the 1930s and 40s, dude, you had guys over there running for like 3,000 yards. Before that wasn't even really possible. But the thing about it is that the HBCU football programs, for the most part, didn't keep stats. And the NCAA, if you played at an HBCU football team, they didn't keep your stats. They didn't keep your stats. But those HBCU football teams of the 1930s, they could beat NFL teams. Hands down. Some of those football players, man, you read stories about guys who were running like 200, 300 yards in games. You know, these, man. Telling you, like, the history of some of these HBCU programs before integration, you had guys who were playing baseball, hitting 50, 60 home runs. You know, those guys didn't get a chance, man. They didn't get a chance. They didn't get a chance, but many of those guys could have beat the professional leagues at that time. Yeah, Sancho Page, all of them. They didn't really get a chance. Yeah, those athletes, unfortunately, man, they lived in a different time. But those athletes could run circles, you know, run circles around the pro leagues at that time. You know, that's why when people talk about, you know, Bear Bryant and some of those other, like, coaches that are like, okay, well, Bear Bryant, he wouldn't allow his team to go up against HBCU teams. You find me that Bear Bryant Alabama football team, and I'll put up any HBCU team in the 1930s and 40s. They would be whooped. They would have whooped them. They would have whooped them. You wouldn't have never heard of Bear Bryant if those schools were integrated at that time. That's why Alabama and all those schools win now, because all them damn black players. 703, you're on the air. What's up?
Okay, I don't want to start this, but I will. But it was the white people. Remember when they tried to breed the best of the slaves? That's what happened. We just dominate all the sports now because they bred us when we were slaves to become better, stronger, faster to do their cotton. Now we just take over their sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad history, man. But you know, it is. I appreciate the call. Thanks for that. Yeah, I mean, that's partly true too. That's partly true. But also has a lot to do. You know, it's not just that, but it also has a lot to do with the fact that many of these guys don't have any other opportunities out of their situations. You know what I mean? If you only really have, you know, if you're pushed into an opportunity that from birth is saying, hey, if you play this sport, you know, we're going to give you this and this and this, then you're going to excel in that sport. You know, you're going to excel in that sport. So I don't necessarily think it's just a genetics like breeding thing. It's also the fact that, you know, many of those guys from these cities and these schools, they have certain programs where by the time they're 5 or 6, they're in the program and they're in it all their life. They don't know nothing else but football. It's like a factory from grade school to high school to college. They don't know nothing else. You know, if the factory was for creating engineers, then they'd be engineers. But the factory is for football. You know, go to South Florida. Go to those schools in, you know, Miami and those areas, or Opelika. You know, those are factories, man. Some of those places are factories. Some of those kids don't even have a choice. Their parents are so brainwashed. You know, their parents are so brainwashed. They're like, hey, baby, I'm putting my baby in the football team. Why? Well, because that's what everybody else is doing. And maybe he could get rich. Maybe he can go to the NFL and make the family rich. And most of them won't do nothing. Most of them will go to these expensive schools where they'll barely pass with 2 point, maybe 1.8 GPAs, won't graduate and end up right back in the hood. You know? Crazy, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But, you know, some of those guys, they end up making a good living. Yeah, many of them can't read all right. They're absolutely buried there soon. You'll be surprised how many guys in the NFL can't read all right at their age level, for their age level. Can't read all right I mean, seriously, you go listen to some of these guys, you know, interview, and I'm like, this brother he cannot speak. This guy cannot speak. Like, you know, he's run on sentences and just all over the place. Or you can tell when an athlete is well trained from college because they just use the same, yeah, we had a good game, you know, defense was right. Just the same, you know. You can tell he really can't expand his vocabulary among anything else for the most part. The same kind of interview. Every interview is the same thing with that guy. Oh, well, yeah, you know that. You already know the chat room, how that gets. Y'all see the chat room? You see the chat room was good all day, right? The whole show was all good. Just when somebody call up and change the subject, that's when it starts fucking up. But I'm not gonna keep you guys up long. We about to wrap it up. Can help. I can't figure it out, Zozo Trader. I can't figure it out either. Yeah, I mean, to be poor in England, I mean, that's a whole different level. It's like middle class here in America. You know, in Europe, that's why a lot of people actually do end up going to Europe. In fact, way back when, that was actually the thing to do. If you read a lot of history from way back when, a lot of people who, you know, came up on a little bit of money, they're like, man, I'm not dealing with this racism around here. I'm going to Europe. So they would end up going to England and France and end up living the rest of their lives over there sometimes, or spend many years. Because Europeans, they just, you can get help out there that you can't get here in America. You know, a lot of, even today, healthcare and education, for the most part, in France and those countries, they have subsidized education where you barely pay anything for school in comparison to America. You know, you're not in any of those incredible amount of debt that you have here in America. Those people overseas aren't into that. Many of those individuals, if you've been to college, you know these guys who are coming from India, Japan, Korea, their countries subsidize their education. They're coming here. The country is paying for them to come here to learn. And here we have our country is putting us under debt. Your parents are paying taxes. You're paying taxes to be put under debt and be a slave. So you can graduate with all this debt and not even be able to really support yourself. It's crazy. Say you get one free checkup overseas. You're going to Ghana. Beautiful place, by the way, man. Beautiful, beautiful place. Yeah, see, my chat room is fucking up now. We start getting into different things. Now, all of a sudden, my chat room is fucking up. I always believe it's intentional stuff. You're working on stolen funds. Oh, yeah. I mean, of course. But the fact of the matter is now you can go overseas and get a piece of that. And that's what's driving a lot of these people now in Europe crazy, because of these Arabs who are moving into Europe because of the crisis in their country. You know, these people who are looking at these Arabs, they're not even moving there because they want to be there. Their country has been destroyed by the very European countries that doesn't want them in Europe. You know, you mad that the Syrians are coming to, you know, America, but we bombed the Syrians though. We supported ISIS to destroy these Syrian homes, these people's businesses and livelihoods. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. How can we be mad? How can we be mad? You know? Yep, there it is, man. Still fucking up. Yep. Oh, yes, indeed, Craig G. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I mean, we'll continue to look. Yeah, QSIM. Yeah, QSIM is bleeding out. We looked up QSIM, and I actually like it. I actually saved QSIM on my personal list because I like the way it is bleeding out. Weak hands here. And being that it has, you know, ran now twice, that's a very good look for a possible third attempt here once it does find some support. And the stock has very good volume for an OTC stock. So I'm watching definitely that stock. You know, because even if you can get, you know, to a penny from where it is now, that's a good return. Even if you can get a penny, you know, from 0075, you get up to, you know, 0.010. I mean, that's not bad. That's a decent return. Yeah, the headache. I mean, they're fucking with me. They're fucking with me. They're fucking with me as usual. It's so funny because sometimes it happens to. I watch Tommy Sotomayor stuff, and they do the same thing to him. Like his stuff will be working, and all of a sudden, when he starts going into his rants, calling people bitches and hoes and shit like that, that's when his chat starts fucking up. Kane, you said might want to start talking about in code, racing stocks in code. Why is that, man? I'm not blatant with it. I'm not asking, you know. I'm not blatant with it. You guys remember a lot of people called my last show racist as hell. A lot of people called my Friday show last week racist as hell. But then the very next day, you had a sitting United States congressman literally make a horribly racist statement saying we don't want the babies of other minority groups. This is a congressman. And after that, you know, them emails didn't come at it anymore. I just retweeted that. That was horrible. You said you want to learn options? Yeah, there are tons of videos on options. You can go and, you know, what those tasty trade guys, they do a lot of options. A lot of videos on options. You know? Yeah. Oh, don't get it twisted, man. Them Arab dudes are some of the biggest racists out there, man. Them Arab guys are some of the biggest racists out there. You know, you see them here in America. Every word out their mouth is nigga, 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 nigga. Mark, I think Mark is still in the chat room. He's from Michigan. He knows some of these Arab guys, some Chaldeans and whatnot. You know, those guys are out here calling themselves Muslims, but they're selling, you know, cigarettes and alcohol and all kinds of, you know, nefarious things to people in the community, man. Jamal Lewis. Yeah, he also said blacks and Latinos would kill each other if whites were the minority. That's horrible. Yeah, this guy was a sitting congressman, man. Is a sitting congressman. Mark M, you said you're Middle Eastern, but you're Christian. Yeah, I'm talking about the Muslim ones. I'm talking about the Muslim ones that will, again, their religious text says for them not to even handle alcohol or cigarettes or any kind of nefarious things like that. But many of them are in that line of business. So, you put profit above your religion, and that's hypocritical. You're willing to sell poison. You're willing to sell poison, for profit. The African American Museum in D.C. is great. Q-Tech, I heard it's real watered down though. It's a little too. It's a little bit too, geared towards watering down the brutality of what, that time was. He said it's always profitable to sell crack. Let me see if I stop moving this thing. Okay. Yeah, man. See, look at my time. I'm sorry, guys. No, my chat room keeps fucking up, man. They keep fucking with my chat room. Man. Yeah, hitting colors 1 through 4. Yeah, man. Well, Tariq Nasheed, I mean, they're giving him all kinds of hell. They sent the FBI to his house. Gold will keep climbing Monday as overall gold and silver outperform almost everything. Let me see here. GLD, where's gold at? All right, so you had the big move. We know about the move that happened on Wednesday. Or what was that? No. Yeah, on Wednesday. Then you had Thursday where it didn't really do anything. What makes you think that gold will continue to move, man? Because it looks like, if anything, it's getting ready to break down. You're flagging to the right, but the fact of the matter is that when you're looking at volume and you're seeing declining volume, you're looking to break down here in GLD. Yeah. J-Nug is huge. Yeah, well, Tomas, I'm telling you, they fuck with my chat room, man. It is what it is. I'm trying to use I'm looking to move to another different broadcast system, because right now I'm using XSplit, and a lot of people said OBS, but OBS doesn't have a really good chat function from what I know of. That can display my chat the way this does. See, now it's not even finding the source. Yeah, it's just going on and off. Yeah, everybody hit that like button. Let's see, what are these coons doing right now here? Hold on, let me see. Okay, I shouldn't actually call them coons because they don't really know that they're being used. What's the scores right now? Let me see here. Yeah, some of them will tell you their coach is their dad, man. That's how, he's like a father figure to me. Okay, a father figure that sends you in the world with no money, no education. But they will love their coach to death, man. Some of these NCAA football players, basketball players, they will love their coaches to death. I saw an interview with Shaq and his coach from college. Man, I never seen Shaq get that soft in my life. This dude turned into a baby, a grown 7'5" baby. He took all the bass out of his voice. All the bass out of his voice was gone. Yeah, this is my coach from LSU. He was so good to me, and I was so far from home. Yeah, that programming came right back. You know, Shaq talks like this. Yeah, my name is Shaquille O'Neal. Yeah, his voice was gone. You know, and well, I mean, you can tell. I mean, and that's how they call him son. Come on, son. I want you to run through the line, son. Come on, son. You gotta, you know, when the defensive back is in front of you, you gotta make sure you create some space for yourself, son. Keep moving. Damn, like, it's like talking to a child. That's how the coach talks to these guys. I'm like, why is he calling him son? This grown-ass man who don't know nothing about this dude. Calling him son every like that's his name. They don't even call him by the name. Like, seriously, if you watch some of these SEC teams, the coaches don't even call him by the name. We just call him son. He said they smack you on your ass. Oh yeah, man. But it's not no down low stuff. That's just what they do in the game, you know. Smacking each other on the booty and shit. Now, some of them brothers, I'm sure, take it a little bit left, but because you're supposed to smack the brother on the ass when he, you know, especially when you get them and ones, you get fouled, you get an and one. You know, smack the dude in the ass. But I've been seeing some of them dudes literally grab. I'm like, okay, this nigga just grabbed the butt cheek. You know, you're not supposed to grab the booty cheek, bro. You're supposed to just pat it. All right, DTII. Yeah, we talked about DTII because it's a low flow. Yeah, this brother just, you know. He says son is the new boy. Yeah, probably. You left the left hand linger. Yeah, yeah. But, hey, I mean, you guys remember what was going on in Penn State, right? What a lot of the media didn't tell you is that them Penn State dudes, those was brothers they was touching, man. The plaintiffs in the Penn State situation, those were black kids. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that, man. That's why they never put those kids really on TV. Trust me, man, if those kids were white kids, they would have got that that $40-50 million each, probably. Each of them would have walked away with some M's. But that Penn State situation, those was brothers. Yeah, man, they were flying. Here's what they were going to places like Florida and Georgia, and they would have these kids from high school come to these Penn State camps. Them camps up at Penn State, you know, guys getting, you know, rated and all that crap. Maybe they would be interested in playing for Penn State. Because, you know, when you play high school and football these days, now you in all kind of camps and shit. You know, you in all kind of camps and shit. Flying all around the country doing all that stuff. But a lot of those were brothers, man, who were being touched. A lot of people didn't know that. 920, you on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? So JB again.
What's up, man?
I had to run to the store right quick. Just got back and clicked on your show, and I guess you must have been going off again. I know it's Friday, and I see your live feed is off again. The chat room feed.
Yeah.
I sent you an email about that. I'm like, like I said, I ran to the store. I get back. I'm like, oh shit, something must be going off. The live feed ain't even on anymore. And shit. I was wondering, is it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's how it is, man. They just keep fucking up my chat room. You know, unfortunately, man, just trying to fuck my money up. But yeah, go ahead, JB.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to say, is there any way you could fix that? Because like I said, sometimes I like to watch the video later on, and like I said, I like seeing what everybody's talking about in the chat room. And then when you watch the video later on, unless you're watching it live, you're not able to see what everybody else is talking about in the chat room. So I was wondering, is there any way that you could, I don't know, fix that so when you do upload the video, able to see the chat feed as well?
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for the call, JB.
No problem at all, sir.
Yeah, I mean, look, I know that. I absolutely know that, man. And trust me, if I could figure it out, I would, man. But every time I get in, especially Fridays, man, especially Friday, and that's pretty much the only time it happens to me. Yesterday didn't happen, really for the most didn't happen. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but when we start going into these very controversial topics, and I'm not sure why. I don't know if it's a time thing or after an hour, or I don't think so, because we've gone, late on other shows, and it doesn't do that. But I know you guys love looking at the chat room while I'm talking and whatnot, especially if you're watching the replay. So it doesn't just sound like a rant. You can also, see what other people are talking about. But I'm going to try and move into a different, broadcast system, because XSplit just keeps fucking up. Every time we go into these topics that are a little bit sensitive, making people feel some kind of way. Yes, absolutely, Tomas. I did that today with THLD. I was in that trade for 7 minutes. Not even that, probably. Bought it pre-market, was out. I think I bought it from 78 to 96 cents. 78 to 96 cents. Yeah. THLD, I was in and out. I know I wasn't even in the trade at even 10 minutes. Real quick. You said they're hitting that throttle button on you? Probably, man. Probably. But I know my show has spurred on a lot of copycats, bro, man. A lot of copycats. I know you guys are starting to see a lot of people trying to copy the show format and stuff. But, they just can't be me. That's unfortunate, the thing. I know my show has spurred on a lot. Unknown number, you're on the air. Hello? Hello, you're on the air. All right, take care.
Get out of here, you damn nigga.
All right, take care. But yeah, a lot of copycats have sprung up. Some of you guys have sent me links to, people want to copy the format. But here's the thing, though, man. You got to get real suspicious of guys who put up videos trying to teach you how to do something in penny stocks. And it's one thing if it's genuine, and you can tell it's genuine. It's a genuine guy who's showing you, hey, this is how I trade and whatnot. But then there's one where you can tell this guy is setting up to ask you for a course. He's setting it up to eventually it's going to get to a point where he's like, hey, if you want to get into my chat room for $59.99 a month, click here. Like, you can just tell. You can tell when a guy's making a video, it's like, hey, I made this trade today, and this is how I do it, and it's real. You know what I mean? It's raw. Compared to these guys that have like a whole intro, and they have the whole, it's a whole fucking production. That's not, these people are not trying to help you. They're trying to sell something to you eventually. Well, no, I just can't. I just don't like people being manipulated. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like people being manipulated. My thing is, at the end of the day, all these guys are stealing from Tim Sykes or Foos or Warrior Trading, and they're just trying to steal off that. That's the new hustle right now for a lot of white dudes. You know what I mean? That's the new hustle for a lot of white dudes right now with a little bit of, who can speak pretty well and know how to do some video production. That's the new hustle. Stock trading. Teaching people how to trade stocks. And for the most part, you really can't tell if these guys are really making money. I mean, because there's so many little demos you can use and all kind of, tricks with the eye. I've seen guys saying, hey, look at this $10,000 gain, and that looks like a demo account, man. Copy and paste, yeah, man. There's some guys who don't even show their face. Don't even show their face. There's one guy on Twitter. You guys might know him. What's his name? Manzo, or what do you start with an M? Madass. I've never seen this guy's face. Every so often he'll put up I swear this guy makes like $20,000 a day. 20,000. I don't even never seen his face. Never, But these people always got a course to sell you. Always got a course to sell you. Mark said, "Damn Whitey." Ah, shit. No, I'm just saying that that's the new hustle. But some of these white boys are smart though. Look, if you look, it is what it is in America. If you're white, you're smart, you know how to do some video production, you know damn well you don't have to know a damn thing about anything to be taken seriously when you put a camera in front of your face and you talk like you know what the fuck you talking about. I'm just keeping it 100, man. If you sound like you know what the fuck you talking about, people will take you seriously. That's why I'm not professional with any of this. You got a lot of people say, "Oh man, you got to get real professional with all this." I'm like, no, if I got professional with all this, that's when I would really get criticized. So I'm going to go ahead and just keep it real. I'm going to go ahead and keep it real, So that way, you really can't be imitated, Seriously. That's the new hustle right now. That's the new white boy hustle on the internet right now, man. If you could edit, you talk well, you can start making videos on YouTube and make a good living talking about anything. Anything. Because you'll be taken seriously like you know what the fuck you talking about. Yeah, they're alien videos. I mean, you can watch alien videos. You can watch alien videos with guys breaking down the movie Alien. You can watch Illuminati videos. There's a guy who makes is Illuminati videos all damn day. Now, I'm not talking about what's his name, Jones or whatever. I'm talking about what's his name, what's his name? Gosh, he's like a big time Christian on YouTube, always trying to get into like the deeper end of these music videos. Like there's always some kind of Illuminati behind him and shit. This guy makes a lot of money on YouTube. Yeah, man, you can definitely do that. What's his name? Sasha Envikov. Sasha Envikov is one of those guys. That guy doesn't even trade, as we've said here many times. But again, if you know what the hell you talking about, if you can come off like you know what the hell you talking about, and you got some decent production, people will take you seriously. Yeah. That's facts, man. All right. And shout out to Otis McCleaven. Otis McCleaven, brother from South Carolina, just sent me $1. Come on, brother. I mean, that's all you got to send me is $1, brother. Come on, man. Come on, man. That's all you got to send me. This brother just donated $1. $1, brother. I know you get more than that to the white man. But anyway, I'm just playing, man. Any donate, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Maybe I can. I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. I'll probably wipe my ass with it. Because actually, after the donation, I only got 67 cents because PayPal took 33 cents. They took 33 cents out of the dollar. Oh shit. They took 33 cents. Oh shit, man. That's funny. Oh man. G Now, email pumps. Let me see here. What's going on with G Now? You know, G Now, American Care Source Partners, they used to go by Go Now Doctors. And G Now, ticker symbol G Now, they're privatized little clinic facilities in Atlanta area. I think at the time I did the research, they were like 12 locations. I don't know what they have now. But yeah, they're like these little primary care. Was it primary care? Is it primary care? The little clinics, the little mini clinics, basically, where you can pay cash for services and shit like that if you don't really have insurance. They probably are pumps, but it is a legit business, though. I mean, they have like real doctors, and I actually been to Atlanta, and I've been inside a Go Now clinic. Yeah, I've been inside a Go Now clinic, and it's actually a legit operation, by the way, G Now. Yeah. Urgent care. Yeah, thank you. Urgent care. That's it. Yearn XT. It's an urgent care where you can pay cash and you know, for people who don't have insurance. And thank you. Yep. Thank you, Nisi. And you can, you know, they have Spanish interpreters. In fact, when I walked in, the women who were at the front desk were Spanish. They were Hispanic or whatever you want to call it. And yeah, so it's actually a real business. Should be doing a lot better. I mean, the company's under some financial strains, but unlike so many other OTC companies where, you know, you've never even seen their operations, you can actually literally walk into one of their urgent cares and they're very clean. I remember it being really clean and spacious, and you know, you had the moms and the kids, and you had a little play center and shit, real doctors and whatnot. Yeah. Let me see here. Assuming PLSB is a real business. Pulse Beverage. Okay, I believe it. Let me see here. Is Jones Soda still traded? Okay. All right. Jones Soda. Okay, yeah. Jones Soda looks like they reverse split. Jones Soda. This was an OTC stock for a while too. They're on New York Stock Exchange now. Jones Soda. Yeah. You say you got 3 Latinas on the side? You're hilarious. How can you get listed? What do you mean by get listed? K. Harvey said, yeah, man. Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen one of them dollar theaters in a minute, but you know, the movies back in the day when you had to look like the little $2 theater, do they still have those? I haven't been to a $1 or $2 theater in a minute. But now the movies have gotten pretty good where, you know, it's not actually too bad to go to a $2 cinema now. But way back when, the movies were horrible. So, you know, but now with the kind of movies that are coming out now, it's probably not too bad to go to a $2 cinema and shit. Yeah. Oh, and damn, I'm trying to. Do I still have them? I went to the Nike outlet store and I picked up some Nikes for like $22, man. I was like, what? I don't know where I put them. I think I put them in my bed. I ain't going to reach them, but them Nike outlet stores are good places for discounts, man. Hit up those Nike outlet stores. Those are the truth. Them Nike outlet stores are the truth, man. You got some good discounts. All right. Shout out to Trevor Riley with the $50 donation. Thank you. Appreciate that, Trevor Riley. And appreciate that, Trevor Riley. Thank you so much. Trevor Riley sending your boy $50 on the donation, man. Shout out to Trevor Riley. Making up for that brother who only sent $1. You know. There it is. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Trevor Riley. You know? Yeah, indeed. Yes, indeed. So there's a $5 cinema? Okay. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. You see what I'm saying? With Trevor Riley's donation, then I can pay the cable bill. Keep it coming. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know these internet rates ain't getting cheaper every year. They get more higher and higher. Matter of fact, they need to hurry up and bring that Google Fiber over here. It was a mistake, but very new to this. Let me see. AMC stock. Oh, yeah, the movie theaters are, yeah. Yeah, what's even worse is movie stock. That's even worse. MMEX is one of them. MMEX. That's a movie theater play. MMEX. I think there are a couple of them as well too. SEGI, that's another one. That's a movie maker stock. Sycamore Entertainment Group at 0003. Oh, and by the way, the guy who runs SEGI is a brother too. The guy who runs SEGI is a black dude. He's on Twitter. And you should see some of the emails I got from this brother begging me to pump his company, man. He's, please, man. I mean, is there anything to do? Anything that I could do? He wants me to pump the stock, and then he's going to pay me back after he cashes out some shares. I'm like, boy, please. That's the oldest gimmick in the book. You'll never hear from that motherfucker again. Vita Guerrera, yeah, she was hot back in the day. Yeah, said it's a pimp. He said just don't use to buy used monitors. Hey, I mean these monitors though. These monitors that be on eBay, those are the truth though, man. Look, you can you can go to some of these pawn shops, some of these places on eBay. You can get 27-inch flat screen, LED, just super clear HD quality. You can get those for, low 150s. Low 150s on eBay. You can go to some of these pawn shops and you can get, a PS4. You can get a PS4 for like 240s now, 230s. I love the pawn shop. I love pawn shops, man. My second computer was from a pawn shop. Yeah. My first computer was from eBay. It was like a $75 IBM ThinkPad. And I think this was like 2006-ish. It was like $75, man. But I was the happiest man on campus. All right. Unknown number. You're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up, man? This is Dwayne Duvall coming to you from the mighty Midwest. What's up, bro?
What's going on? What you got for us, man?
Okay, what I was saying about getting listed. Okay, so I got a corporation. I'm in real estate, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is how do I get listed to where I can be traded as a stock?
You have to either go to the OTC market directly and apply to be listed, or you can buy a public shell company and reverse merger your operations into theirs. And you gotta, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
Yeah, you have to either do one of those two things, and it's cheaper to do the reverse merger where you buy the assets of a currently publicly traded shell, and you simply reverse merger into them. And you can just Google public shell companies for sale. Let me see here. I'm looking at DealStream because that's typically the website you go through. And it's called it used to be called mergernetwork.com, but now it's called DealStream. And I'm looking here like Pink Sheet Company for sale. You see right here, Clean Pink Sheet Company for sale. Recent share price 002. Incorporation date 1996. So yeah, I mean there are tons of OTC. I'm seeing here an OTCQB company for sale. So yeah, you would just have to reverse.
How much does that run on average? Do you have any idea?
Oh man, I mean you're looking at anywhere between. For an OTC Pink, you're looking for anywhere between 400 to 750,000. Yeah, it's not cheap, man.
I looked into.
Yeah, it's not the cheapest.
I looked into setting up a real estate investment trust.
Okay.
And they had said for 50,000 you get the attorney, and then you got the company to do it. 50,000. They said anything will fund, and so that's been my goal to get 50 grand to put together a real estate investment trust. I mean, they basically said your idea, boom, doesn't matter what it is. They said they got investors. It'll be funded, 5-10 million overnight.
Oh, okay.
I was like, whoa,
wow.
Yeah, but pretty reputable companies. The lawyer was out of Dallas, and the other place was out of Atlanta. But,
okay.
So that's my goal. But hey, can I put a plug out for a video that I got going semi-viral?
All right, go ahead. What's that?
All right, it's called Trump Protesters Smoked.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
All right, man. Later.
All right. So, yeah, man, these public company shells, they're not the cheapest, especially the OTC Pinks. And then the higher the venue, if you want a QB, you're going to have to at least, looking at least 750 or higher. But, yeah, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. Yeah. Yeah, especially if you want one with longer history too, like the one I just read off to them, that one was only 1996. If you're looking for one with a history that goes back to like the 80s or something like that, then you're talking about even more money. You're talking about even more money. Many of these CEOs they're already independently wealthy. They're already independently wealthy, and they in other business avenues, and they've gone into the publicly traded route, typically by reverse merger, and is a way to get some money out of the marketplace, fund their businesses. Many of them are scammers for the most part. MMEG. Let me see. MMEG. Yeah, okay. Momentous Entertainment Group. Yeah, this is another one. Very similar to SEGI. Says it's got some movie rights under ownership. Many of these companies, they have a couple, you might see one or two of them that'll have like one or two movies you recognize, but for the most part, they're just movies you see at the dollar store bin. Those little you go to the dollar store and it's got like a little bucket and it's got a whole bunch of dollar DVDs in it. Sometimes it has 3 or 4 movies in one, and they're all from like the 80s or 70s or some shit like that. Many of these OTC movie companies, those are the kind of rights they own. They own rights to movies like that. They own rights to movies like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, of course, never, Cristiano. Yeah. Why did PFIE Profire Energy? PFIE Profire Energy, oil-related gas, oil and services play. Oh, shit. Man, that's a good run, too, man. That's a pretty good run. All right. The volume, though. Okay, the volume. I'm looking at it like, man, did I miss out on something here? Because Profire is typically one I watch. But, yeah, the volume of what it did today definitely wouldn't have put it on my radar. All right. Definitely need a lot more of that. Yeah. A lot more volume needs to be there. Let's see. PTIE. All right. PTIE. 250,000 shares traded today. Here's the 45-minute. I like to see what a decent trend over a slightly bit of a higher time frame, because you really get what the candlesticks are doing over a multiple day period. And as you can see here, you had the run up on the 13th. It's pulled back now, but still trending very well on the 50-day moving average, this yellow line here. And it's using it as support. The bands of tightening, so decent volume today, although that is below average for the stock. You're down just a cent, but you've got very strong support here over the last 2-3 days at this price level. How long did you trade before I knew? About 90 days. 90 days before I got it. Like, okay, this is what I got to do. You know, before I really got it. MKAU still screwing people over, man. What MKAU did was so horrible, man. Like, it's so horrible. Because I know many of you guys were really expecting MKAU to really do something. You know, many of you had bought into the product. You bought into what, the Clicklia software was and what it could possibly do. But, man, that was horrible. That was really, really horrible, what they did. Yeah, I talked about Dries. I mean, didn't really do anything. And I think you saw that pre-market. I mean, you could have seen that pre-market that Dries wasn't going to do shit. It was very weak pre-market. It just wasn't going to do anything. And, pre-market here is pretty much Dries. All right. Yeah. Okay. So, with that being said, man, I'm gonna get out of here. Let me see here. We talked about a lot of stocks today. A lot of things we jumped in back and forth. I got you guys' recommendation on vitamins. Let me see. I got you guys' recommendation on vitamins again. Tyler, appreciate the donation, sir. He said I'm gonna buy some weed with it. Jordan Bosher, appreciate Jordan Bosher. Jordan Bosher with the $50 donation, $50.99 to be exact. Mr. Jordan Bosher. I just got the email. I was like, okay, somebody sent me an email, but it's actually an alert from PayPal. Jordan Bosher with the $50 donation. I appreciate it, man. Shout out to Jordan Bosher for this donation. Look at that. You guys paying my internet bill for the month. You guys paying my internet bill for the month. And shout out to all the people who donated my first campaign. If you guys remember that first campaign where I needed like $500, some of you new people might not remember that, but I needed like $500 because my graphics card had like pretty much fried, bro. I fucked up my graphics card. So I ended up buying a new graphics card. And then I ended up buying also a new, what's it called? The little surfboard from the cable company. Modem. I ended up buying a new modem. Let me get one more call. 612, you're on the air. What's up?
What's up? What's up, Patron? ¿Qué te pasa? What's up? It's Dollar Pimp, man.
What you got, man? What you got for us, Dollar Pimp?
I ain't got no picks for you, but I want to say congratulations on cutting your going to a more better away from the Western diet.
Yes, definitely.
I phoned the number for Dr. Sabi's wife here in Atlanta, man. If you want to get on the right herbs.
So he was a married man. I didn't know he was married.
He was a polygamist. He had 2-3 wives, but one of them stays here in Atlanta. And his stepson, who she had, who came up under him, is here in Conyers, Georgia.
Oh, okay. Now is she a much younger woman than he was, or is she an older woman too?
His last wife was 25 when he was 81. He had a baby by her. But no, this lady, Mama Pill, Annette Thomas is her name. She's about, I don't tell the lady's age, but she's an older lady.
Okay. All right. Damn. So Dr. Sebi he was a little bit of a pimp. Okay. I didn't know he was a polygamist.
The reason he changed his whole diet is because he was impotent at 40. He couldn't get it up. That's why he changed up.
Wow.
And then he went to this whole thing called an electric diet, or the African biochemical balance.
Okay.
Yeah, Mama Pill is. I sent you the text from this phone, 612 area code.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, email me at happypennystocks@gmail.com, man. And I'll maybe just say hi or whatever, ask her, because I know he's got the website. Is the website still running? Because I'd be afraid to order stuff from there now. I don't know if somebody's still running it or nobody's running it.
Well, my mom's out there in Arizona and California. Out there in California, yeah, their website, Dr. Sabi, they still are legit. You can still order the intercellular cleaning package. It's supposed to clean every cell of your body, and believe me, it works. I know people have used it and lost weight, but the initial package costs about $200.
Okay. All right.
All right. But if you want to talk to somebody who mentored under her and came up under her, I'll send you that. I'll hit you up at the Happy Penny Stocks.
Yes.
At Gmail.
Appreciate it, man. Do that. Put your contact information in there too, man. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, watching heavy though down here in the South, and appreciate everything. You didn't go in too hard yet this Friday. I saw you talking about Dr. Sabi last week.
Yeah.
And congratulations on switching over. It's a process though.
Yes, indeed.
So congratulations.
Appreciate it. Yeah, man. It's tough though, man. It is. Thank you for the call, 612. It's tough though, man, and I'll tell you that much, man. It's hard because, you driving by the Popeyes, you driving by Checkers, you driving by Wendy's, you driving by all of these delicious, just scrumptious, mouth-watering, just delicious Popeyes chicken breasts, mild with a little bit of barbecue. I need it in my life. But I know you got to stay disciplined. Like, Popeyes was my thing. You can ask my girl, Popeyes was my thing. But, I gotta understand, like, they trying to kill us, man. They're trying to kill us. They really trying to kill us, man. Chicken breast does not come that big. A real chicken, if you could go back and see what a real chicken looks like, that's not what a chicken looks like, man. I'm looking at a chicken breast the size of a damn, textbook from high school, man, like a history book, man. Where the fuck does a chicken breast get that big, man? But at the same time, that don't make these little pieces of chickens any better because they're all juiced up on steroids too. For example, if you go out to the West Coast, you go to these bodegas. East Coast, these bodegas, for those guys who live over there, they all got them little tiny ass chicken wings they sell you for like damn $9 to rip you off. Them things are poison too. The Chinese man, he's selling that poison. I'm eating your food and Next thing you know, I can't do, my whole day is fucked up because I feel like I got to go to sleep for the next 7 hours. My whole day. That's why sometimes I can't even touch Chinese food because my whole day is fucked up. At least for a day and a half after I eat Chinese food, my day is fucked up. I would not be productive for at least a day and a half after eating Chinese food because I got to take all that grease out of my system. You know? Crazy, man. He said the globalists trying to kill us. Please don't get me started on Trump, man. You know how I feel about Donald Trump, man. You know how I feel about him. And like I said, it's not even him. He's just so easily manipulated for a man who's a billionaire. He's, the people around him that got me irritated because, I mean, nobody gave a fuck when he was on, The Apprentice and shit. That's a whole different conversation. I'll be here for another 2.5 hours talking about that motherfucker. You said Popeyes got that balloon chicken. Yeah, man, it's got steroids in the chicken. Popeyes has got might have. Let me say might have, because, they'll sue my black ass. I'm going to file bankruptcy, sue against me. I'm just going to file bankruptcy. You ain't getting $1 out of me. You ain't getting no $1 out of me. Let me protect my legal sanity, though, and just say it may, or I've heard, I have heard that Popeyes may have, steroids or unnecessary substances in the food. We had a Popeyes shut down. Midwest, we eat Amish food. Oh, okay. I remember a couple years ago running into a brother who was Amish. In the Amish community, there are black people. There are black people in the Amish community. I didn't know that. I was like, what the fuck? This brother had the hat on and everything. I'm like, okay, this brother's in that sunken place. Obviously, this was several years ago before the movie. Years ago. But this brother had the straps and all that. He had the white shirt, little Michael Jackson pants. 614, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Sal, bro? You got me crying, bro.
Hey, just being honest, man. Just being honest with the people, man. What's going on, K. Harvey?
Hey, yeah, bro. Real quick, I want you to. I took a position. I forgot that guy's name. I think it was VTNL. I took a position in that, and then I know you were talking about specifically hemp, HE, I believe is MP.
Yeah.
So I'm taking a different approach. So I just wanted to, have you speak on that again, because I think I want to load up on that and just kind of, I got to test my patience and discipline. So get in on these lower stocks and just make myself wait for something to happen.
I appreciate it, man.
You can touch on that. I appreciate you, bro. Stop making me crack up, bro. I can't take it, man.
Yeah, I gotta keep it coming, man.
$1, 33 cents. You know what I mean? Homeboy could at least send you $2.
I mean, not even. I mean, at least $2.50 to let the change come out. But damn. Appreciate it, man.
All right,
Thanks a lot.
I'll watch you, bro. I'm gonna holler back at you.
All right, man. Yeah, can't even go to the dollar store for that. VTNL. I talked about VTNL. So I think we talked about this yesterday. And I said on yesterday's show, you're going to be able to get this for a lot cheaper if you just wait. And sure enough, today it shits on itself 37%, down now 3 cents a share from where it was just yesterday. And VTNL, you can continue to get this a little lower. All right. When I'm looking at a stock to go long, and again, this hasn't bled out everybody yet. You want to really get the stock to bleed out, and then for it to start going through a range where it starts going sideways. All right, where it starts going sideways and there's noticeable strength and support for you to get in at. All right, noticeable strength and support for you to get in at, and preferably a stock that's ran recently. That's why, a lot of guys still really like the ICLDs. They like ICLD. That's why, ICLDs, you can see here, ran recently. They like MMEG. Stocks that have ran recently. This one, okay, a little bit more shady. He talked about HEMP. Oh, let me bring up that other one. HEMP. All right, HEMP. This one I'm still watching because I really want to. Although I like, that the gravestone doji we got today in the stock, showing that buyers are slowly coming into the trade. So hopefully we get a bounce here next week in the stock. All right. But VTNL, I don't think all the selling is done in that stock. But HEMP, again, what you're looking for is the stocks to really bleed out those sellers, find the support, preferably trend on that support where you're seeing consolidation, right? Indecisiveness in whether or not the stock should keep going down or just maintain a level. And then that's where you go in and play the momentum, hopefully popping higher. Yeah. But yeah, man, these going back to where we were talking about, yeah, man, you got brothers developing breasts now, man. You got brothers developing titties and shit like that. Especially some of these younger kids. Many of these kids today, you got, these little kids with titties, man. And if you remember, back in the day, that's where you used to make fun of the kid in school with titties, the dude with titties. Now it's like every other dude in 3rd grade, 4th grade is bouncing around with titties, man. Because they're all overeating. You said chesticles. That's hilarious. He said chesticles. PULM. I'm going to be reaching out to some of you guys about that one woman who called in earlier, talking about she needs some help and whatnot. So some of you guys I might hit up, through the Discord. I don't know if you guys want to pay her a call. It's not something you got to train for forever. I mean, just a couple minutes. On the phone answering maybe some couple questions because, I'll answer a couple and, of course, she'll probably have more and, you can get a little bit of everything from everybody. A little bit of everything from everybody. You know what I'm saying? Again, appreciate that, Jordan Boucher. Or Bouchard. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right for that donation, $50. Appreciate that, sir. Also, Trevor Riley, and also the brother who donated $1. Otis, that's maybe all that's probably all you had, brother. Maybe that was all you had in your PayPal. That's what's up, man. I appreciate you giving me anything. Okay, yeah. Troy N said he love you some titties. I hope you're talking about female titties, because I was just talking about guy titties. Troy said he love him some titties. Yeah. Sugars and everything. Yeah, too much sugar. Yeah, that's the Discord room. Shout out to Craig G for posting the Discord room. 912, you're on the air. What's up?
What's going on, Sal? This is the brother African Emporium. I got a call in. So y'all touching my lane a little bit with this health stuff.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, man. What you got to add?
Yeah, so, basically, I am obviously autodidactic student of Dr. Sabi.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, coming from a perspective of having a culinary diploma as well, so I know about dietetic values and stuff like that too. But beyond that, obviously, I'm also a self-taught history buff and griot in that reality too. So it's all culturally intertwined in terms of nature and how we're supposed to, be likened to the environment that we come out of in terms of the food we need to be eating. So, we've been kind of terraformed to eat a lot of trash food anyway. So this is the problem. This is why you have the little boys that are, having breasts, and their testicles are shrinking because a lot of the phytoestrogens in the soy. All right, the pediatrician board already came out and blew the whistle on that. We can go on and on about that. That's another conversation. Cane sugar, worst thing you can put in the child's body. It's one molecule away from crack once it's heated above 280 degrees. So another bad problem thing you want to take out your diet. Anything that's white is bleached. It's bleached. That means it has no nutrients in it. Beyond that, they're genetically modified, made into a laboratory anyway, so their genetic structure is not even complete in its organism. So you're eating a hybrid trying to get a wholesome value from it, which makes no sense. All of your vegetables, I mean, what's your favorite vegetable, if you don't mind me asking?
My favorite vegetable is lettuce. I like lettuce with, when I used to eat the hamburgers and whatnot, I always loved lettuce.
Oh, so iceberg lettuce?
Well, I wouldn't even be able to tell you what's the difference, man. I just saw if it was lettuce and it was on a burger, it looked good.
All right, so iceberg lettuce is completely man-made. It has no carbon in it, no nutrient value to it at all. And I can show you the data sheets on it. We can go on and on about this stuff. All this stuff is hybrids. It's straight trash. Romaine lettuce, I vouch for romaine lettuce. It has carbon in its core. Arugula, stuff like that. Spinach, no good.
Let me ask you something. When it comes to, can I eat fish as vegans? Because I'm seeing different vegans saying different things. Like you can eat fish, you can't eat shrimp. You can't. I mean, can I eat shrimp or fish?
Okay, so that's considered to be a pescatarian. Now, here's the thing what I say about fish, right? Because I do health coaching. Okay. And I deal with various clients from old people all the way down to young people that's nursing babies. People are looking to eat better, but they're trying to find the more healthier proteins, et cetera, that they can pull nutrients from to kind of compensate for not eating the things that they've been kind of terraformed to eat. Now, if you're going to eat fish, I only recommend that you eat wild-caught-based fish. And within those wild-caught-based fish, obviously, we're not talking like a wild-caught catfish or wild-caught tilapia. Tilapia actually is made in the laboratory, too. I hate to break people's bubbles that's in the chat room. That's complete in the laboratory. And I can show you exactly all this information, too. And it's genetic. It actually causes inflammation. Tilapia causes very, very bad inflammation and carcinogenic. It's loaded in carcinogenic properties and ailments, too. A lot of lead, a lot of mercury, stuff like that cause cancer. And majority of the tilapia that's coming into America is coming from Vietnam or the Vietnamese area, places like Malaysia, like that, where they're using what they call animal runoff and fecal matter to kind of feed the fish. And if you're going to eat tilapia, you just can't do without tilapia. Then the only ones I recommend that you go with the aquaponics version tilapias, where they get a natural mineral kind of symbiotic relationship with the plants, kind of causing the right amount of oxygen in the water, kind of make sure that the food chain, in terms of the fish water itself, stay clean, which makes a better eating fish. One of our elders, Dr. Carl Anderson, I'm a student of him as well down in Baltimore. He actually owns a fish processing plant where he raises natural-based fish. Even though, like we know black people love tilapia, all right, but he has a more clean-based tilapia. The cleanest ones you're going to find. So if you need to have it, you want to find places like that can, give you a better ingredient or a better fish.
Okay.
So majority of things you're eating, like you said, wheat, right? Wheat, straight not good for you. Wheat berry has been debunked too. It's 100% laboratory made as well.
Is rice good or no? Is rice good?
Okay, white rice, not good.
Okay.
Brown rice, not good.
Oh my God.
Black rice, not good. And once again, this is just science. Don't take it personal. I just deal in the data.
I understand.
It also has trace amounts of cyanide in it. The only rice you're supposed to be eating, the only rice that the native so-called native people were eating, Asians and also African folk, were wild rice.
Okay.
A wild rice shoot looks totally different than this modified rice you get in these bags today. A wild rice shoot looks pretty much like vermicelli in a sense, like vermicelli, kind of like pasta looking. It's real long and straight, and kind of hard to describe it. But you want to go wild rice, organic wild rice, if you want to eat rice.
Okay, wild. Right? You said oak wild rice.
Wild rice.
Wild
organic.
Rice. Organic. Okay, rice. Organic wild rice. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right. White rice has arsenic. Has trace amounts of cyanide in it. Brown rice has trace amounts of cyanide in it. Black rice has trace amounts of cyanide in it. Totally not good.
Okay.
Broccoli, forget about it. Worst thing to put in your body. It's broccoli. Has the spores on top of the broccoli. That's actually produces methamphetamine gas. That's why you have very, very bad gas when you eat broccoli, and it also causes your bowel to smell really bad. Here's something you also want to worry about too, because if you ever feed broccoli to your girlfriend, worst thing you can give her is broccoli. You know what it does to her pH level in her yoni? It takes her from a 3 to 4, where she's supposed to be, down to about a 2. It makes it very acidic and also causes it to smell. She also gets UTI infections and all that stuff as well from eating broccoli. That's why if you go to any Asian place, the most vegetables that they give you is broccoli and carrots. Why is that? Because they're more easily produced, and it's easy. Obviously, it's made in a laboratory, but it's easy kind of pump you to trash a lot better than giving you the good stuff. Carrots, same way. Carrots, 100% made in the laboratory. It was crossed between the Queen Anne lace and the wild root yam. It's actually a starch. It's not even a vegetable. It's a starch. It produces carbonic acid in your stomach, which makes a pot liquor. It robs your body of nutrients. Totally not good.
Wow.
All right, so I can go on and on for days. Asparagus, forget about it. Trash. You name it, I can debunk it and show you.
So okay, with that being said, man. All right, so you're at an advanced level. I'm like pre-K. So what can I name, like maybe a typical, like what can I eat to eventually get on the level you're on? But what can I start eating right now that would be still tastes good, but because I dig the wild rice thing, but still tastes good, but still won't be like doing too much. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So what I do, obviously, I deal with people from all walks of life, and there's layers to life. The same way you got terraformed to this organism that we are today, especially African folk, we got terraformed into this body that we are in today. The same way you can kind of undo it, but it's going to take time. It doesn't happen cold turkey. Some people can do it cold turkey. I've had that happen with a lot of my clients. But reality is that most people that are forced to change, those are the ones that don't have a choice. Obviously, you're in a position where you have a choice because you're not sick, you're not bed stricken. You know what I'm saying? You don't have ailments. You're not about to take your appendix out, stuff like this, right? So what you want to do is just find what they call a healthy alternative. There's a healthy whole alternative to every food you like. Say, for instance, like chicken. I'm guessing you would eat a lot of chicken at some point. You said Popeyes, right?
Yes.
So we have a chicken alternative, right? And it's 100% vegan, and it actually even tastes like chicken. So you're kind of still familiar within the background of what you're doing. Just to give you a case in point, oyster mushrooms. Oyster mushrooms, breaded in chickpea flour, which is an organic natural grain that grows on the planet naturally. The earth produced it. Fried in grapeseed oil, which is the only oil that we recommend is grapeseed oil, hemp oil, or avocado oil in terms of cooking with. You don't even supposed to cook with olive oil. If you raise the temperature of olive oil over 300 degrees, it actually turns into a chemical, a poisonous chemical at that. So now we're just once again having to backtrack. So I'll give you a very, very simple analogy, right? When they brought us over here, a lot of them on them ships, them slave ships, did they bring our food with us?
Of course not. Of course not. No.
Exactly. So guess what? There's different foods that are paramount to certain ecos for a reason. Meaning your body or your organism is only an extension of the environment that you are that you are pretty much you're groomed in, as I should say. Obviously, heavy melanated people that are born what they call south of tropical cancer corn are only supposed to be eating foods that are indigenous to that area. Did you not know that?
Wow.
And here it is that we're trying to force a square peg in a circle hole, and this is the reason why we're messed up, because you're eating a lot of food that's causing a lot of inflammation. Well, first of all, it's causing a lot of mucus. Mucus is the first stage of sickness. When mucus is very bad, you got a lot of runny nose, stuff like that, your endocrine system is clogged up. Right after that comes inflammation. Inflammation is the gateway to any disease on the planet.
Yeah.
That's why majority of people, when you go into the hospital and something wrong with you, at first they check your vitals, right? They see what your blood pressure is, your blood, all that kind of stuff, right? And then they say, okay, you actually have inflammation. Okay, yeah, but this is hurting as well. Yeah, because the inflammation causes it to go free radical in your body. So this is the reason why. So if you want to cut down on stuff like that, inflammation, mucus buildup, obviously you have to do away with milk. I don't know if you drink cow's milk. Worst thing you put in your body too.
Hell no, I don't drink the cow's milk. Now I do remember the couple, the recent Dr. Sebi films I've been watching. He makes it very, a very deep point for everybody to be alkaline, because he believes
Right.
that a lot of diseases can't survive in an alkaline environment.
Right.
Like what does not being in an alkaline state do? Does that cause the cancers, and that allows these diseases to develop? What is that?
It's a breeding ground for the disease. Just think about this. It's dangerous to sickness. So if you're eating a lot of food that's very, very acidic, just imagine the acidic scale, and let's talk about the alkaline scale. Anything that's above 7.365 is considered to be alkaline. And that number 7.365 is very synonymous to two things as well. It's synonymous to what? Days of the year, and also the actual amount of days in the pretty much of the year. Right? And it's weird how that also coincides with our genetic and biological makeup in terms of the value of how we're supposed to be living at our optimum level at alkaline foods that have a 7.365 pH level, obviously per hydrogen value. Right? So by we not knowing this basic science that we actually got back in 7th and 6th grade, a little bit 7th, 8th grade, when they were talking about biology and talking about different pH levels and stuff like this, we missed a lot of this because a lot of the food that you're eating, majority of them are well below 7. They're riding between 5, 6, 4. Garlic is like a 3. Lemon is like 3 or 2. Right? That's broccoli. Broccoli, same way. Broccoli is about a 4. But guess what it does to, once again, your wife eats it, your girlfriend eats it. It actually messes up her pH level down in her, obviously, her reproductive system. A woman is supposed to be between a 3 and 4 naturally, which is supposed to be very acidic because it's supposed to keep bacteria out from down there. If she's eating a lot of food, not only does it change the odor, but it also removes a lot of her gut bacteria and causes her to probably have a lot of issues like the yeast infection, UTIs, et cetera, because she's eating too much acidic food that's not made for her organism. And I just, I like to keep it very, very, truthful because, once again, I always tell people, don't take it personal, just science, that black man is totally different than anybody else on the planet. Asian man is different than anybody else in terms of, their genealogy. Same thing with white people. So, once again, it's like a very another simple analogy that Dr. Saber always used. You cannot take a polar bear and stick it down in South Africa. Is it going to survive? It's not going to happen. Right? Certain things are only made to be in certain ecos, and that's why they survive in that reality. So, once again, we've been terraformed to eat this kind of very acidic diet, and this is causing us a lot of problems. That's why a lot of our people are overweight. You look at the majority of the nations that's over in Africa right now. We're saying before colonialism, you don't find a lot of heavy-set people. You got that now because everything kind of messed up. But you look back, a lot of the old scholarship and things that was found, you didn't find a lot of heavy-set people in that region. And that's just natural because they're in an environment where they're under the sun, they're eating a lot of plant-based foods. They obviously, when they did eat meat, it was very, very rare. It wasn't like an everyday scenario. You take our native brothers and sisters that were here before colonialism happened over here as well. They only ate meat really one time of the year. People don't even know this. You can go to the Library of Congress and pull this information up. They only ate meat during the wintertime because that's when all the vegetables were scarce. All that they could not preserve, that was the only time they ate bison and oxen. That was it. Come springtime, there was a lot of vegetable-based foods. Every blue moon they eat fish. They knew how to make sure that they live off the land properly so they didn't compensate and wipe things out to extinction like obviously what we're dealing with now.
Right.
So, it just, there's everything, there's something out there for everything that you obviously been eating that you can eat healthier and not feel like you're giving up on it.
Yeah.
Like we make a vegan lasagna. It tastes way better than, wheat beer pasta, gluten pasta, cow milk cheese. It tastes way better than that. And we use Brazil nut cheese made from scratch. We make bread from scratch. I have a son. We make all this food from scratch. All of his milk, once again, from scratch, nut milk. And just something super simple. And here's the cool thing about this. You actually save on your grocery bill.
Wait, so do you eat these foods? Is that all you eat, basically?
Yes. And I'm super healthy. I lost over 30 pounds naturally. Majority of my clients, they lose weight naturally, and they don't gain it back fast because what happens is you're changing your cellular level. You're changing your cellular level, which is the reason why you're having so much issue because you're once again, you're putting trash on top of trash, and it's compacting, it's becoming hardening.
Yeah.
Pretty much like most men, when we get overweight, we collect a lot of our weight around our stomach, right? The lower stomach. They call it spare tire, right? You know basically what that is? That's undigested fecal matter and fat that's mixed together and hardened. and it sits on top of your prostate. So by the time you get 35, 40, this is why you're impotent. On top of the sugar that's in your system all day, that's causing a sludge in your blood vessels, that's causing your blood not to flow freely. Hence, this is why you have what they call a weak erection. Your melatonin gets messed up. Your serotonin gets imbalanced. And now you're dealing in a scenario where not only will you become vitamin C deficient because you're not eating a lot of things that are high in vitamin C, which makes you more susceptible to getting a heart attack. That's another issue because a lot of black people have a heart attack more than anybody on the planet.
Wow. So you're saying all I have to do is eat those foods, and I don't even really have to work out, because I don't remember, Dr. Sebi, talking about getting into the gym. I mean, he was a thin guy.
Right. Well, at his heaviest, he was over 300 pounds. At age 35, he was 100% completely impotent, and he weighed over 300-some pounds. Completely impotent. Meaning it wouldn't even get up. You can hit it with jumper cables, he was saying, and it would not move. Imagine that at 35 years old. And that comes from what? Eating a very rancid-based diet. And he was a longshoreman, so he was always what? All over the world in them ships. So they eat a lot of what? Trash food. Stored food that they got to preserve. So, we're in a better environment, obviously, because we're landlocked to the point where we can move them out and get basic good exercise, get enough, natural, oxygen and stuff from kind of being in those environments with trees around us. But, a longshoreman out to sea for 5 or 6 months, they stuck. No point intended to my brother that was in the Navy, but we get it. But, reality is that, once again, you've been conditioned the same way how we were bred to be the people that we are today, unfortunately, because of slavery. Your food has become another value of slavery, too. People don't get this. A good sister that wrote the book, Medical Apartheid, I recommend everybody in the chat room go out and buy that book, or at least download the PDF. Medical Apartheid breaks it down to a science where it'll really touch you in some ways. You be like, man, I've been knew this all along, man. These people it'll get you. Another good book, The African Holistic Diet by Dr. Layla Africa, and also Nutricide. Really, really two good, another good books I recommend. And we can go on and on. Dr. Otto Warburg was the first person to also go on record for curing cancer, right? This was a German guy. Right, and he got a lot of pushback from the Germans because they didn't want him. Obviously, he was going up against people like the Bayer. Back in the days, Bayer pharmaceutical companies control pretty much the plant because everything is about let me produce a chemical to a derivative to get people keep people coming back. Right, so I always tell people it's a very simple scenario. If hospitals and pharmaceutical companies was in the business of healing you, they would go out of business the next day. They need patients. They need customers. They're not going to heal you. They're going to cure you enough to hold you over till you pretty much get, back in the same situation because they know between the food, the chemtrails, the water, etc., you're going to come back. You're going to come back. It's a revolving door, right? So, we sit here play these little biotech companies all day and these NASDAQ pharmaceutical companies, but at the end of the day, we just pretty much financing our own death.
That's right. Wow.
But it's true.
Thank you so much, African Portman. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you for all the knowledge.
My honor, man. We'll get at it again next Friday. We'll drop some more points down.
We'll do. Thank you so much for the call, man. Yeah, man. I mean, that's a lot of information to take in, and for a beginner, you don't really know where to start and how to get healthy. All I know is I'm drinking a lot of water and trying to, keep the junk out of my system. Because as I see myself getting older, I'm noticing it's easier to put on weight than, when there was a time where I would try to eat anything to gain weight. And now here I am fighting to not get bigger. Fighting to not get bigger. Because it's so easy to get big. I'm really trying, man, because it's like, what the heck? I'm looking at the mirror and I don't really recognize this person. I'm looking at why is there so much puffiness in my face? And, it's not horrible. I mean, I'm not a big dude to begin with. But at the same time, just call me back, man. Call me right back. I forgot. I think it was 6 something. But call me back. I'm over here trying to fix this chat room. But yeah, man, I'm trying to, what the hell's going on? And it just recently, just happened real recently, you know, that I'm starting to figure out, like, weight is an issue. Let me see here. Like, what the heck is going on? You know? 1 second here. Yeah. He said medical apartheid. Yeah. Probiotics. Yeah, I'm going to look into probiotics, yeah. But those are pills, though, aren't they? Aren't those pills? I mean, if I can do if I can do what he's talking about and be able to lose weight without working out, you know, I'm going to go, you know, stay active anyway. It don't mean, you know, don't go out and go for a walk or a run to get your heart rate up. But if I don't have to be in the gym 3 times a week, I'd prefer whatever he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? I'd prefer what he's talking about. You know, and he's absolutely right. We are, for the most part, being fed poison because, you know, when I go back to Africa, I see, you know, people in Africa who look just like many of the people, black people around me now. You know, for those of you guys who've been back to Africa, one of the things you notice is you see people who look like people you are around you here in America. Like, hey, man, I know somebody from North Carolina, from Michigan, from Florida who looks just like you. But one thing you notice that those people are very thin. They're very thin in shape people. Like, you don't really see fat people in other parts of the world, in the quote unquote third world, like you do here. You know, here you just see naturally just fat people, but, you know, you don't really see that in other parts of the country. You see thick people, you know, people who are obviously thick, you know, and that's more of a hereditary thing. You don't really see fat people. Do you know what I'm saying? And I do believe there's a difference, but I think you guys get what I'm saying, the difference between thick and fat, you know. For example, if you go to a lot of, you know, Kenyan women, South African women, you know, or those people with those phenotypes, you notice that they tend to be thicker women. You know, naturally. It's not even a food thing. 601, you on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Sal?
All right, what's going on, JB?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I should give a shout out to African Emporium for dropping that wealth of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can definitely testify to everything he's saying. A few years ago, I actually got into that Dr. Seby's diet.
Mm-hmm.
And when I first started on it, like he said, you know, you have some people who try to just stop everything cold turkey and get right into it. I was one of those individuals. I stopped eating all meats. I took all the acidic food out of my diet and replaced it with alkaline. And I can tell you that I lost a lot of weight. And I gained a lot of energy. I mean, it not only does wonders for you physically, but it also does wonders for you mentally. I mean, mentally you just feel better about yourself. It puts you in a better place in your life. It gives you more energy. I mean, you feel whole. You don't feel like you're constantly putting poison into your body. But one of the problems I did run into with that particular diet
mm-hmm.
is that you find yourself, especially if you've been eating meat and all this other junk food for a long period of time, you find yourself wanting to go back to the old way. So I encourage anybody who's looking to get into that type of diet to give yourself a chance. You know, just kind of replace one meal at a time, because actually Dr. Seby, he has a website, which you might already know about it.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a list of all the different fruits and vegetables and grains that are alkaline that you can add into your diet in order to help you replace some of the bad things. So that's the thing that I ran into. I should have took it one step at a time, like maybe take out the steak or take out chicken or take out fish,
mm-hmm.
but don't try to take them all out at one time, because if you try to take everything all out at one time, you're setting yourself up to failure. So, anybody who's looking to do it, just do it step by step. Just replace one meal at a time until you have a plan in place. It's kind of like when you talk about the stock market. You know, you gotta go in with a plan.
Yeah.
And if you don't have a plan, like when you're gonna get in, when you're gonna get out, at what point you're gonna take profits, then you're gonna keep losing money. You're gonna fail. So the same thing with that diet that African Emporium explained so well. Go in with a plan. I'm gonna take this out and I'm gonna add this, and then it also takes a lot of preparation too. You have to prepare your meals in advance, because if you don't have things prepared in advance, you're constantly running into troubles where you get out hungry and you're forced to go to a fast food restaurant because you didn't think ahead and plan ahead and get all your meals worked out. So yeah, I'm not gonna take any more time, but I was just giving a shout out to African Emporium, and just I can testify to everything he just said. I mean, that particular diet, it can save a person's life.
There it is. Appreciate
Yeah,
it, man.
man.
Thanks for the call.
Thanks.
Yeah, man. Jay Bino's absolutely right, man. And I'm trying to get to that point, man, because, you know, I'm trying to get that Al Sharpton diet, whatever the hell he on, man. You guys remember Al Sharpton? I remember Al Sharpton when I was young. That was a fat motherfucker back in the day, man. Al Sharpton was a fat motherfucker back in the day. Now Al Sharpton, you know, this brother is healthier than he's ever been, man. He's been looking that way now for the last almost 10 years. And this guy looks like he could live, you know, another 20 years. What's the name of that dictator from, what is it, Zimbabwe? Oh, he had surgery, but he eats better now too. What's the name of the president of Zimbabwe? This guy's like 93 or 95 years old. And this guy, he's walking around, and you know, I'm looking at this guy like, yes, when I'm 94 years old, I want to be just like him. Obviously not a dictator of an African country, but I want to be able to move around and talk and act like him. What's this? Robert Mugabe. Yes, Robert Mugabe. That's his name. I want to be able to be 92 years old and do what he does, walking around, talking, laughing, waving his hand. And this guy's 92 years old. You got people in their 70s can't even walk upstairs. This guy's 92 years old, and he's been the president of this country for like 40 years. You know? Probably gonna outlive the Queen of England. That's why you ain't seeing her. She practically on her deathbed. That's why you ain't seeing her. She practically on her deathbed. And L.K. Rice, because I saw L.K. Rice said my definition of thick is precious. No, that's not true. I'm about to look for a good example of my definition. Hold on. He's hilarious. And it's not fake. No plastic, no nothing. Let me see here. You know, it's so hard on Instagram to find somebody that don't got no plastic in them. Okay, yeah. This African? Okay, let me see. Pascal, what's her name? Pascaline Mabuza. Is that okay, yeah. Pascaline Mabuza. That's my definition of thick. Not too big, not too small. You know, just right. That's my definition. Look her up. He said my definition. Yeah, he said my definition of thick was precious. That's not true. Serena Williams, yeah, she's a little too muscular for me though. Serena Williams is a little too muscular. I don't know if Serena is I don't know if that's real thickness. That's like a lot of muscle to me. That's a lot of muscle. Yeah. Serena might choke your ass during sex like, nigga, I said to fuck me harder. That's why I look at Serena like, damn. Yeah, she the type of nigga that, she the type of woman who would choke you when you on top of her. Or shit, when she on top of you, she choke your ass. You said you let her choke you? Yeah. Yeah, I remember when she was dating Drake or whatever. I was like, that was a weird thing. That was a weird thing. And now, you know, she's married to this white dude. This is a $1 billion athlete married to this low end, you know, $2 million, you know, a year dude. And the only reason why she married him is because he asked, basically. That was the word. She asked, oh, why did you marry? He's like, oh, he asked me. That's literally what she said. She dated Common. She dated all these brothers. I mean, how do you date a woman like Serena Williams and you not ask her to marry you? And she feeling this woman is worth almost $1 billion. And you ain't trying to wife that? Come on, man. I'm wifing that all day. Like, that's Serena Williams, man. Shit, I don't care how much money I got. I mean, I'm thinking about a dude like Common. Common, this brother's almost 50 years old, still got to run around touring and all this shit. You had the opportunity to bag Serena Williams. You know, you go from having a tour to having a tour for fun. And you pass up on that? You pass up on that? Yeah, Serena Williams dated Drake. And Drake is the type of dude, like, I could only imagine, like, he the type of dude, like, you know, a woman have sex with, he roll over and say thank you or some bullshit like that. He that type of nigga. You know? Yeah. I couldn't believe that relationship. Yeah, that when that nigga about to nut, he starts singing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Common's 45. Yeah, like I'm saying, almost 50 years old. Out here having a tour and shit. Drake dated everybody, but I you know, brothers like that though, them dudes who have to date, you know, they run around with a whole bunch of different women, they tend to be undercover, man. I'm telling you, man, these dudes that always in the industry with a whole bunch of different women, they tend to be undercover, man. They doing that to cover up. I don't care what anybody says. I'm even if it comes out 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I believe this brother is on the DL, man. You cannot tell. I think that brother's on the DL, man. Yeah. Or I already knew OBJ. I already know he's down low. What's his name? The receiver for the Giants? Come on, man. You can just tell that brother's on the down low, man. Yeah. What's his name for the Giants? Yeah, we talked about this a couple shows ago that, you know, Diddy, you know, look, if you're trying to get put on, Diddy's going to put it in your booty hole, man. Odell Beckham Jr. Yeah, if you're trying to get put on, Diddy's got to, you know, put it in your booty hole. That's why, what's his name, you know, dude out of Miami, what's his name, man, Rick Ross. Yeah, that's why Rick Ross had to leave him alone, man. Rick Ross was like, man, look, I can't keep letting Diddy fuck me in my ass. I got to go do my own thing. That's why Rick Ross was like, he was out, man. Y'all remember when Rick Ross came out, he was doing his own thing for a minute, then he signed with Diddy. But he was tired of Diddy fucking him in his booty, so he had to roll out. Yeah. He said Drake dated all these beautiful women, open. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, his next candidate is this 21 Savage dude. This 21 Savage dude. That's the next dude they trying to put on, man. It could have been this brother who can't stay out of jail. I forgot his name. Something Black or whatever his name is. He's actually got a decent flow for the time. I mean, you know, not a lyricist, but you know, he makes little songs that are catchy and whatnot. But he can't stay out of jail. You know, you can't make no money for anybody if you in jail. Yeah. You ain't good to nobody if you locked up. Kodak Black, man. Kodak Black. He's got a lot of catchy little songs. He knows how to write a hook. He knows how to, you know. That's the only dude I know that when he went into jail and he got fat in jail, right? Dude got fat in jail. Like if you go look at some of the old Kodak stuff, if you got some of the old Kodak stuff, you know, he's in shape, looks right. You know what I'm saying? No homo, he just looks right. But this dude came out of jail looking fat as fuck. I'm trying to get Gucci. I'm trying to have what happened to Gucci Man happen to me. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to come out looking like Gucci Man in about 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Gucci Man looks great. Gucci Man looks great. And I'm masculine enough to say it. Brother looks like he's in shape, takes care of himself. You know, Gucci Man went in there and started fucking with the Muslims and all that shit. Now he's talking all that, buying back the block and investing and all that shit. You can tell he got his mind up, man. He got around some people who got his mind up. Yeah, K Harvey. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. You need to get K Harvey. You need to catch a flight, bruh. You need to catch a flight. Let me put the name out there again. You need to, you know, you brothers out here playing around, man. Yeah, Gucci. Yeah, Gucci is that man, dude. And his woman is loyal as hell, man. His woman, he's been with the same woman now for almost 7-8 years. And this woman held out. You didn't see this woman with nobody else. She did one video. I think Rick Ross kept some money in her pocket here and there. They did a couple videos with Rick Ross, but for the most part, she wasn't with no other dude, man. You didn't see her with nobody else. And he came out and married that woman. He came out and married that woman, man. Yeah. I know she was living on she was living on them checks. Yeah, she was living on them checks. She knows she can't go. I mean, for the most part, they know they can't move on to somebody else and get better than that. I mean, if you from the hood and, you know, pretty, you know, brown skin or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You get a man like Gucci, man, you're probably not going to get better than that. You better act right. You better act right. You know you're not going to get better than that. Shit. You said she was with Yo Gotti. Okay. Oh, of course it's about money, man. Of course it's about money. About money, prestige. You know, and then she's from those, you know, again, those neighborhoods where, you know, it's about attention. And, you know, in some neighborhoods, attention is more valuable than money. You guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, I can't stand UNC basketball, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's going to be UNC or Duke. One of them going to probably win again. Yeah, Master 82. Yeah, she's delicious. Yeah, I can't stand. It's going to be UNC or Duke or one of those. It's going to be some big-ass basketball program that's been winning for years. It always is. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about recruiting. And my thing is, like, you know, these players go to the same schools over and over again. But y'all ain't get, you know, they're not even like feeder schools for the NBA for the most part. If you look at some of the guys who are the best players in the NBA, they're not the UNCs and Dukes of the world. Guys coming from all kind of schools. You know, it's not like the NFL where you got like 10 schools that produce everybody. You know, College football, you got like 10 schools. Alabama, Florida, Miami, LSU. You know, you got like 10 schools where everybody comes from. You know, and maybe you'll get a small school guy here and there. Where in the NBA, you got a ton of small school dudes. You got a lot of small school dudes in the NBA. You know, also in the D League too. D League, you got a lot of small school guys. Yeah, Bama football is the biggest, you know. It's a joke. Alabama football is a joke. Alabama football, they start recruiting you as little as like the 6th grade, man. Alabama football, they've got people who are literally in Florida, stationed in Florida, working for Alabama football program, and all they do is look at these little peewee players. It's ridiculous. Alabama has got a feeder program that is deep, man. It's ridiculous. Yeah, of course. They need to start paying. Exactly, man. All those guys need to start paying, man. We touched on this earlier in the show, man. These guys coming from these poor-ass neighborhoods, you know, go to school for 4 years, come out, no education, no nothing. Mama working 2.5, 3 jobs, and they end up working security, or worse, end up working at, you know, the Old Country Buffet. Old Country Buffet. And I swear to God, if I can find out what this guy's name is, man. December 2008. Let me see. Let me go back to 2010. 2010. Yeah, they get nothing, man. They get absolutely nothing. And some of these guys are some of the highest recruited players in the country, man. Some of the best recruited players in the country. You can go back to especially some of those, you know, late 2000s or mid 2000s USC football teams. Those mid 2000s USC football teams with Reggie Bush and a couple of those other guys. They're the shit. You know. Look at this guy. Who again? This is Auburn for Mario Fannin. This guy was a number 5-star coming out of high school. Dude was signed by as an undrafted free agent. Didn't even make it to the practice squad. Got cut. Never saw the league again. These are Auburn football players, man. 5-star coming out of high school. I think it was Ladarius Phillips. That sounds familiar. Let me see. Was that guy that I saw? Damn, he got murdered? Ladarius Phillips. Was it him? No, that's not. Okay, no, dark-skinned dude, but he don't look like him. Oh, damn, I didn't know he got murdered. Shit. Damn, he got murdered in June of 2012. Shit. Quality education is a joke to people who have had history, culture, stolen from the air. Well, I mean, but here's the thing, man. They don't even put them in degree programs where they can make some money. As we said earlier, they don't even put them in, you know, because again, you, as a student athlete, you have a schedule, right? If you're going into one of those programs and STEM programs, you got to make these exams, you got to study and stuff like that. And those programs don't cater to student athletes. Every school will tell you there are certain degree programs that cater to student athletes. Recreation, you know, communications, humanities, you know, bullshit, you know, degrees you ain't gonna get no job in. You ain't gonna get no job. Oh yeah, they all go into I mean, what the hell is communications? The hell is that? Absolutely, man. And yes, these guys should get a share of revenues. These guys should get a share of revenues. When you go to a high school football game, it's free. You walk into the stadium, you sit down, you watch the game, and you go home. College football, you pay money. And the broadcast networks pay money to the schools. They pay money to the schools, and they share revenues with the school with the commercials. So why the hell am I paying a ticket to get into the stadium? And you even pay a ticket if you attend the school. Some schools, you even have to pay a ticket, or you got to attend a lottery system. If you go to a big school, you got to be in a lottery, and you might get a ticket. You know. And these kids, in a year, you know, in one Sunday, produce more for the school in revenue than as an alum I would ever donate to my school. You know, the Alabama football team, I think, is well over $35 million a year in jersey sales and just memorabilia and shit. You know, and these guys don't get not a dollar of them. Not a dollar. You said ex-NFL players who sell timeshares? Yeah, man, it's sad, man. It's actually sad what some of these ex-NFL players are doing right now, man. You know, there was if you guys remember, a Dolphins wide receiver, O.J. McDuffie. O.J. McDuffie, you know, these guys are struggling right now, man. I ain't even want to let y'all know what he's doing right now. This brother was in the league 10 years, same team. Guys like Curtis Conway, you know, if you look at that, I think it was that 97 draft. If you look at a lot of those guys coming out of that 97 draft, 96 draft, oh no, actually 93, excuse me, that 93 draft, a lot of those guys are struggling, man. They're in their mid 40s. They were the first generation of like superstar NFL, meaning like they got the big deals. Those were the big first 90 deals. 1990s, when the NFL really started, you know, they were always making money, but those guys in the mid 90s, that's when the checks really started getting big. You know. And a lot of those guys, well, how much is the pension though? I didn't even know they had a pension. The NFL had a pension. I mean, if you have a pension, it can't be that much. Ain't like you got they ain't giving you M's. You said Ricky Williams lost Mills over weed. Oh yeah. He's in coaching now. Ricky Williams he's kind of a media darling. You guys remember he got fucked up with some police officers up there in Texas acting like they don't know who the fuck he is. Yeah, but those guys in the early 90s, man, they're struggling right now. They blew their checks, you know, to nothing. He said OJ's pension. Yeah, but OJ was good with money, though. Contrary to popular belief, OJ was good with his money. OJ Simpson was very smart dude with his money. They were, in fact, if you read up on it, they were actually kind of impressed with what OJ was doing with his money. OJ never had a money problem until, you know, the situation he got in. And even then, he was still doing pretty well. Them lawyers were expensive, man. Them lawyers were not working for free. You say he had Jews, and yeah, but they weren't cheap though. They weren't cheap though. I mean, you know, he might have had Jews in his corner, but they weren't working for him for free. And OJ, speaking of OJ's coming out this year. I think OJ is up. He's coming out this year, unless the white supremacists try to get him on something. Let me see here. OJ release date. When is his release date? October? Okay, he could be paroled October. He could be paroled in October. But again, the white supremacist is going to probably lock him up. Again, he was given insane sentence for supposedly what he did. And we already know the reason why OJ's in prison now is because the fact that he got away, quote unquote got away with murder for Nicole and what's her name. And he didn't do that shit. He didn't do that shit. Nicole Brown's system was a whore. She was a whore. This woman was a whore. If you read, this woman was sleeping with all kinds of dudes, man. She was sleeping with all kinds of, other football players. She was sleeping with gangsters. Ron Goldman was a crack. That man was addicted to all kind of drugs. He had fucked over all kind of mafia people. Nicole Brown's system, yeah, she was a whore, man. Before the whole situation, OJ was trying to get rid of her. He was trying to divorce her, man. He was trying to divorce her. He was trying to get rid of her. She was sleeping around, and he kept complaining about how she was, he would hear about her fucking this guy and fucking that guy. Yeah, she was addicted to black dick, dude. She was addicted to all kind of niggas, former athletes, all kind of shit. And Ron Goldman, the guy who was killed with her, he owed a lot of people drug money, man. He owed a lot of people drug money. And where he worked, the place where he worked at, where Ron Goldman worked at, there were 2 other people who were murdered there, and their cases are unsolved. And they were involved in the drug business. Yeah, man. But a lot of people, OJ didn't do that shit, man. OJ didn't do. They know OJ didn't do it. Nah, I don't believe he paid. I think OJ is it's a mafia hit, and that's what it is, man. Ray Caruth is hilarious. Ray Caruth got released already, isn't he? I think Ray Caruth is already out. I think Ray Caruth is already out. I remember Ray Caruth. He was a beast too, man. But Ray Caruth, I think, he's already out. It's a sad story what happened to Ray Caruth. All right. I can't wait to see that Lawrence Phillips movie, though, man. That's going to be the shit, too. Lawrence Phillips was that dude, man. He was another guy who was a beast coming out of college. Lawrence Phillips was that dude, man. But couldn't stay out of trouble. These athletes with all these millions of dollars couldn't stay out of trouble, Lawrence Phillips, Maurice Claret, all these guys who had incredible amount of talent just can't stay out of trouble. Aaron Hernandez. Aaron Hernandez, this was a guy who was on track to probably get $100 million contract as a tight end. Who was better than Hernandez that, his best year? That Patriots tight end? That guy was a beast, man. Take care, Danger Dave. He said 30 for 30 broke. Yeah, those guys, this is pathetic. That's the saddest 30 for 30 I've ever seen, man. Seeing these guys who at one time made millions of dollars talking about how they blow through all their money. It's sad. Talking about how, they spent money on record labels and shit like that. That was the thing back in the day, starting the record label. You still got dudes fucking around with that record label bullshit. Still fucking with that record label bullshit. What's his name? Like Brian McKinney or whatever? Brian McKinney, the offensive lineman. A couple of years ago, he started this record label bullshit, and that disappeared real quick. Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, man, I'm definitely going to take advantage of that this diet we talked about, man, because I'm definitely not trying to end up in that situation where you're, impotent at 40 years old, can't get your dick up and nothing. And this brother, Dr. CB, ended up changing his life. And then we had the guy call up and say he was a polygamist. I didn't even know that. Dude was a polygamist and ended up having multiple wives. And even in his late 70s, bore another child. That's crazy, man. Yeah, Shorty is a dime, man. Shorty is definitely a dime. Yeah, people looking at that the IG I sent out. Yeah. Lottery winners blowing up. Yeah, man. Most of these lottery winners, they go broke, man. Most of these lottery winners go broke. You say he was fucking? I mean, sure, man. But again, he was making all that money. He had the online business and stuff like that. Yeah, that's her name right here. Vape away the pain. He's hilarious. The black chick that won in North Carolina. What are you talking about? Yeah, Big Zini is horrible, man. But sure, man. I mean, it's look. We gonna find it out. Oh, have you guys ever hung your TV on the wall? I recently just bought, because I went to Best Buy. I got those little things where you hang the TV on the wall. Man, them things were so expensive at Best Buy. Go to Walmart, you see them from half the price. But it's nowhere near as complicated as I thought it would be, man. I put it up, took it outside the pack, and it's very self-explanatory. So I'm about to hang up some of my TVs up on the wall and get rid of that shelf bullshit. Thai Consciousness Kitchen. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look into that Donzel Essex. Hey, what's the happen of that sister who I guess had the heart attack this weekend? And she's got a channel here on YouTube, but she cooks horrible food. I mean, she cooks greasy, just unhealthy food, but she cusses all the time. What was her name? Good night, the headache. The lottery. Oh, yeah. She's almost broke. Shit, man. That's crazy. Yeah, Auntie Fee. Auntie Fee. That's her name. Yeah. Her Facebook video. I mean, her YouTube videos are hilarious, man. Her YouTube videos are hilarious. And she reminds you of so many people that you recognize and the way she talks and her mannerisms. So many people that I, whether teachers or friends, parents, and whatnot that I see in her, And but yeah, that food, man. Unfortunately, that food wasn't the good food, man. It's killing her. It's killing her, man. That greasy, that slave food, really. That slave food, man. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Life for A. Let me see. For A TV. Yeah, some people come in late. They go all the way to the beginning and watch the stream for the beginning. Yes, indeed. Fannie Mae. It's hilarious. She's dead? Good night, Woody Wright. Hold on, she's dead? Let me see. Oh, no, hold on, man. Oh, man, she's died. Oh, man. Damn. Oh, Fuck. That's crazy, man. Man. That's crazy, man. I had just started getting into her videos too, man. Oh, shit. Oh, man. That's horrible, man. That's horrible, man. If I had, I don't have anything to drink right now. Let me take this empty bottle of plastic water. It's for Auntie Fee, y'all. You know? Damn, man. Shit. Damn, man. It's a sad time, man. See you at the crossroads, man. God damn, man. Shit, man. Oh, fuck, man. See you at the crossroads, man. Some say it's non-alkaline. Come on, man. I'm still learning, man. Yes, this is the Nestle Pure Life. This is not healthy? Ah, shit, man. Y'all killing my vibe, man. Nestle Pure Life. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about, man. Oh, man, you guys are killing me. Hey, do you know how much that alkaline water costs? Shit, man, I could do some trades with that, man. But I'm gonna start making the alkaline water because I saw this video. He's drinking water from Pure. So funny. Oh man, you say I'm drinking water from Pure. I'm looking at Pure too. Hey, that can run against shit. Keep sleeping on that Pure stock, man. Oh shit. Yeah, water is up, man. People moving up to water, man. You know, people moving up to water, but they trying to make water a commodity, man. They trying to make water like gold and silver, tradable. You know what that's going to happen. That means, it's going to be less, for the people who want it. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can just Google information on that. They trying to commoditize that shit, man. That's evil, man. Add Himalayan salt to your water. Okay. Lemon is not. Yeah, I heard lemon isn't good. Tastes like it's straight out of the fire hydrant. That's hilarious. Oh man, I believe it, man. They trying to poison the water. I mean, you got companies out here that can turn salt water into drinkable water. Absolutely, man. You still got people in this world who can't get clean water, and we got the technology for clean water, but why they don't get it? Why these people don't have access to it? Because they don't want these people to live, man. Let's be honest. They ain't trying to let these people live, man. They want these people to die. That's why every couple of years we got to get these wars that that kill a couple million people off, particularly in non-white countries. That's where they like them at. Kill off a couple M's to maintain the balance, man. These people are evil, man. These people are evil. That's why you talked about, on last show, we talked about how, April is very dangerous because, Adolf Hitler's birthday. So y'all be very careful in April, man. April's coming up here, April 20th. That's, Adolf Hitler's birthday. You got people out here making sacrifices and shit, man. Be careful with that shit. Keep your head on the swivel. USA trying to invade the South China Sea, man, they're going to get their ass handed to them. Them Chinese not playing, man. Let me tell you something, man. Look, the people in the military today, we got great technology, but I know a lot of soldiers, man, and a lot of these brothers in the military today, they're not trying to kill nobody, man. They're not trying to kill nobody. They ain't there because they need to, need a place to eat, and need a place to sleep, something to pay their bills with. They're not trying to go out and kill nobody. You know what I'm saying? So we better not get in a war with anybody. This isn't, I think this generation has learned their lesson from Iraq. We ain't trying to kill nobody. These brothers out here, they ain't trying to go to war for nobody, man. Acidic smart water is garbage. Lemon is alkaline when it simulates in your body. It's the single most alkaline fruit. Is there anything you can drink that's going to digest the fat on the, as you said, the turd and the shit on your belly? And what do you think about colonics? What do you think about those that thing where you can go to the spa place and get that thing stuck up in you and clean you from inside out? Do you believe in that shit? The colonics? I should have asked you that, Africa Emporium. He said grapefruit, man. Grapefruit, the taste is so strong, though. Yeah, it's so strong, Dominic. Ken Jensen, you said, I'm out. Broke people don't make it here. New show. Please thank. What? I'm kind of lost, Ken. Appreciate you for watching, though. Fat is stored energy. Okay. Oh, okay, so it does help with the belly fat. Oh, okay. All right, Africa?
Yeah, that's me. One real quick, and I know we got to get off this thing and get to bed, whatever.
Nah, go ahead.
I want to kind of backtrack real quick with the water, and we'll kind of, leave it there.
Okay.
All right. So what question you have about the water?
All right, so the water... My gist is, how can I make it alkaline instead of having to buy alkaline water? Because alkaline water itself is very expensive. So how can I make alkaline water outside, like at home? Or is there even a way to do that?
Right. Well, there's several what we call alternative values to doing that. Now, most people have been taught to use the whole lemon thing, right? Mm-hmm. Now, here's something that's going to rock a lot of people boat in the chat room. And I know, once again, it's hard dealing with science when we just kind of been taught and told to regurgitate something that's been put in your face in terms of TV. Unfortunately, the lemon is not real. It's also made in a laboratory too. It's one part citrine, which is the natural citrus family, which is how they make the grapefruit, orange, and all that fake stuff and it's cut with another a botanical. So it's made in a laboratory. Just end of the discussion. You can Google it. I mean, we ain't got to get on to the technicals with that. Lime is the only citrus that was cross-pollinated by nature. So by natural, biological standards, it is the only one that is 100% alkaline in its natural state. Mm-hmm. The rest of them are heavily acidic. Oranges are very bad. And the one thing they taught us to eat more than anything or drink more than anything when we were kids was what? Orange juice. Orange juice corrodes your enamel in your teeth. It also erodes your esophagus, the soft tissue in your esophagus, all the way down to the stomach lining or your stomach lining. Causes you to have very, 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 very bad, what they call acidic lesions within your stomach. Also affects your colon and your kidneys. Very, very toxic. If you eat too many of them, too, especially don't drink enough water. And then you got to make sure you drink the good water once again. So, obviously what they call ionization, positively electrifying your water that causes it to become, ionized or alkaline. you don't want to use distilled water. Some people use distilled water. Distilled water pretty much is just basically what it means verbatim. It's distilled means it's dead. There's no water on the planet that nature produces is dead. There's small microorganisms that lives in every pretty much drop of water that's on the planet. So if you kill it and make it distilled, then you're not drinking life. You're drinking nothing, basically. That's wasted water. So don't buy into the distilled water phenomenon. That's another hoax. I saw you pick up the Nestle bottle, not the Rain on Your Parade, but they got busted recently, a while back, for selling tap water. The same CEO of Nestle that came out public and said that he believed that in the near future they're gonna start charging people for water. They were selling tap water out of a tap and putting it in Nestle bottles and shipping it all around the world to people. And you're paying top dollar for that trash. Another person in the chat room put down smart water. I test all these waters. I have 3 different pH testers. I do it the mechanical ones. I have the drops. I have the whole gauntlet, brother. Trust me. I do this for a living because I take it for life because it is life or death for us. Right. So I take it very serious. So smart water, trash. Aquafina, trash. Geyser, whatever, trash. What's another water that you like, if you don't mind me asking?
Dasani.
Dasani, straight trash. Dasani tested on a 5 on the pH scale.
Damn.
Deer Park tested on I think about a 4.7. Then they tried to turn around and add sodium, potassium to their water. Pretty much what they call electrolytes. Sodium, potassium, and sodium, magnesium, what causes water pH levels to spike. So anytime you buy alkaline water and it says like 10.5, if it doesn't say artesian-based water, right, with electrolytes added, then it's pretty much trash water, and they just added sodium, magnesium, and sodium, potassium to it. That's what causes the alkalinity value to go up. Same way they add chlorine to your tap water to kill off all the pathogens, barbiturates, et cetera, that's in a lot of the pipes that's in the water that causes all these lead and chemical poison that we dealing with in Flint. Turns our brothers and sisters up there, and it's overly alkaline because it's the chlorine. Chlorine is an alkaloid. It's not an acidic value like sulfuric or ammonia stuff like that is. So basically, what it is that you test your tap water, it's going to read very high in terms of pH level, but guess what? Even chlorine itself cannot remove all the fluoride, the sodium fluoride that's put into the water purposely. Sodium fluoride is a poison. It's in your toothpaste. It's in your mouthwash. It's in a lot of the things that you like bathe with. In a sense, almost like silica. Very bad, right? You buy a leather coat, right? It has a little pack inside the leather coat that says "Do not eat," which is what? It's a chemical called silica, right? Well, that same silica is in your toothpaste, and you brush your teeth with it. It's in the soaps you bathe and lather with, so it's all over your top of your derma. So these are the things that have been put into our life extensively, and we know nothing about it because we don't read enough past the first 2 lines of the ingredients on the back of a bottle or bar soap, et cetera, and we just get lost. It's just some long word, tetrahydrocortisone, pneumomicroscopic siliconiosis. You're like, I don't want to read that. I'm good enough. As long as it smells good, I'm good. And that's the problem.
Wow.
So they're banking on you being ignorant because they want to sell you, once again, what you do not need every day. They're banking on you being the consumer that we are, and this is why we're in the condition we are. Fiji water is good. It's natural artesian-based water. Artesian-based water means nature produced it, and it was filtered through what they call mineral sediment and bedrocks. It's been naturally carbon filtered, right? So that's good water. Eternal water is one that, they were getting it from New Zealand, but the CEO was a douchebag. He ended up messing up the deal in New Zealand because he didn't want to pay the import tax. So he ended up going to a well right up here, not too far from where I stay in Pennsylvania, and finding a new well up there. So even the eternal water is not even the same what it was when it first came out. So these are things that, like I say, I peruse through this stuff every day. Obviously, I'm my nerd in my own reality in terms of this stuff, but I do it for the value of us because we need to know this stuff because we don't have enough people like me that are going around putting this information out. Right? There's tons of people out there every day who are trying to hide this information from you so you can stay being the biggest consumer you are. You go out and buy all this trash stuff and then you hurting. And here's something that's going to really rock your boat. Say, you living in my state where I was born in, Florida. Do you not know they have more natural springs in Florida than they do pretty much anywhere else on the planet down there? You can go to a natural spring to get all the fresh water you want by the 5-gallon buckets and not even have to spend $1 to get it. So we also have websites where we show people where to go find natural artesian-based spring water right in their own backyard and don't even know it, and it's free. Some people charge you to go into the property to get it, but think about that. You're paying $3 for a bottle of acidic water. Who winning, who losing? Makes no sense to me. But once again, they get you with convenience. You feel like, oh, it's convenient. It's water, right? Duh, it's water. No, actually, no, it's not. Everything that's water ain't wet. Don't be fooled by that.
Wow.
But you get what I'm saying. You know, I don't want to kind of go off into another tangent again. But like I said, I could break all this stuff down. I put the information in the Discord room. We have other times where we can kind of sit and kind of go through this stuff, because we are in a position where we need to be able to be sharing this information amongst everybody.
Yeah.
Because most people you get this information from, they're going to charge you for it, or you got to do a lot of due diligence to even learn this stuff. And most people don't have the time to do this kind of stuff.
Sure.
They just feel like it's not important. So, whatever. Long story short, but you get what I'm saying.
Yes,
but,
I do. Yes, I do.
We can break it down a bit later on and get into the specifics, other times. That way we want to draw it out. But I just want to leave you guys with a little bit of shell information to kind of build upon. As long as it's in your brain now, you're going to do enough research on your own to start seeing this stuff, what I'm saying, then it'll make sense to you.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
My honor, brother.
All right. So African Emporium with that D stuff. It says Craig G, buy a well blue pitcher and use your tap. Yeah. We'll see, man. We'll see. Yeah, Fuji water. He said Fuji water is good. Yeah, I don't think he thinks Fuji water is good, though. I think Fuji water is part of that. It is natural artesian water. And supposedly it comes from a spring out there literally in Fiji. Is that Fuji? I said Fuji. In Fiji. All right. Yeah, man. I mean, y'all been telling me I'm out here basically eating myself to death. Hell yeah, I'm scared, Craig G. Or Donzel Essex. Shit. I've been feeding myself all this fucking poison all day. All my life practically now, man. I'm trying to change my life before, shit is too late, man. 250, you in the air.
Hey, is this Small Cap?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, Small Cap? Okay, so I was listening to African Emporium on there a little bit earlier, and hearing some shit about him talking about acidic water.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually have a bachelor's degree in chemistry, and I'm wondering what the fuck acidic water is. So from my understanding, if you're a human being and you are fighting equilibrium, you are fighting thermodynamics, you are currently in a state of, fighting being equal with the ground, being dirt, you go through a thing called metabolism. And metabolism requires enzymes that are very specific.
Mm-hmm.
And if you drink acidic water, well, people think that that's going to change you.
Mm-hmm.
They think that it's going to make you unhealthy. The thing about your stomach, it's acidic anyways. So anything that African Emporium's saying about acidity in your water changing your health, I really don't know how that can happen. Your blood pH is regulated very heavily by a thing called sodium bicarbonate. And if you can change your blood pH, well, you die.
Shit.
I don't know. I just I find some of the things they say interesting about health on here.
Okay, so let me get your opinion though. Is alkaline water healthier water to drink, or are you basically saying that it's basically no difference?
Okay, so I'll break it down for you. Your body has kind of compartmentalized pHs. So in your stomach, you have an enzyme called pepsin. Pepsin only works at really, really low pHs, like around 1 or 2 pH. And if your stomach isn't at a pH of around 2, pepsin doesn't work. And pepsin's a enzyme that breaks down proteins. So if you can't break down those proteins, you get you get diseases. Almost all of them end in retardation. Some people might have heard of phenylketonuria or PKU. It's a thing where you can't handle phenylalanine, like people who have a problem with aspartame. A large part of the time, they just can't handle phenylalanine because it's a metabolite of aspartame, you know? So with, sorry, back to the pH water thing, you know, I'm trying to get back on it. So in your pH, you have in your body, you have a pH of 2 in your stomach.
Okay.
That's very necessary for enzymes to work to break down food as you digest them. In your blood, the pH is about 7.4. Sometimes it can peak up to around like 8. Technically, that is alkaline. Alkaline meaning basic. But if you were to go any more basic than that, your enzymes honestly would not work. And you can look this up in any American Chemical Society journal, any sort of textbook. If you go to a basic pH, your enzymes stop working and you'll die.
Damn. Okay. So I'm trying to narrow it down here. So the gist of what you're saying is that alkaline water is good, but don't do it to an extreme. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the gist of what I'm saying is alkaline water is a decent idea, but in real life it does absolutely nothing. If the alkaline water could change the pH of your body, it would first change the pH of your stomach to be basic, and your enzymes in your stomach would no longer work, and you would not be able to digest food properly.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
And that also includes your blood.
Wow. Okay. I get what you're saying, man. Thank you so much for the call.
Hey, no problem. I appreciate what you do, Small Cap. You do a very good thing for a lot of people here.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. Call back anytime.
Have a good one, bud.
All right. So that again, you know, that man, it's I don't know what to say now. I don't know what, you know, do I drink alkaline, or now he's saying that basically there's no, I mean, you can drink it, but just don't overdo it, because if you overdo it and it does fuck up your system, you can go retarded. I'm not trying to go retarded. I can't do my show if I'm retarded. You know? CBS? Cebus? Is that it? I wouldn't know how to do my show. 609, you're on the air. What's up?
What's up, Sal? This is Craig G.
Hey, Craig G. What's up, man?
Going on? I just wanted to touch on the water subject. I think African Emporium hit some serious, they've been talking about this for a while. And I think what he basically was saying was true. I mean, he's not saying to go all the way to the right or all the way to the left. It's just that you need alkaline water to pass the waste out of your body. That's all basically what he was saying, and what he was saying was true. Fuji water is good, Essential water is good, Evian water is good. They're all above like 7.2 or 7.3, which is what you need to be as far as alkaline, to push the acidics out of your system. You know, we eat a lot of garbage, and a lot of the shit turns into acidic. So it has to be pushed out your system. If you drink better water, you will notice better bowel movements. That will keep your stomach down. You know, that'll keep, you like you were stating earlier, your when you shit, it'll be smooth. It won't be anything, hard. You won't have any problems passing waste. But if you want to go the cheaper route, you could, because the alkaline water does cost a little bit more, Sal. So if you want to go the cheaper route, you can look it up. Well Blue makes a very good pitcher, and it's very cheap. And what it is you order the filters, and the pitcher comes from them. The filters come from them, and then you could just pour your tap water in there. You let it go through the filter, and it will negative ionize the water, because positive ionizing in water is not good either. You want it to be negative towards the negative part. So it'll do that. It'll take the chlorine out of the water, which, we already talked about, which kind of, kind of feeds cancer. Okay. So there are some things in the water. The water is loaded with what do you call it? What's the estrogen? I mean, the minister was teaching us in class when I was in the Nation of Islam that, you know, the estrogen in the water causes you know, to grow titties and shit like that as far as men. So you have to be careful with that. But it'll take a lot of that out of the water. That's the best one I've seen. It's relatively cheap, Sal, and then you could buy it. It's like $24. You can get it on Amazon.
Okay.
And you can research it. You can look it up on YouTube, and you can take your tap water, pour it in there, and it will clean out most of the, the shit that's in the water.
Yeah.
Now, it tastes a lot different. You got to get used to the taste. But that's the cheaper way, so you don't have to buy the more expensive bottled water.
And Craig G, what's the name of that again?
It's called Well Blue.
Well Blue.
You can look them up on YouTube. There's a lady that done studies on it. They're very well documented. You know, the filter is the picture itself is about $24, and it comes with I think 3 filters, and then you can just buy and replenish the filters. The filters last about 2 months. Okay. So it's very cheap. You just pour your water in there, and then if you want, you can go test it yourself. I've done it on my water, and it does do what it says. It'll raise the pH balance to about almost close to 10, depending on where you are. And it'll put the water into a negative ionizing, which is what you want in your body.
Okay. All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the call, man.
Okay, bro.
Thank you so much, Craig G. I appreciate Craig G giving us that thing. That's what I'm talking about, man. I think he said it was Well Blue, right? Well Blue? Yeah, go ahead, Craig G, type it in there. I think I got the spelling like Well Blue, like thank God just put in. Yeah, Well Blue. Okay, all right. So yeah, it's Well Blue. Yeah. And then they go fucking up my chat again. God damn, all we doing is talking about some fucking water. But yeah, Well Blue. Okay, yeah, there it is. Yep, I got it saved down here too. Definitely gonna look that up. That's what I'm talking about, man. One price, something I can keep using over and over and over again. That's what I'm talking about. Africa Emporium, you back on the air, man.
All right. In the spirit of science, right? I always put my disclaimer out there like I should have did the first time. Don't take it personal. It's just science. We all come from different backgrounds and studies. I sat at the feet of people that actually healed people. Not cured them, healed people. There's a difference. Hospitals cure you. People that heal you, naturopath people, they remove it from your body altogether. So this is not a competition in terms of book scholar, naturopath scholar. This is about what nature produces. I stand on the shoulders of nature, not Western medicine. I done read a lot of those books. I know about the peer-reviewed journals. He's talking nothing that I don't know. I know that we all are different organisms. We're not the same. They teach from a perspective that we're all the same. Hence why they do all the medicine in America, in Germany, in Europe. It's based upon the albino rat, which has the OAC2 gene mutation. That is not of the African biology. So by definition of that alone, their medicine is skewed to their genealogy, their biology. It's not that of a heavy melanated being that has a totally different chemical affinity bonding when it comes to putting certain natural organisms into this body. So I'm not saying that the end all be all that you go out and just buy alkaline water. I'm telling you, these are, if you're going to drink water that is trash water, which the majority of the waters out there is trash, you can just Google it, and you're going to see a whole list of these trash waters. When you can't even find good water, good natural spring water, you are forced to put in a situation where you need to go out and buy, the brother was saying on the phone with the Well Blue scenario, to get the negative ion-based water to kind of remove any kind of patches and stuff like that. Or you have to buy, a little bit of alkaline water too sometimes if you don't want to trust tap water, because I'm pretty sure he'd be first person to also say that the majority of the water that's in tap water, 98% of it is contaminated with barbiturates, lead, mercury, runner, all that stuff, and then the chlorine tablets that you put in this stuff is not enough to kill all the pathogens in it. And then once again, it's loaded in sodium fluoride. Once again, that is a poison. So you're bathing in it, you're cooking with it, you're drinking it, you guzzle it like it's like your favorite beverage every day. And the majority of the issues that are tearing our people up, okay, once again, a la Flint, Michigan. Okay, this is water that's supposed to have got filtered in a city in America, and yet these kids are ruined for the rest of their lives behind the same so-called water that the so-called Western Journal of Medicine are putting out every day, saying, okay, this is the science on this. Yet this is an American city that has poisoned babies for the rest of their lives behind the same foolishness. So once again, I sit at the feet of people that healed people of cancer, AIDS, lupus, sickle cell, prostate, cervical, thyroid, fibroid, type 1, type 2 diabetes, you name it. I sat at the feet of these people and learned how to get it from nature. Not some Western theology, philosophy, Hippocratic, whatever. I went back to nature, and it has worked. I've actually healed people of some of these ailments, not all of them, but some of these ailments. Every day I get rid of fibroids and thyroid on the CMOS alone. So I know what I'm talking about here. I got data sheets to prove it. The same way Dr. Sabi went into the U.S. Supreme Court when they brought charges up against him that he was practicing medicine without a license. They brought in the best scholarly doctors from Harvard, Columbia, all that, to testify against him. He brought 74 patients into court with him. HIV positive, HIV negative. Lupus positive, lupus negative. Cervical cancer positive, cervical cancer negative. So don't tell me about what some Western book says when I know the healing of the nation is in the earth, not in some book that's been copied where they set up to see the shaman anyway and learn this medicine. They take interns from Harvard and Columbia and send them to Africa and South America to sit at the feet of Bushmen to even learn medicine. So he can't tell me nothing about what I know when it comes to my ancestors. Because we know who the first doctor was on this planet. The first doctors of the planet were. And that's when we break down Imhotep and the first documented dentist, Ray. All these were African-based people. So we know the medicine. We know the science. We gave the world the 7 liberal arts. So that's the conversation. We don't want them. We can have a debate any day. And I'm telling him, bring me some data sheets. Bring me some people that you have cured, or excuse me, that's basically what they're going to be cured, not healed. And I'm going to bring you people that were actually healed. I'm going to bring you people that were 300-something plus pounds, now they're down to 180, 190 naturally, and they don't gain the weight back because they had a cellular regeneration, meaning they changed their cellular level from eating what they call electrical-based food, the value of chemical affinity, the things that bond with your organism. We are different people. We're different people. Obviously, carbon-18. And we can go, that's another conversation for another day. I don't want to get too preachy and churchy, but this is, I live this. I live for this, and this is right up my alley. So we can do this all day, every day, but in the spirit of what we consider to be science, peer-reviewed science, not just what they call Western peer-reviewed. We talk about global, Asians, everybody. Geology matters. Eco matters. Yes, the things you eat that you were born to be in the environments you were, they matter to your physiology and your biology. So yes, it matters. You cannot take a polar bear once again and put him in South Africa. Not gonna happen. So you can't just say, I'm gonna feed you any and everything under the moon just because we live in a decadent culture of America, with it in harbored and stole all the different foods from around the different world, and then saying that, you know, you can have it just because we didn't go out there and get it for you, does not mean that you're supposed to be eating it. Just not that work. Okay, if you don't believe me, why is there dialysis clinics only in black communities and black communities only? Why? People don't ask these questions. Why are there Planned Parenthood clinics only in black neighborhoods, poor black neighborhoods, and in black neighborhoods only, but there's only fertility clinics in white neighborhoods? People don't want to deal with the truth. They want to play, okay, we're all the same. That's not true. Because we know who the oldest organism is. So therefore, that template or that progenitor is the basis for all that everybody else is in terms of their lack of that, to be exact. So we need to be eating things that are supposed to be superlative to our genetic biological structure, period. And the ancestor Dr. Sabi broke this down to a science. Dr. Laela breaks this down to a science. If you don't believe me, once again, go pick up that book, Medical Apartheid. Once again, tell the brother, the guy that called in the first guy, tell him to pick up the book, Medical Apartheid, and then come back and we'll have this conversation for another day. I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the call, African Emporium.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. I think I'm just going to go ahead and starve to death. I think that's just the easiest way. At this point, that's just the easiest way to lose weight. Ah, shit. Oh, fuck. Ah, shit. Need a life soon. You're hilarious, man. Ah, fuck. Yeah. I mean, look. I mean, at the end of the day, your water's got to be clean. It's got to be clean. You know what I mean? You know, just got to make sure you don't have any black plague water. I think we can all agree on that. No black plague water. All right? 601, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Sal? Thanks for taking my call again. I just want to touch on a few points. First, on the gentleman who called in and talked about, I think he was talking about the alkaline and water and acid in our bodies. One thing I just wanted to mention is that the acid in our bodies is eventually turned to alkaline. It's kind of like oranges and apples. They have acid in them. Once we eat them, it's turned to, that acid is converted into an alkaline state. So the acid that exists in our stomach and the acid that naturally exists in our body is not what's bad for us. That specific acid that naturally occurs is not bad for us because it's eventually converted over to an alkaline state. What is bad for us is the acid that we take in from the foods that we eat, such as broccoli, like he talked about how it's artificially made, meats. The acid from those type of things is what damages our health. So those are the type of things that we need to stay away from. And so the water, the alkaline water, it helps to assist our body in converting these acids over to an alkaline state. So the type of water we drink, it does have a big impact on our health, and we should, strive to find water that's more in an alkaline state because it helps us to sustain a more sound, healthy diet. And the second thing I want to touch on is what African Emporium brought up. I agree with a lot of the things that he says, but nobody's completely perfect. Nobody's completely right. We have to take the right that we hear from a multitude of people and, just to take it piece by piece. But one of the things he mentions is that, if you take a polar bear and you put it down into somewhere like Africa, that's not where it's meant to be. Well, that's true. That's true. But as human beings, we're not created like animals, like a polar bear. We are created the same. So a white person or a Mexican person, an African person, an Irish person, we all are created exactly the same because in the beginning, when God first created us, for those who do believe in God, which I do, he created us all equally in the same place. We were all originally in the same location of the earth. We all originally ate the same foods. So what's good for an African is good for a European. And that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Appreciate it, man. All right. I don't know anything about this topic, man. I'm very comfortable with myself to say when I don't know something. So you guys obviously have more experience in that field than I do, and I'm at the mercy of your knowledge, when it comes to these kind of topics. So, that's just the gist of it, man. That's Shay, I've been going hungry, man. I'm not like starving myself, but I would usually at this time after the show, make a trip over to BK or some shit like that, get a 4 for 4. But I haven't done that at all now for 7 days, and I can't tell you how good I feel, man. I feel real good. I feel really good that I haven't eaten, junk food in some time. 704, you on the air. What's up?
Hey, yo, Sal, man. It's Cadillac Mac checking in. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Appreciate the call, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I just kind of wanted to say, we still on the air, right?
Yeah, you're live.
Oh, cool. I just wanted to say, man, you can eat and drink all of that alkalized water and eat the alkalized fruits and vegetables and all of that stuff. It don't matter if you get hit by a truck, man, so eat what you want, drink what you want, and live life.
There it is, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the call, Cadillac Mac.
No doubt, man. Y'all hold it down. Have a great Saturday and turn up.
Yes, indeed. My only problem, he said, eat what I want. That's a recipe for death. Cadillac is just eat whatever you want and die, man. It's okay. It's okay, man. I know you're eating all that sodium and you're putting all the weight in your face and all in your neck and shit, but just eat it and die, man. It's all good, man. It's all good. Even if you get titties and your dick can't get hard or nothing. Cadillac is funny, man. But nah, man, nah. Like I'm eating better, man. I'm eating better. I got one of them scales on the way, them digital scales. I got one of them on the way, so I'm gonna start really keeping that to myself. So I started running, like I said earlier in the show. Started running during the pre-market, or just before pre-market really starts running. I run outside now. So just started doing that. We've been going on this health tip. I didn't even get a chance to go into the evils of Irish people. I've been trying to get it, to transition into that subject, but it didn't really get a chance to. Because, man, we got a lot of people out here confused. We got people, of melanated descent. Hispanics, blacks, Asians going to work today with green on, not understanding that some of the greatest oppression in the world came from these people, man. The so-called Irish, and we can go to books like How the Irish Became White by Noel Ignative. I got a PDF version of it I can share into the chat room, and there's the PDF version of it. Goes directly to it, and you can skim it, but it goes into the history of many Irish people that came into America. And one of the ways that Irish people eventually became white, because if you remember, those of you guys who have a little bit of a background in history, many of the people who were from Ireland, they were very oppressed in their land. The English rule and whatnot had really oppressed them as a people. And many of them, at the time, who could not find work, one of the things that they did as Irishmen is they became seafaring laborers. All right, seafaring laborers. For the individuals who owned the ships, many of them were from the Jewish descent. So many of the people who owned the ships were Jewish, who financed the ships were Jewish, but many of the deckhands who were in the slave trade, many of those were Irish people. They were Irish people. All right, they were Irish people. In fact, in this book, let me see here if I can go back and let me see here. What page was that on? I'm gonna go and find it real quick. And it talks about the life of Thomas Bannigan. I can't remember what page it's on here. I probably have all day to look for it. Let me see here. because I really want to talk about him and his life. Remember, let me see here real quick. Anyway, this man, Thomas Bannigan, he's described in this book. And basically at the age of 16, like many Irishmen at the time who could not find work in their country, they went to the high seas. They went to the high seas and they became deckhands on many of these slave ships. And this man went, at the age of 16, went to places like the Gambia and all throughout Africa. And at one time, they were literally parked off the coast of Africa for about 6 months. And unfortunately, he had gotten into a dispute with the captain. He ended up deserting and living among the African people. And one thing he came to find is that the African people treated him as if he was a part of the family. And from that experience, he eventually found his way back to the slave-going ships and back to Europe and whatnot. Eventually, even through this experience and finding a newfound quote-unquote love for the African, he ended up going to the Caribbean and becoming an overseer. He becomes an overseer for some time. And again, this is by now he's in his early 20s. Because I remember back at that time, I mean, you were like 15, you were an adult. Like 14 years old, you were a grown-ass man at that time. And this man finds himself in his early 20s in the Caribbean, working as an overseer, and eventually gets back onto doing ship work, finds his way back to America, finds his way into America, where he decides over time that slavery is just something he could no longer accept, and he ends up writing what eventually becomes one of the first books to quote-unquote humanize the African. If I can find the damn... Oh, God, I had this all planned out. Let me see here. Thomas... And if I can find... Let me see here. I think his name was Thomas. Yes, Thomas Brannigan. There he is. Thomas Brannigan. Thomas Brannigan. In fact, let me go ahead and copy his name. His name. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Yeah, Thomas Brannigan. Thomas Brannigan. And he personifies, the Irish stance toward African Americans at that time. And this is, yes, page actually starts at page 51 at that second paragraph, in that, third paragraph. He was born in 1774 to a respectable Catholic family. In 1790, at this time, he's 16 years old? Yeah, this guy's 16 years old. He ends up sailing from Liverpool, England, on a slave ship to West Africa, right? And he goes, frequently from Africa into other ports in Africa, stayed in, again, like I said, over 6 months. They traded with the natives, bought slaves, explored, eventually got into a quarrel. And yes, he actually deserted for several weeks living with African people, where he said it himself, quote, they treated him as a dear friend or relative. Dear friend or relative. All right. So eventually, after finding his way back, he gets back on the shipping route, bringing slaves back and forth to the Americas. And at the age of 20, in Antigua, he remains there from the age of 20 to 24, where he took up religion and eventually converted it to Protestants. Protestantism, I think that's how you say it, right? and eventually becomes anti-slavery. All right. But you got to remember, he's working as an overseer. He's working as an overseer, but then eventually gives up overseeing to teach the Bible, to teach the gospel to the poor and needy, as also and the maimed and blind, eventually writing the book, The Preliminary Essay on the Oppression of Exiled Sons of Africa, which was published in 1804. All right, which was published in 1804. Ironically, the year that of Haitian independence. So he kind of had to do that because they were going to, at that time, the Haitians were giving people that work. So if you weren't a friend of the family or a friend of the movement, them Haitians would take your head off. You know what I'm saying? But he was Antigua, which isn't too far from Haiti. But again, this little book talks about how the Irish, going back again to the oppression, how they were accepted as white people in America, is that they had to prove themselves as more abusive to black people than any other group of white people. All right, any other group of white peoples. The Irish, when they came here to prove their whiteness, they became some of the most hardcore, just terrorists of black life. Just terrorists. I mean, they terrorized black people horribly when they came to America. And that was their way of being accepted as white people, because for the longest, Irish was not considered white. They were not considered white people. That's why if you talk about slavery, a lot of times they bring up white slavery, because some Irish people were put into indentured servitude. Indentured servitude, which is not chattel slavery. All right, indentured servitude. And if someone is being intellectually, dishonest with you, they'll say, well, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. All right. Indentured servants were giving education. They were taught how to read. Indentured servant had property rights, also personal rights as well. Individuals who were in chattel slavery they had neither of that. Okay. So a lot of people don't know their history. They walking around with this, wearing green and whatnot. They don't know their history, man. And even today, I mean, you want to talk about racism in Europe. Ireland has deep-seated racism. That's why out of many countries in Europe, Ireland has one of the lowest immigration rates, because they're well known for their racism against people of color. A lot of you will not find very many Arabs, blacks or whatnot, as you see in so many other countries in Ireland. All right, in Ireland. All right. Yeah, the quote unquote niggers of Europe. Absolutely. 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 So that book kind of gets you, how the Irish became white. And that's the PDF form. If you got some time, look at it. It's really good history. It also gives you an insight on what black people were doing at that time. How in Philadelphia, if you needed anything done in terms of woodworking or building or bridge work, I mean, anything at that time in the early 1800s to even late 1800s, you had to go through a black person, because black people were the skilled labor at the time. And one of the reasons when the Irish came in, they broke all of that up after the end of the Civil War. They basically went to the Anglo-Saxon Protestants, the Englishmen, and they basically said, hey, I want you to cut these Negroes off and let us be, the people you go to teach you, to do the labor, to build and to create and design. And that was really kind of the beginning of the end, especially as you go through the end of what's it called? After the end of the Civil War. I forgot what that period is called off the top of my head. Oh, it's on my tip of my tongue. But after the period of the Civil War, they basically tried to cut blacks out of jobs. Horrible, horrible time. Yeah, horrible time. And absolutely, man. So you got to know the history of these people because, man, it's deep stuff. It's deep stuff that they've tried to hide now for a period of time. And many Irish people do not like to talk about this. They do not like to talk about this, but how when they came to America, the first person they did was shit on black people. They absolutely shit on black people because they believed that was their ticket to becoming white. All right? To becoming white and being accepted. And their abuse of white people, where you talk about in prisons or whatnot and whatnot. And again, this book goes clearly into it. We can go another 4 hours just breaking this book down. And let me see here. Yeah, and there's the one incident with the prison situation. Working class African man. Racial prison walnut. Okay, yeah. So there's a whole bunch of deep stuff in this book as well. So, yeah, real deep stuff, man. Real deep stuff. That's why you see a lot of African Americans today. A lot of us have Irish names. You'll see a brother with the last name of Fitzgerald. You'll see a brother with the name of Fitzgerald, Walsh, Murphy. Because many of the deckhands, Flynn, Martin, Brown. Brown is an Irish name. Hughes, Johnston, Clark, Stewart. If you go to Irish surnames, these are Irish surnames because as many of us Africans walked off, sometimes, O'Malley, O'Reilly, some of those, everybody thinks you got your master's last name, and that's not always true. You didn't always get your master's last name. Sometimes you walked off the plantation, you walked off the ship and had a name already. Shay, you had a Green, you had not everybody got their master's last name. I don't know where that comes from. Sometimes you came off the ship with a name. The Irish were also very, they hated the crown. They hated the crown of England. And a French word for king is Leroy. That's why you have a lot of brothers named Leroy. Is synonymous with a black name. Leroy in French means the king. So to make fun of, this indentured, not indentured, but this enslaved African man, they'll give his name, they'd give, slaves crazy names like Leroy just to make fun of them. Like, yeah, this is the king right here. Look at him. Yeah, that's the king right here. Leroy is now is synonymous with a black name. You say the word Leroy, everybody thinks you're thinking about a black man. But that's French for the king. That's why, it's crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. Many of those deckhands were indeed Irishmen. Very few of them were British. You had poor Britons, but for the most part, the Irish were the third-class citizens, and those were the people who would do those kind of jobs. They were expendable. Those guys could disappear on a ship, and nobody could care less. And many of them did make money and eventually buy land, whether it be in the Caribbean or in Americas. They would buy land. In fact, if you, I think, what was it? In fact, I think if you go to that, if you watch the movie, they redid that movie with Kunta Kinte. What was that name of that movie they redid with Kunta Kinte? If in fact one of his owners, if you remember with the renewed version, was an Irishman. And he talked about how he, got his money up and whatnot. but he wasn't accepted because he was Irish. You know, if you guys remember on that redid Kunta Kinte movie, Roots, yeah, thank you, Jamie. On the redid Roots movie, Kunta's grandson was owned by an Irishman because Kunta's daughter was sold to one of the Irishmen, and then he ended up, you know, taking advantage of her and had that son. Crazy stuff, man. But yeah, the Irish have a very wicked history in America, and their history in America starts with the abuse of black people. That's from the beginning to the end. I mean, that's just facts. That's just facts. When they landed here, it was about the abuse of black people. They got here in America through slavery. Many of them made their money in slavery. And if they came later, it was, you know, they proved themselves through, you know, unfortunate abuse of black life and black society. Of black society. They literally preyed on black society. Crazy, crazy stuff. I'm going through another, let me see here. There's a lot of little things in this book too, because I was just skimming through some of the things. But yeah, those are the things I wanted to, you know, get off my chest with today's show. Again, the whole idea of college kids, they need to be getting paid. You know, the plantation fragments of the plantation society, or the plantation society. You know, we see that now. Next month, we're going to see that very clearly. We just had the combine. But in the next week or two, we're going to have these pro days. These pro days, you're going to see them on ESPN, where you're going to have, again, these men being put through all kind of trials. You know, touch your toes, boy, run, you know. Let me see you do some jumping jacks, whatnot. As I said earlier in the show, if you read the book or the stories found in the slave narrative, the man Fountain Hughes, who was a slave, talks about how, you know, during that time when he was about to be sold at auction, he had to, you know, run between trees. He had to run between one tree and the other tree to see how fast he could move. You know, he had to do jumping jacks. He had to do, you know, well, I don't think they were called push-ups at the time, but he had to do all those kind of things. And many men had to do those things in order to be proven their worth. And you can see examples of that, of, you know, the slave auction, when you look at the combine, when you look at these college football pro days. You are looking at what was a slave auction. Yeah. Crazy, crazy shit. All right. And now we got to a situation now where we got people who have been so miseducated. You know, you got black folks out here, you know, wearing green and smiling, and, you know, like, it's hilarious, man. Knowing that there's a bar right now. You walk in there, them folks will choke you out wearing that thing. You know what I'm saying? They'd be the first one to call you the N-word. You know? Crazy. You know, you got all kind of foolishness. And I want to show some of these people, you know, out here just being ridiculous. You know, people don't know their history out here. Let me show you some of this foolishness. Let me show you some of this foolishness. You have people going on bus tours. All right. Because I'm about to show y'all some of this foolishness out here. People don't know, you know, Don't know the history. Let me see here. Look at this. Think it's a time to celebrate. Let me see here. All right. I'm about to post it right now. Okay. You got people out here celebrating, thinking it's a time to party. You know, got whole block parties. And sure enough, you know, black folks, when it comes down to doing something like partying, wasting some time, you know, we the best at that. You know, doing something non-productive like, you know, celebrating St. Patrick's Day. You know, we're the best at that stuff. You know, you got people who don't know the history out here, man. It's scary. You know, these are people you work with, you walk around that don't know the history. You know? Think it's a time to goof around. Don't even know what they're celebrating. Don't even know the people who take it seriously, they don't allow you to participate. The people who really take it seriously, they don't even allow you to participate. You know, in a real St. Patrick's Day celebration. You don't get to walk in that parade. You can sit back and watch, but you don't get to participate. You know. But for those of you guys who, you know, live in the Caribbean, you know damn well, you know, we let anybody walk in our shit. You know, you go to some of these black parades in so-called black countries in the Caribbean, they'll let anybody walk in. You know, go to England or go to China and go ask for them to walk in their parade. They're not gonna let you walk. They're not gonna let you walk. But we walk in it. I mean, we'll let Asian people walk in that shit. You know, we'll let anybody walk in. You know. Let me see here. Yeah. We'll let anybody walk in our stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to find an image of that. You know. And here it is right here. Let me put this in here. We'll let anybody walk in you know, pay the right price. You can dance. Probably ain't even getting paid for it. Let me see here. Absolutely ridiculous. You know. We just let anybody walk in our stuff. And just out of respect for these fools. Let me see here. Out of respect for these fools. I'm cutting everybody out of the main picture, but as you can see, we'll let anybody walk. This is a parade in Jamaica. We just let anybody dress up. Don't look African at all, but we'll let them dress up. But the problem is, they don't let us participate in their parades. You know? Crazy, man. Oh, Black Friday. Oh, let's not even get started on Black Friday. It'll be here for 2 hours on Black Friday. Black Friday is the worst day in the world for black people because we all come out poor on Black Friday. Because none of that money is going to be used to employ for the most, or enrich anybody black for that matter. You know, at all. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a long show. We learned so much today. I mean, about health, about a whole bunch of things. It was great day trading, great week trading. Shout out to everybody who got in on some of these stocks that ran this week. Shout out to everybody who got in on some of these stocks that ran this week. Again, man, they always fuck up my chats on Friday. They be all good the whole week until this day. But we got the gist of everything, you know? So I appreciate you. Chris Kwok, thank you so much, sir. Mylan Davis. I know for you West Coast people, the night's really just started. I'll be back here on Monday. Donzel Essex. The beautiful Nisi Shea. Appreciate you, ma'am. We got a call here. Hold on. 912. What's up, man?
Last thing, on the way out the door, I just want to hit everybody with this real quick. This St. Patrick's Day thing, real quick. I'm going to make this very brief.
Uh-huh.
The worst holiday among the other ones to celebrate is St. Patrick's Day as well for all African-based people. Do you know exactly what celebration of St. Patrick's Day is, though, right?
No. Go ahead.
Right,
Go ahead. No. Go ahead. And explain it to them.
Okay, so it's pretty much St. Patrick's Day, right? Is pretty much a celebration of your ancestors, the Pygmy people, which they call the Pygmies. They misnomer them called the Pygmy people. They ask for the Twa or the Hutu out of the Congo Basin that were the first people that were in Europe, along with the Grimaldi man. Obviously, that's another conversation. But they were the ones that took civilization, culture, raw materials such as gold into that area of Ireland or Europe. And they were the ones that were trying to help civilize that Homo heidelbergensis splice, whatever you want to call that particular primate culture and civilization. And with that reality, when they got what they call educated to the sense where they were able to live under their own auspice, they then turned around and turned on the Africans, the short pygmy people. That's what they call them, leprechauns, because they were the short pygmy people. And the whole thing with the gold is that they brought gold up from Nubia and also the Congo Basin into Europe. And that's how they got a liking to the ideal of what gold and all that stuff is in terms of raw material, in terms of gold. So it's the running of the so-called the Druids or the snakes up out of Europe. It's them running the Africans out of Europe. The same way how the whole Black and Moor story goes as well with the Moors. And our people are the most brainwashed. It's sad. It's sad, brother. It's sad. And they dress up and they celebrate the destruction of their ancestors every holiday and don't know what in the heck they are doing. And they spend top dollar every holiday and not even knowing that they're dumping on their ancestry.
Wow.
And it's weird too, because when you was talking about, I was like, okay, Sal, finna go in, he's gonna break it down. And I just paraphrased. I didn't want to go too deep because I know you're trying to get off.
Right.
And you guys want to get off the phone, whatever, and go to bed. But just know you're dumping on your ancestors if you celebrate it heavily. It's them just killing and running the African, the Pygmy people, the Druid so-called, running up out of Africa. So anytime you see an Irish person, they like, yeah, let's drink some Guinness and all, and let's look at them with a very, very long and different look. Like, really? Really? They know this history.
Oh, yeah.
But our people don't.
Yeah, they know. Oh, of course. They know.
Just kind of walking in like, okay, well.
Absolutely.
Hey, let's do it. Let's get at it.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much, African Emporium.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, they know the history and they know our history because they wrote it. You know? And whatever we don't know, they go out of their way to keep it from us, especially the stuff that empowers us. That's why we have, you know, things like Hidden Colors. You know what I'm saying? That Hidden Colors was supposed to be and is the definitive documentary series that exposes many of the knowledge, you know, that some people don't want to, you know, allow us to share. So thank you guys again to all the people in the chat room. Donzel Essex, Shay, Monkman, Q-Tech, K Harvey, thank you, man. Monkman, Big Zini, Mag3690, everybody who called up today. Cinco Hernandez, thank you so much. Another good Friday show, man. Craig G, thank you, sir. Africa Emporium, Billionaire Soon. I appreciate all the people who called up. And shout out to the brother Otis McCleven. The dude I told you who only gave me $1, he hit me back up with another 30. So shout out, Otis. I appreciate you, bro. You did the right thing, man. Much respect. Otis came back and said, hey, man, here's $30. Appreciate you, brother. All right. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. Enjoy your weekend. See you on Monday.